Chapter 103. Genius 1 second. Remember, if you want to go. Sure, Net provides you with wonderful novels to read. Qin Yu smiled in return. After exchanging some pleasantries, he entered the hall and took a seat. After casually chatting for a while, Yun Yi brought up the main topic and said solemnly, Xueqing is the youngest daughter of my elder brother. Her aptitude is the most outstanding amongst the younger generation, and she can be said to be the future hope of my Yun family. Fellow Daoist Qin saved her from danger and even helped her during her pill tribulation. Our Yun family owes him a debt of gratitude. The Yun family has prepared some gifts. I hope fellow Daoist Qin will not refuse. As he spoke, he clapped his hands. A Yun family disciple walked out and presented the storage bag with both hands. Qin Yu waved his hand. I am friends with Miss Xueqing, so it is natural for me to save her. I only came as a guest at a friend's house, so please take back your gift. Young Lady Xueqing, why are you calling me that so intimately? That damned bastard, could it be that you are really after me? Fang Huahua was so angry that his teeth ached. He couldn't help but grit his teeth. Don't tell me you don't like it and want something else. Yun Yi and the others were embarrassed, but Fang Huahua's status was special, so it wasn't good for them to say anything. They could only pretend not to hear him. They coughed and said, Is there anything fellow Daoist Qin needs? As long as the Yun family can do it, we will definitely do our best. Qin Yu hesitated for a moment. He cupped his hands together and said, I do indeed have a matter. Fang Huahua laughed coldly. What he meant was, as expected. Yun Yi reached out a hand. Fellow Daoist Qin, please speak. Qin Yu said, I heard that not too long ago, an ice attribute spiritual object appeared in Snowfall City. I am a bit interested in this. I wonder if your mansion has any news about it. The main hall suddenly quieted down, and the atmosphere was strange. Yun Yi's complexion darkened. His voice was cold. Fellow Daoist Qin's request, forgive me, but our Yun family cannot comply. Qin Yu frowned. He didn't know why, but the Yun family's attitude had suddenly changed. Seeing his confused expression, Fang Huahua's lips curled up slightly. He thought to himself, put on an act, I'll tear it off for you. Qin Yu, I really admire you a bit. Your lion's mouth is just too big. You've only saved my cousin once. Do you think you can take away the Yun family's treasures just because of that? Qin Yu instantly understood where the problem was. Yun Xueqing had an awkward expression. Fellow Daoist Qin, that ice attribute treasure belongs to my Yun family. Qin Yu bitterly smiled. To run into someone else's home and ask about their treasure, it was no wonder that the Yun family had such ugly expressions. Anyone else would have done the same. He clasped his hands and spoke seriously. My apologies, I was too rash. I just came to the Driftsnow city and didn't know about all these. Yun Yi nodded, so it's like that. Since I can't provide any information, please accept my gift. Right now in the Driftsnow city, who didn't know that the ice attribute treasure was in the hands of the Yun clan? If not, why would they activate all the formations in the Yun clan? He naturally didn't believe it. Qin Yu was silent. Fang Huahua thought he was feeling awkward, and he couldn't help but reveal a smug expression. With today's matter, this brat's threat was now useless. Yun Xueqing didn't believe that Qin Yu was someone who wanted to repay her kindness or seek a chance to obtain the Yun family's treasures. She spoke up to help him out of this predicament. Fellow Daoist Qin has always lived in seclusion in the mountains, so it's normal that you don't know about the outside world. Qin Yu looked up. I don't want a gift, but since the ice attribute spiritual object is in the Yun family, I wonder if I can make a transaction with you. Fang Huahua's eyes widened. How could this fellow's skin be so thick? Even though his thoughts had been seen through, he still openly stated his intentions. A transaction? Wasn't it because he wanted the ice attribute spiritual object? Yun Yi said in a low voice, Fellow Daoist Qin, please show some respect. The other Yun family masters all had gloomy complexions. Qin Yu said, I know that my actions are too rude, but this treasure is extremely important to me. If the Yun family is willing to sell it, I am willing to pay a great price. Fang Huahua strangely smiled. A great price. Fellow Daoist Qin is a wandering cultivator, so you might not know the background of my great family. Forgive me for being rude, but I really can't think of anything that fellow Daoist Qin can offer that could move the Yun family. Qin Yu lifted a finger. 1,000,000 spirit stones. The hall fell deathly silent once more. Even the arrogant Fang Huahua was left dumbfounded, his face blank. 1,000,000 spirit stones, no matter who it was a massive amount of wealth. The Yun family might be able to take out such a sum, but they would absolutely have to sell off all their assets. Gulp, it was unknown who gulped, but it was incomparably grating. Yun Yi regained his composure, but his eyes were still absent-minded. Fellow Daoist Qin, this joke isn't funny at all. Qin Yu lightly said, if the Yun family agrees, then I will bring spirit stones to visit you within a month. With this, no one thought he was joking anymore. The eyes of the several Yun family masters flashed with a burning heat. They never imagined that this ordinary-looking cultivator would actually have such astonishing wealth. 1,000,000 spirit stones. This was enough to tempt a nascent soul-old monster to take action. If they could keep him here, the atmosphere in the hall became increasingly heavy. Qin Yu seemed to not feel anything, his expression calm. Suddenly, a calm voice echoed in from outside. No matter how many spirit stones it is, the Yun family will not sell the ice attribute treasure. A middle-aged cultivator stepped forwards. As his eyes opened and closed, they were filled with dignity and dignity. This aura, hollow nascent soul realm. Yun Xueqing hurriedly stood up. Father. She hesitated. Love go little say net Chuyun Fan lifted a hand. Fellow Daoist Qin saved my daughter, and I am deeply grateful for that. Besides the ice attribute treasure, you may ask for anything else. As long as I can do it, I will not refuse. Qin Yu sighed inwardly. He now understood why the Yun family had such a firm attitude. This ice attribute spiritual object was likely something the Yun family patriarch had prepared to help him break into nascent soul. Compared to a nascent soul cultivator, even 1,000,000 spirit stones was nothing. He stood up and cupped his hands together. If that's the case, then I will disturb you. Farewell. Yun Fan bowed in return. My words are still valid. If fellow Daoist Qin ever changes his mind, then feel free to speak. Someone, send fellow Daoist Qin out of the mansion. Qin Yu strode away. Yun Xueqing stood up to chase after him. Yun Fan shouted out, stop. Father. Yun Fan frowned. Sit down. Yun Xueqing's eyes turned red. She didn't dare to disobey and sat down. Yun Yi and the others bowed. Greetings, Patriarch. Fang Huahua had a smug expression. Uncle, I was the one who discovered this person's wild ambitions first. Yun Fan nodded and sat down in the seat of honor. A manager hesitated. He said, Patriarch, if Qin Yu dares to offer 1,000,000 spirit stones, then he must be rich. Why let him leave so easily? Sensing Yun Xueqing's angry gaze, he awkwardly coughed. Moreover, he first had evil thoughts towards my Yun family's treasure. Yun Fan frowned. There is no need to mention this again. In the end, Qin Yu saved Xueqing. The Yun family will not repay kindness with enmity. Moreover, do you really think he can take out 1,000,000 spirit stones? Yun Yi shouted out, Patriarch, are you saying that he is probing us? The other managers were suddenly enlightened. They felt as if they had been played. They clenched their teeth. 1,000,000 spirit stones, just what sort of wealth is that? Even a nascent soul cultivator might not be able to take out such a sum, much less a cultivator who lives in seclusion in the wilderness. Our minds were shaken for a moment and we weren't able to respond. We allowed this person to see a joke. How hateful. That must be it. Fang Huahua relaxed. So this brat was just pretending to be a wolf. I say, how could this brat possibly be richer than me? Uncle, it seems that Qin Yu is probing our Yun family on behalf of someone else. Yun Fan nodded. That is indeed a possibility. Humph. I think it was Uncle's cultivation that scared that Qin Yu away. That's why he didn't dare to spout any more nonsense and left with his tail between his legs. Fang Huahua sneered. Yun Yi and the others nodded. Yun Fan turned around. Xueqing, don't associate with this person in the future. Yun Xueqing panicked. Father, fellow Daoist Qin isn't that sort of person. Yun Fan coldly shouted, Father, I don't care who he is. From what I know, this person isn't someone you can befriend. Do you hear me? Yun Xueqing opened her mouth but didn't know what to say. She remained silent. Leaving Snowfall City, Qin Yu looked at the frozen lake and shook his head, a bitter smile on his face. The ice-type spirit item was actually in the hands of the Yun family. Yun Xueqing had shown graciousness to him. Even if she didn't know, he couldn't pretend to be ignorant. Great waves surged in his heart. Finally, he gave up on any thoughts of attacking the Yun family. If it was someone else, so what if it was a fake nascent soul? Did they really think that he would be afraid? Let's go. Since they couldn't snatch it away, staying in the Driftsnow city would only be a waste of time. Sure, with a flash of light, Qin Yu shot up into the skies. But soon, his complexion changed and he looked forwards. A faint smell of blood wafted through the wind. There seemed to be cries and screams in his ears. If this were an ordinary slaughter, Qin Yu would have seen it many times and wouldn't have cared. But these cries and screams seemed to be from women and children. Whoosh! Qin Yu's speed increased. After rushing over a high slope, he could clearly see the situation behind him. It was clear that this was a deliberate ambush. Nearly all of the guards had been slaughtered. Only a small number of men were still fighting to the death, wounded. The long caravan had been cut into several sections. Several carriages were burning, making the blood around them even more dazzling. The corpses of women and children were lying on the ground. As Qin Yu saw this, his pupils shrank. Bang! The ground collapsed. Qin Yu rushed forwards, punching out a fist. A black-clothed man was sent flying backwards with a miserable scream. With loud crackling sounds, the man was smashed into pieces before he even fell to the ground. Like a tiger entering a flock of sheep, Qin Yu angrily attacked. In several breaths of time, several more black-clothed men died where they stood. There's a master. Retreat. The remaining black-clothed men all turned and fled. Qin Yu chased after them and killed 3 more. After a moment of hesitation, he didn't continue killing. The caravan was filled with cries and wails. Several wounded men fell to the ground, but they still bowed with gratitude. Thank you, Senior, for helping us. Qin Yu's eyes flashed with a trace of unwillingness. Just what happened that they would do such a cruel thing? The men looked hesitant. At this time, a woman with disheveled hair and a young child's corpse in her arms staggered forwards and fell to her knees. Senior, my Li family inadvertently obtained a communication jade slip and thus suffered such a great calamity. My family's old master passed away long ago, leaving only my son behind. Now that he has died, I have nothing left in my life. I am willing to give this jade slip to you, and I only hope that you can take revenge for my son and my family. Puff! The dagger pierced through the woman's heart. Blood flowed from the corners of her mouth and she died. Qin Yu opened his palm to reveal a black jade slip, a faint demonic energy lingering around it. Mistress. With sorrowful cries, several surviving guards struggled to their knees. I beg you, my lord, take revenge for my Li family. The caravan began to cry out. Qin Yu looked at the widened eyes of the woman and the young child's corpse in her arms. After a long period of silence, he slowly said, I agree. He reached out a hand and took the jade slip. This was his reward. Only after receiving the reward did he have the right to kill. Qin Yu didn't know what was in the jade slip, nor did he have any intention of looking through it. Who was it that killed the Li family? Tell me. A moment later, a beam of light shot into the skies. Strong winds whipped around Qin Yu's hair, revealing his face. His eyes were cold and filled with killing intent. He accompanied his wife to the hospital for a prenatal checkup. Chapter 104. Genius 1 second. Remember if you want to go. Sure, Net provides you with wonderful novels to read. 800 miles south of the Driftsnow city, there was a small city named Greenwood. Within the city, there was a major clan, the Doe clan. Love go small say neck today, the gate of the Doe family was tightly shut, and security was tight both inside and outside. All the masters of the family had been summoned back, and they were gathered in a secret room for an emergency meeting. According to the clan's report, The one who saved the Li family must be a golden core cultivator. It's not an ordinary golden core. I think it's at least a mid-stage golden core. It's not impossible for him to reach the late stage. You've seen the corpses we brought back. All the bones in the body were shattered with a single punch. This kind of power is too terrifying. The more they discussed, the more flustered the Doe family became. Even now, they were still confused. Since when did the Li family have such a powerful friend? As rivals of many years, the Doe family's understanding of the Li family could be said to be extremely deep. After many discussions, they came to the conclusion that the person who had interfered was most likely a passing powerhouse who had been dissatisfied with the Doe family's actions of eliminating the root of the problem. This made everyone in the Doe family relax a little. No matter how strong a passerby was, it was one thing for him to force them to retreat, but he wouldn't stand up for the Li family and continue to make things difficult for the Doe family. It was a pity that the juniors of the Doe family had died too unjustly. The upper echelons of the Doe family understood that no matter how angry they were, they could only choose to swallow this matter. Doe family's patriarch, Doe Zhanda, said in a deep voice, "All right, 3 days have passed. Since that mysterious powerhouse hasn't come, the matter should be over. However, in order to avoid any accidents, the matter with the Li family will be postponed. It's just a bunch of women and children. We'll just find a chance to get rid of them in the future." "Yes, Patriarch." All the experts of the Doe family stood up and said. Suddenly, a cold voice came from outside the door. The Doe family has maliciously occupied the Li family's property for many years, and because of this, they killed the Li family. Their crimes are extremely heinous, and everyone has the right to punish them. "Who is it?" Doe Zhanda roared in anger. The chamber's door opened and Qin Yu stepped in. His face was cold and callous, without the least bit of emotion. A moment later, he turned around and left, closing the door behind him. After that, when night fell, the Doe family did not see any movement in the secret chamber. After asking for permission and receiving no response, they carefully opened the secret chamber door. Then, everyone froze on the spot, their faces pale. Led by Doe Zhanda, the 17 Doe family experts in the secret room were all killed, their heads separated from their bodies. At this time, Qin Yu had already left Green Forest City. When he killed the evil leader, he didn't implicate the ordinary Doe family clansmen. The reason why he waited for 3 days was because he wanted to investigate the grudges between the Li family and the Doe family. This was simple. In a single day, Qin Yu had found out what the Doe family had done. The remaining 2 days were given to the Doe family to gather their experts. Since they were going to kill, they should do it cleanly. With the death of one more bad person, perhaps in this world, there would be a few innocent people who would be spared. Qin Yu never thought of himself as selfless or someone who stood on the moral high ground. But, there were always some things he couldn't endure. Perhaps this was the bottom line. A light flashed in his hand and a black jade slip appeared. He said in a soft voice, "Everyone from the Li family, I have avenged you. Please rest in peace." A gust of wind stirred up in the air, causing the leaves to rustle. It seemed as if they were thanking him, but also as if they were sighing in relief. Qin Yu was silent for several breaths of time. He probed the jade slip with his divine sense. He wanted to see just what sort of news could cause the Doe family to act so murderously and completely exterminate the Li family. A moment later, Qin Yu laid down the jade slip, a complex expression on his face. He didn't know just what sort of mood he was in right now. Snowfall City's Yun family had suffered a setback, and when they left the city they were ambushed. After rescuing them, he obtained a jade slip. Within the jade slip was some recent secret news of the demonic path. The demonic path had made a great move in the sea region, and it seemed to be related to some great treasure. It involved spiritual objects of the 5 elements. That's right, spiritual objects of the 5 elements. Moreover, there was more than one. Qin Yu never imagined that he would obtain such precious news in such a way. Perhaps this was the faint will of the dark world repaying him for his good deeds. After thinking for a long time, Qin Yu let out a deep breath, a firm look on his face. It seemed that he would have to go to the sea region. The Southern Empire was located in the south and the Northern Dynasty was located in the north. The two countries covered an extremely large area, so large that it was impossible for an ordinary cultivator to travel through them in their entire lives. But even if the territory of the two countries was added together, it wouldn't even be a tenth of the sea region, or even 100th of it. This was because for the endless years, no one had ever reached the other side of the sea. It was as if it were infinite, as boundless as the starry skies. In the vast sea region, some islands would occasionally appear. They were like pearls that adorned the deep blue curtain of the sea. In ancient times, there were cultivators who, for various reasons, would step into the sea region and settle down on the islands. In normal circumstances, these people were collectively referred to as cultivators from the sea region. Of course, they were at most guests and not the masters of the sea region. The ones who truly controlled the entire sea region, the overlords of the sea, were the monster races of the sea, their numbers so terrifying that it was impossible to count them all. There were even human cultivators who predicted many years ago that if it weren't for the monster races being unable to leave the sea for too long, the Southern Empire and Northern Dynasty would have been occupied by them. At this time, Qin was in such a sea region. Beneath him was a small island that was over 10 miles wide. There were clear traces of artificial transformation on the island. Verdant trees formed a shade that swayed in the sea breeze. Fellow Daoist, come down and rest your feet. After our sea-gazing cape, there isn't a suitable place to stay for another several thousand miles. Beneath a pergola on the island, a cultivator selling sea items shouted out. His face was black from the sea breeze and his white eyes were particularly eye-catching. Sea items sounded very general, but the truth was that all cultivators who set foot in the sea region needed equipment. For instance, a compass used to determine direction. It was a simple magic tool, but it could allow one to constantly maintain their direction in the sea region without any direction. There was also the thousand-craft house. This was a treasure woven from a special type of vine. It was soft and could be folded at will. Once it was opened, it would become a small wooden house that could float on the sea for several years. It wouldn't fear the attacks of seawater or ordinary waves. It was the best choice to temporarily rest. Finally, there was the wind-listening conch. After a sea creature died, the shell left behind could be placed next to one's ear and one could hear the sounds of storms from far away. A cultivator that hadn't experienced a storm at sea would never know how terrifying it was. If one was unlucky and a golden core cultivator was sucked into it, they would similarly disappear without a trace. Qin landed. He cupped his hands together and said, I must disappoint fellow Daoist. On the way down, I've already purchased everything I need. The cultivator beneath the pergola grinned. It's fine. As long as you come down, I can always sell you something. It doesn't matter how much I earn. After all, accumulating sand can form a mountain. This person was quite direct. Qin smiled and sat down on the side. Fellow Daoist, if you're so confident, then I want to see just what good things you have. My name is Husan. It sounds fake, but it is my real name. If there's someone to blame, it's my father and mother's fault. They were too casual when they gave me names. Husan had a friendly personality and his tone was casual and unpretentious. It was easy for others to have a favorable impression of him. He looked around and lowered his voice. There are many cultivators that come to the island every day, but I rarely greet them. Does fellow Daoist Qin know why? Qin's eyebrows shot up. Husan smiled in satisfaction. I know how to judge people. With just a glance, I can judge 70 to 80% of them. Fellow Daoist Qin, your foundation establishment aura is ordinary and you don't have anything special on you. But, I am certain that you are not an ordinary person. Don't ask me how I can tell. This sort of thing can only be sensed, I can't explain it. Qin maintained his composure. Then, does fellow Daoist who have something good that you want to trade with someone like me who doesn't seem ordinary? Husan nodded. The Netherworld ship. His solemn expression didn't last for more than a second before it was broken by a smile. How about it? Are you interested? Qin's eyes brightened. Since he had stepped into the sea region, he had naturally investigated it. He naturally knew of the illustrious reputation of the Netherworld ship. Moreover, where he wanted to go, he needed the netherworld ship to open a path. In the legends, in ancient times, there was a ship filled with 10,000 people that disappeared in the sea. Several hundred years later, it suddenly reappeared. Besides being old and dilapidated, the ship was nearly intact, but the 10,000 people on board had all disappeared. Some people boarded the netherworld ship and discovered that this ship could actually pull people into a sea region that was filled with reefs and a cold strength. This place was filled with departed spirits and a massive number of mutated sea monster beasts that were fierce and bloodthirsty. But at the same time, this sea region also contained countless precious treasures that caused the eyes of countless cultivators to turn red with greed. This ship was the netherworld ship, and that strange sea region was called the Netherworld Sea. There was a great deal of information contained within the demonic path jade slip. Although it wasn't completely clear, every bit of information pointed to the Netherworld Sea. Husan was calm and unperturbed, as if he had good news in his hands and wasn't afraid that Qin Yu wouldn't buy it. Qin Yu's thoughts raced. He lightly said, "News about the Netherworld ship is something that every cultivator that enters the sea region would be interested in. But, how do I know that your information is correct?" Husan pointed a finger. "Fellow Daoist Qin, ask around. I have been here for dozens of years, and when have I ever sold false information? If I really did that, then with my little bit of weight, I would have long since been torn to shreds and thrown into the sea to feed the fish." Qin Yu suddenly stood up. As Husan was in a daze, Qin Yu had already walked several dozen meters away. He found a cultivator that did the same business as Husan and spoke in a low voice. This person, he actually went to ask. Husan's lips twitched. "Was it really okay for you to make your distrust so obvious?" A moment later, Qin Yu returned. He nodded and said, "Fellow Daoist Hu, I will buy your information." Husan's complexion changed several times before he squeezed out a smile. He dryly said, "Fellow Daoist Qin is indeed cautious." Qin Yu nodded. "I do think that it's never wrong to be a bit more careful at any time." Husan immediately decided not to speak any more nonsense with him. Otherwise, he feared that he wouldn't be able to suppress his anger and his business would collapse. He stretched out a hand, 1,000 spirit stones, no bargaining. Qin Yu didn't even blink. 300. Blue veins popped up on Husan's forehead. He had seen people haggle, but he had never seen anyone haggle like this. It was fine if he was cut in half at the waist, but to cut off 70% of the price, he really dared to ask for it. He took a deep breath. 800. This is the friendship price that I gave you. It would be impossible for anyone else to come here. Qin Yu had a faint expression. 400 is the most I can go. Husan choked on his anger and roared out, "Fellow Daoist Qin, this is the Netherworld ship that represents countless opportunities. If you are late, you might not be able to make it." Qin Yu let out a breath. "But there is also a possibility that this is a real Netherworld ship and it will never return." Husan was left speechless. Every time the Netherworld ship appeared, there were people that struck it rich, but there were even more that died. He clenched his teeth. 600. If I miss even a single bit, I won't sell it. Qin Yu faintly smiled. Deal. A moment later, a weeping Husan sent off fellow Daoist Qin who had rested enough. When Qin Yu's figure vanished from sight, his sad expression turned to one of satisfaction. "Hehe, brat, you want to fight with me? You are still too young." Chapter 105. Genius 1 second. Remember if you want to go. This is the network that provides you with wonderful novels to read. The boy that old 3 spoke of had a calm expression. After leaving the island, he used the compass to guide him towards the place where the Netherworld ship would appear. He was well aware that 600 spirit stones was a great loss. After all, once news began to spread, its value would rapidly fall. Qin Yu had cut down the price and observed old 3's actions in order to determine just how much value the information in his hands still had. The results allowed him to feel a little more at ease. News of the Netherworld ship shouldn't have spread out on a large scale yet. While he couldn't be considered to have taken the lead, he shouldn't be the last to find out. Of course, another function was to tell those around him that he was extremely poor and wasn't some fat sheep that didn't care about a few hundred spirit stones. The sea region was vast and boundless. To a certain degree, the degree of chaos and darkness here was far beyond what the land could compare with. Although he wasn't afraid, it was always better to have less trouble. As he raced along, he didn't encounter any unlucky tsunamis that would cause people to pale at the mere mention of them, nor did he encounter any murderous activities. Besides a few blind sea monsters that jumped out, Chinyu easily dealt with them. His journey was unbelievably smooth. Half a month later, after traveling at least 100,000 miles, Chinyu entered the deep sea. Of course, this so-called deep sea was only what cultivators believed. In terms of the entire sea region, this depth was only the periphery. The 3 black islands were arranged in a triangular formation. Whirlpools appeared and disappeared from time to time. It could be seen how harsh the underwater environment was. Chinyu carefully checked his surroundings. After determining that this was the 3 mountain islands, he revealed a happy expression. He had finally arrived. The 3 islands were extremely close to each other and each island had an active volcano, thus they were named after the 3 mountains. Because the underground volcanoes were unstable and the surrounding waters were filled with reefs, even though the 3 islands weren't small, very few people came here. Most people would rest for a bit before leaving, so they could be considered relatively deserted. But now, the 3 islands were covered in pavilions. In just a dozen some days, they had formed several lively streets and large trading markets. Countless cultivators came and went, making the place lively and noisy. Chinyu landed. Although he wasn't surprised by the current situation, he still sighed inwardly. The Netherworld ship had a limit to how many people it could carry. Once a certain value was reached, no one else would be able to enter. But first come, first served wasn't absolute. As long as a cultivator below the ship could kill a cultivator on the ship before it set sail, they could automatically take over that cultivator's position. And from the moment the Netherworld ship appeared to the moment it set sail, the time it docked was not the same. If they were lucky, they might be able to set sail in an hour. If they were unlucky, they might have to stay for a day or even longer. But no matter how long it took, the only difference was how much blood was shed. People would eventually die. Those who were interested in the Netherworld ship all knew about this. Thus, the atmosphere on the island was quite solemn. Besides their companions and friends, everyone looked at outsiders with cold eyes. Because perhaps in the near future, these strangers who did not know each other would wield their swords at each other. Chinyu blended into the flow of people and walked towards the center of the island. Suddenly, he frowned and a cold light appeared in his eyes. When he turned around and looked back, the feeling of being stared at by the crowd had already disappeared. But Chinyu believed that his senses weren't wrong. Just now, someone had noticed him and revealed killing intent. Who was it? Chinyu carefully looked around, but as far as he could see, he couldn't find a single familiar face. Taking a deep breath, he gathered his thoughts and turned to leave. In his heart, however, he was already on guard. He had just arrived at 3 mountain islands and someone had already revealed killing intent towards him. No matter how he looked at it, this was a terrible situation. It seemed that he would have to be more careful. At a temporary inn on 3 mountain islands, Chinyu bought a room and stayed there until the Netherworld ship appeared. The structure and layout were simple and crude, but the price was ridiculously high. But if he spent this amount of spirit stones, he would at least be able to find a slightly safer place to live. It was worth it. The atmosphere on the island was tense. There wasn't much to do and there wasn't anyone he was familiar with, so Chinyu didn't plan on going out. He would just wait for the Netherworld ship to arrive. On another island, a few cultivators entered a room and shut the door tightly. The leader turned around and said in a low voice, "Fellow Daoist Chi, what happened? Why did you suddenly reveal killing intent towards a stranger?" That person's reaction was sharp and he almost locked onto us. Chi Quan's complexion was ugly. He turned his hand and took out a bronze mirror. The surface was mottled. Senior apprentice sister Xiong died not long after she handed over this treasure. When I saw that cultivator today, the bronze mirror emitted fluctuations. I am sure that it was that person who killed her. The person clenched his teeth. Elder Han, we must take revenge for her. Han Shonai frowned. After several breaths of silence, he said, Fellow Daoist Chi, we have the Saint Lord's hopes on us, so we cannot be careless in our actions. The sea monster royal family has already sensed something, so it is best if we don't complicate matters. He paused for a moment and then continued to say, if you want to take revenge, you can do so when the Netherworld ship arrives. If you can't, you will have plenty of chances after entering the Netherworld Sea. What he said was the truth. But the more important reason was that Qin Yu gave him a thorny feeling. If he couldn't provoke him, it was best to stay as far away from him as possible. Just thinking about it, anyone that could kill that woman Xiong Ruyu would inevitably have some methods. This surname Qi risked his life for his lover, but that wasn't something he could do. Qi Quan panicked. When the Netherworld ship arrived, several thousand cultivators had boarded it at the same time and a bloody slaughter had occurred. It would have been incredibly difficult to lock onto Qin Yu at that time. As for the chances of encountering him again after entering the Netherworld Sea, they were so small that they could be ignored. He guessed that Han Shonai didn't want to stir up trouble. His thoughts raced and he said, Elder Han, you have seen the strength of my copper mirror. According to what I know, this mirror was obtained by senior apprentice Sister Xiong from some ancient cultivator's cave dwelling. It is highly likely that this person is one of the cultivators that senior apprentice Sister Xiong cooperated with. Han Shonai shook his head. If there are some harvests, then it is possible to kill him. But no one can be sure whether or not this is the case. Love go little say Nek Chi Quan cursed inwardly. He clenched his teeth and said, Elder Han, feel free to do as you please. If there are no harvests afterwards, then I will give this copper mirror to you. Han Shanye's eyes brightened. Really? Chi Quan roared, I want him to die without a grave. Han Shonai laughed. Good. Outside the 3 mountain islands, in the inky black waters, several massive shadows were hidden. Have you found them? I've locked onto them. They are on the 3 mountain islands. There are many cultivators on the islands. If we directly capture them, I fear there will be trouble. What trouble would there be? These human cultivators are active in the territory of my sea races. Do you think they would dare to disrespect my sea races? Divine sense fluctuations silently passed through the water as the several shadows communicated with each other. Suddenly, the largest shadow said, that's enough. The human cultivators aren't easy to deal with. Their current relationship with my sea races can be considered stable, so let's avoid conflict as much as possible. Let's go take the parting water bead and secretly capture them so that we don't alert them. The other shadows nodded. Whoosh, the waves broke apart and the shadows swam into the deep sea, vanishing from sight. Qin Yu was preparing to adjust his condition to its peak when the Netherworld ship arrived. At the same time, he would maintain a low profile and not reveal his strength in front of others. This was because after he entered the Netherworld Sea region, that would be the time when the cruel competition and slaughter would truly appear. It was because of this that he had closed himself up in his room. But as Qin Yu was refining the pills, he suddenly frowned. His hands slapped the ground and he moved several feet to the side, avoiding the black iron rod that pierced out from the ground. Bang, the prayer mat was pierced through. Unable to withstand such a formidable strength, it shattered into fragments that filled the skies. Qin Yu's heart chilled. It wasn't that he couldn't control his strength, but that he had deliberately shattered the prayer mat to interfere with his line of sight. Just as his thoughts raced, there was the sound of breaking air. Several beams of dark light shot straight towards his face from behind. Before they arrived, a faint stench entered his nose. Qin Yu thrust out his palm and boundless strength gushed out from the void, imprisoning the beams of dark light. But in the next moment, his complexion changed. He stomped his feet and retreated, smashing through a wall. Bang, with a deep explosion, the beams of dark light exploded at the same time. Tiny and sharp fragments shot out in all directions with a terrifying tearing strength. Qin Yu flicked his sleeves and sent the fragments flying away. His eyes instantly locked onto a shadow. Although there was no one there, his divine sense still slowed down. A fist punched out. A violent aura surged forwards like a great river. The shadow twisted and a black-robed figure appeared. He coldly snorted and thrust out his hand. But he seemed to have underestimated the strength of this fist. He stuffily coughed and drew back, anger in his eyes. However, this person clearly had some scruples. His eyes flashed and he turned to leave. Qin Yu stepped forwards and soared up like an eagle. He was sure that this black-robed person was related to the inexplicable killing intent he had felt before. Since this person had jumped out, how could he let him go? As for exposing his strength, Qin Yu suddenly realized that if he did so, he might be able to avoid a great deal of trouble when he boarded the Netherworld ship. With this thought in mind, he moved even faster. The boundless aura around him could be sensed by everyone on the three-mountain island. Countless cultivators looked up, their pupils shrinking. What a powerful cultivation! What a terrifying infernal energy! In an instant, countless people remembered Qin Yu's face. They secretly decided that in the future, it would be best if they didn't provoke this person. But there were also many cultivators that smirked, revealing a bit of ridicule. Just because he had a bit of strength, he dared to act so recklessly. It was clear that he was brainless. This sort of person often died the fastest. There was no need to fear him. Han Shanye's complexion darkened. If he wasn't worried that he would cause too much noise and be discovered by the sea monster royal family, why would he fear this person behind him? Now he had returned without any results and was being chased away. Not only did he not obtain any benefits, but he also lost a bit of face. This was just too hateful. Sure, Han Shonai stopped. He sneered and thrust out his palm. His momentum was vast and boundless. It was like a mountain had come crashing down on his head, leaving him beyond redemption. Qin Yu clenched his fist and punched out. Bang! There was a loud explosion in the void. A terrifying shockwave stirred up strong winds, instantly sweeping up several wooden houses and tearing them to pieces. The cultivators living in these houses hurriedly moved away. Although their complexions were ugly, they could only accept the might of this battle. Han Shonai sneered. Brat, if you don't die, we will meet again. Sure, his body turned into several figures that flew in all directions. Qin Yu's complexion darkened. These figures had the same aura, so he couldn't distinguish them. However, what did his final words mean? But soon, Qin Yu found out. The inn's master was a 6th-level golden core cultivator. He respectfully came with a young girl and 6 large men. He pointed a finger and said, "Everyone, this is the cultivator you found. He is the one who is renting the inn." The young girl had bright eyes and white teeth. Between her eyebrows was a delicate scale that shimmered beneath the sunlight. She coldly looked at Qin Yu and waved her hand. Grab him. Chapter 106. Genius 1 second. Remember if you want to go. Sure, Net provides you with wonderful novels to read. Sea Monster Royal Family. Low cries rang out from the crowd. Love go small say Net. Countless gazes became scorching hot, but when they fell on the 6 muscular men behind them, their gazes instantly became evasive and respectful. Although these 6 people are in human form, their auras are terrifying and their blood vitality is thick. They must be whale monsters. It is rumored that every adult clansman is comparable to a golden core whale monster. Those that have the qualifications to become royal guards are all elite. If the 6 whale monster elites join forces, they can crush anyone below the nascent soul realm. Although this person's cultivation is strong, unfortunately, for some unknown reason, he offended the Sea Demon royal clan. How can he escape? The 4 Sea Demon tribe powerhouses all took a step forward, causing the ground to tremble. A fierce, overbearing, and cold aura rushed towards them. Huia Qin Yu's black robes fluttered in the wind. His eyes narrowed. He didn't know why, but at this moment, he didn't have the mood to think about it. Qin Yu took a step and the ground cracked as he rushed forwards. The crowd gasped. Facing 4 whale monster powerhouses, it was normal to turn and flee, but Yu actually chose to face them head-on. Was he courting death? Or courting death? Or, he was courting death. Facing the whale monster race, a mere human cultivator actually dared to attack first. The whale monster on the left narrowed his eyes. A cold light flashed in them and a trace of anger flashed in his eyes. He stepped forwards and slapped out his fan-like hand. It whistled through the air, and it could be seen just how fast this seemingly clumsy slap was and how terrifying the power contained within it was. Qin Yu didn't dodge or evade. He lifted a hand and punched out, meeting it head-on. Bang! There was a loud explosion like the beating of a great drum. Brutal strength collided between the two. Qin Yu stuffily coughed, his complexion paling. He now had a clear understanding of the strength of the whale monsters. However, the other party was clearly even more shocked. His eyes were wide open and filled with disbelief. Thud 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 thud, each step leaving a deep footprint. The most terrifying aspect of the whale monster was the strength of their mortal bodies. But the scene in front of them seemed to indicate that a human cultivator had forced back a whale monster in a collision of pure physical strength. The crowd gasped. This time, it was filled with shock. The complexions of the three whale monster masters darkened and a dignified look appeared in their eyes. Even so, they remained as solemn as mountains, their auras calm and steady. Bang! The whale monster stepped forwards. His body was even taller and his robes tightened around his body, outlining his incomparably strong body. It was easy to judge the strength of a whale monster. The size of their body often corresponded to their strength. With a deep shout and a ripping sound, the whale monster's robes burst apart from his muscles. He punched out his fists, his aura tyrannical and courageous. The cultivators in the back were shocked by the aura and subconsciously took a step back. When they reacted, their faces turned red. But at this time, no one had the mind to care about whether or not they were embarrassed. Everyone's eyes were focused on Qin Yu. After forcing back the first whale monster powerhouse, Lin Ming didn't stop at all. He continued to rush forwards like a cheetah, crashing into the fist of the second whale monster powerhouse. No one could clearly see what had happened in the instant the two collided. They only felt a shockwave sweep over them, and a huge figure was sent flying. Crackle. This should be the sound of bones breaking. Qin Yu's complexion paled even further. But the whale monster powerhouse that collided with him was constantly vomiting blood. Countless people widened their eyes. No one had expected such an outcome. The two whale monster powerhouses were panic-stricken. They hurriedly caught their fallen tribesmen. At this time, Qin Yu's body flashed with light and his speed suddenly rose, instantly breaking past the two. When he suddenly rushed forwards, he had relied on the strength of his mortal body. As he collided with the whale monster powerhouses in terms of physical strength and physical strength, it made others forget that he was a human cultivator that excelled in magic power cultivation. Princess Lushi had a calm expression. As she looked at the rapidly approaching Qin Yu, a trace of ridicule flashed in her icy cold eyes. Was this the beheading plan? If the sea monster royal family could be captured so easily, then the entire royal family would have been exterminated long ago. How could they have survived until today and ruled over the boundless sea region? Foolish and ignorant humans. Behind her, two 9-foot-tall diamond whale monster powerhouses stepped forwards, their eyes glaring at Qin Yu like fierce eyes. A sound wave that couldn't be heard by the ear suddenly spread out, piercing towards Qin Yu's soul like countless sharp awls. The crowd was far away so they weren't affected. But there were still several people who stuffily coughed and their faces paled. Whale cry. Whale monster commanders. The ranks of the whale monster race were simple. There were ordinary clansmen, elite clansmen, whale monster commanders, and the highest-ranked whale monster sovereign. The whale monster sovereign was comparable to a nascent soul. In the sea region, he could restore his true body, and every move he made possessed the power to destroy the heavens and crack the earth. He was a true overlord of the sea. Whale monster commanders were at the second level and were absolute great figures of the whale monster race. Their strength was comparable to a human hollow nascent cultivator. Whale cry was something that only whale monster commanders could send out. It was a kind of innate divine sense attack, and its might was terrifying. If one had a weak soul, even if their soul didn't scatter beneath the bombardment of whale cry, their consciousness would still be crushed. Qin Yu had revealed his powerful mortal body and his magic power cultivation wasn't weak either. If so, then it was highly likely that his soul was his weakness. After all, humans had short lives. In order to constantly make breakthroughs in cultivation and obtain a longer lifespan, there was a limit to what they could cultivate. Qin Yu's eyes instantly glazed over and he revealed a pained expression. A whale monster commander stepped forwards and punched out at Qin Yu's head. As for the other person, he stubbornly stood his ground, not leaving any openings. Whoosh! A blinding blood-red light erupted. The blood-stained lock smashed towards the whale monster commander. This was a one-time use demonic treasure that erupted with a terrifying killing power equal to its value. Even someone as strong as the whale monster commander's fist was torn apart, revealing pale white bones as he was sent flying backwards. Now, the only one left standing in front of Qin Yu was the last whale monster commander. His expression was dignified. With a loud shout, a deep blue light erupted in front of him. It billowed like waves, protecting him and Princess Lushy behind him. This wasn't because they feared him, but because as royal guards, their most important mission was to protect the royal family from harm. As long as they could block Qin Yu for several breaths of time, the whale monster masters would have a chance to catch their breath. No matter how strong Qin Yu was, he wouldn't be able to take even half a step closer to the princess. Qin Yu's eyes brightened. He stepped in front of the deep blue light and punched out his fist without hesitation. Dong! The entire curtain of blue light trembled and was immediately torn apart. Qin Yu's fist forcefully squeezed through. For the first time, surprise appeared in Princess Luscious' eyes. She never imagined that this human cultivator would have such a powerful mortal body. But right after, this surprise turned into a sneer. The protection of the royal family could only be used by the guard captain. It was one of the strongest defensive methods of the royal family, so how could it be so easily broken? Once strength erupted, this human cultivator would be pulled in and crushed to pieces in the blink of an eye. But at this time, the sneer in Princess Luscious' eyes froze. In front of her, the guard captain that was as reliable as a mountain suddenly fell backwards. His body rapidly turned black. His body twitched and he foamed at the mouth. This was poison. But what sort of poison could be so terrifying and swift that it could instantly overturn the all-swallowing whale monster commander? Before Princess Lushy could wake up from her confusion, an iron-like hand grasped her slender neck and forcefully pulled her into his embrace. Who beside her ears was a deep and hurried breathing. His body was so close that she could clearly feel his strong heartbeat in his chest. This didn't make one feel distressed. Rather, it emitted an incomparably fierce and formidable aura. The entire audience fell deathly silent. No one expected this to be the result. A single person had pierced through 6 whale monster powerhouses and single-handedly captured a sea monster royal. This should have only existed in a script or in one's imagination, but when it truly appeared in front of them, it was actually so breathtaking. Don't move. His voice wasn't pleasant to hear, but it was calm, like water beneath a layer of ice, without the least bit of emotion. Moreover, it gave off a heavy feeling that everything he said would come true. The hairs on Princess Luscious' neck stood up. She could feel a faint killing intent from this voice. But as a member of the royal family, she had enough confidence and pride. Her expression remained icy cold as she coldly said, "If you touch me in the slightest, you will be chased down by the sea races for the rest of your life." Qin Yu lightly said, "I know." What sort of reply was this? Was he ignoring her? Anger surged in Princess Luscious' heart. Her body froze. The hand around her neck tightened and a faint blue color appeared on her snow-white skin. Even breathing became difficult. "Stop. If you dare to touch the princess in the slightest, you will die without a grave." The whale monster powerhouses were panic-stricken. Besides the one who had been poisoned to the ground, everyone else rushed forwards. But none of them dared to move recklessly. If there was a medicine for regret, they would have already eaten several carts of it. If they knew this would happen, they would have rushed forwards and killed this bastard instead of allowing the princess to fall into a trap. If anything happened to the princess, their best fate would be to commit suicide. Thinking of this, the eyes of the 5 whale monsters turned red. Qin Yu had no expression. "Everyone, I have no idea why I have offended the sea monster royal family, but since things have come to this point, there is no way to resolve this peacefully. In order to avoid an even worse situation from occurring, I ask that you all restrain yourselves and not chase after me. Otherwise, while I don't know if I can escape, the princess will definitely die." He grabbed Princess Lushy and began to retreat. The crowd parted to the sides. Everyone kept their distance, fearing that if they approached, they would be regarded as accomplices. After recovering from their shock, they looked at Qin Yu. Although there was shock and admiration in their eyes, they couldn't hide the pity in their eyes. This matter had become so big that even the sea monster royal family had been captured. It was clear that there was no way to resolve this peacefully. Perhaps they might be safe today, but their final fate could already be predicted. The 5 sea monster powerhouses watched helplessly as Qin Yu brought the princess further and further away. Their faces flushed red and blood energy roared around them, but none of them dared to take a single step forwards. Finally, the whale monster commander roared out, "Let's go." Lifting up the poisoned commander, the whale monster fellows shot up into the skies. After flying out of the range of the 3 mountain islands, a dim light flashed in the air to reveal their true forms. They were terrifying whales that were dozens of meters long and weighed tens of thousands of jins. This was the first time many cultivators had seen the true forms of whale monsters. They cried out in alarm, their faces filled with shock. Bang, they crashed into the sea surface, setting off massive waves. Several massive shadows instantly vanished from sight. But everyone knew that it was impossible for the whale monster powerhouses to truly leave. They would surely be closely monitoring the 3 mountain islands. At the same time, news of the royal family being captured would surely be sent back to the sea monster royal palace as quickly as possible. A storm was coming. Chapter 107. Genius 1 second. Remember if you want to go. This is the web that provides you with wonderful novels to read. On the 3rd day, around the 3 mountain islands, the number of sea monsters rose dramatically. Powerful auras appeared from time to time, causing the cultivators on the islands to panic. Everyone knew what the reason was. As time passed, more and more people began to worry that the sea monster race would arrive en masse and affect their ability to board the Netherworld ship. On the 3 mountain islands, several famous powerhouses had no choice but to meet up with each other. After an emergency discussion, they came to a consensus. The cultivators who were holding the sea monster royal captive couldn't be allowed to stay. But in that battle, Qin Yu had revealed his formidable strength. Wanting to let him go wasn't a simple matter. Of course, the most important reason was that no one wanted to offend Qin Yu and provoke such a terrifying enemy. After arguing for a long time, a cultivator finally proposed that since no one was willing to notify him, then everyone should go together. The law didn't punish the masses. No matter how arrogant Qin Yu was, he shouldn't form enmity with all of them just because of this. After a short period of hesitation, this decision was passed. Finally, 13 cultivators were chosen. They all had solemn expressions as they knocked on Qin Yu's door. "Fellow Daoist Qin, you and I are both human cultivators. In our grudges with the sea races, we should stand on your side. But the Netherworld ship is about to arrive and the fellow Taoists on the islands are worried that the massive gathering of the sea races will affect this matter." A few more people opened their mouths. Even though their words weren't clear, the meaning was clear. "Old man, could you leave the 3 mountain islands?" Qin Yu was silent for a moment. He cupped his hands together and said, "I understand what fellow Taoists are thinking. But I came here for the Netherworld ship, so I will not leave." Without waiting for their complexions to change, he continued to say, "However, I can leave the 3 mountain islands and live in the nearby sea region." Although this was a bit different from what everyone expected, if Qin Yu left the 3 mountain islands, the sea monster races shouldn't vent their anger on them. Moreover, Qin Yu had already taken a step back. If they continued to say anything else, they feared it would backfire. After a short discussion, the cultivators cupped their hands together in thanks. After expressing their apologies, they bid their farewells and left. Qin Yu shook his head and returned to his room. There was a helpless look on his face, but he soon composed himself. He turned and said, "Your Highness, we will have to change locations." Princess Luscious cultivation was sealed. Her face was icy cold as she heard this and then she closed her eyes. Qin Yu didn't care. After tidying up a bit, he picked her up and walked out. When he lifted it, it felt like he was grabbing a chicken or a duck. Princess Luscious' eyes widened and her face flushed red. In her entire life, when had she ever suffered such humiliation? This damned, despicable, rude, damned human cultivator. Once she regained her freedom, She would definitely chop him into pieces and fry him. The cultivators of the 3 mountain islands had already heard the news and had been paying attention to Qin Yu's residence. As they saw him prepare to leave, they relaxed and smiled. But in the blink of an eye, the smile froze on his face, and the corners of his mouth twitched. This was the sea monster royal family's princess, and yet she was so rude. Did she really not plan on leaving him with the slightest chance of survival? As he strode forward, countless eyeballs and jaws fell to the ground. He also received countless pitiful gazes from those who had given up on healing themselves. Qin Yu arrived at the seashore. The turbulent currents and the endless whirlpools on the surface of the sea suddenly boiled up. Countless angry roars echoed out from the seabed. Rumble, rumble, large shadows rapidly rose up from the seabed. They broke through the water surface, revealing pairs of bloodshot eyes that glared at him. This human, this damned human, this barbaric and ignorant human, he actually dared to treat the pride of the sea races like this, the brightest pearl of the deep sea, Her Highness Princess Lushy. Die. He had to be killed. Cruel killing intent carried with it endless waves of foul wind, rushing in from all directions. The skies rapidly darkened. Endless water vapor rose into the air, as if a violent storm were brewing. Princess Lush's eyes were tightly shut and her body shivered. Although the sea monsters were angry because of the humiliation she had suffered, they could still see her distressed appearance. As the proud princess who had always regarded herself as the proud daughter of the heavens, how could she accept this reality? Shame and anger mixed together. Her hatred towards Qin Yu also rose to a new height. Unfortunately, when these fluctuations of emotions superimposed on each other, they were far too intense. Princess Lushy coughed and fainted. Release the princess. Brat, you are dead. In the 9 heavens and 10 earths, no one can save you. I will tear you to pieces. Billowing curses echoed between the skies and water. Qin Yu looked up, his face expressionless. Shut up and back away, otherwise don't blame me for being impolite. His fingers moved. All of the sea monsters gasped for breath, but none of them dared to curse at the heavens. This bastard, he was simply despicable to the extreme. If he had the guts, then let go of the princess and we'll fight for 300 round. Whoosh, the sea surface suddenly broke apart and a giant turtle floated up from the water. Only its shell was exposed, but even so it was over 3,000 feet long. If its entire body emerged from the water, it could be imagined just how large its mortal body was. It was simply a moving mountain. On the back of the turtle stood a middle-aged man. He wore white clothes and had white hair. He had an extraordinary bearing. He cupped his hands together and said, "Fellow Daoist Qin, perhaps there is some misunderstanding between you and my sea monster race. Could you release Her Highness Princess first so that we can sit down and talk?" Qin Yu remained silent. The middle-aged man frowned. "Or, let's change the method. Fellow Daoist Qin, release the princess and I will allow fellow Daoist to leave. The sea monster race will begin hunting you down in 3 days." Qin Yu shook his head. His voice suddenly turned cold. "Does fellow Daoist really want to become enemies with my sea monster race?" Qin Yu lightly said, "Does fellow Daoist really think that I will release her in this situation? Whether or not I want to be enemies with the sea monster race, this has already become a fact. So, if you don't want anything to happen to Her Highness Princess, then restrain your subordinates and don't make any dangerous moves. I guarantee that once I am safe, I will send Her Highness Princess away. Now, have them draw back." On the back of the turtle, the white-clothed, white-haired man looked deeply at Qin Yu. "Fellow Daoist Qin, I hope you don't regret this." Whoosh, the giant turtle sank into the sea. In the seaside area, the roaring sea monsters began to retreat. But, their vicious eyes locked onto Qin Yu, not shifting away in the least. On the island, whether or not they were used to seeing Qin Yu, everyone who saw this couldn't help but praise him for his courage. Facing the sea monster race and still not batting an eyelid, there weren't many cultivators in the entire sea region that could accomplish this. Many people began to inquire about who Qin Yu was. Unfortunately, after much searching, they found nothing. With a flick of his sleeves, a folded 1,000-craft house opened up and floated above. The sea surface gently undulated with the waves. Chi Nu carried Princess Lushy and jumped into the house. With a flick of his sleeves, the 1,000-craft house slowly floated over until it was 5,000 feet away from the 3 mountain islands. After leaving behind the imprisoned princess, Chi Nu sat down cross-legged. He took out a fishing rod from somewhere, threw down the line, and began to fish. As the waiting sea monsters saw this, they nearly exploded with rage. Arrogance to the extreme, all sorts of ordinary fish and shrimp in the sea had the potential to transform into sea monsters. They could be called their clansmen. Not only had this brat captured the princess, but he was also fishing right in front of them. This was naked contempt and ridicule. Several swordfish monsters were enraged. Amongst the sea monsters, they were the fastest race. With their long and sharp spines and long and narrow bodies, they had an unparalleled advantage. At this time, as a swordfish monster powerhouse sneered, several swordfish monsters rushed out. They shuttled through the 1,000-craft house at an astonishing speed, sweeping away all the ordinary fish and shrimp. Fish, fish, fish your ass. As the several swordfish monsters were triumphantly swimming through the sea at high speeds, occasionally making difficult provocative movements, Chi Nu suddenly moved. He flicked his sleeves and a deep purple magic sword flew out, stabbing into the sea surface. With a loud crackling sound, purple lightning spread out. The swordfish monsters shivered. They flipped over, revealing their white bellies. They floated to the surface, twitching and foaming at the mouth. Chi Nu praised, "What a big fish." He rubbed his chin and whispered, "Steamed is too bland and fried is too greasy. How should I eat it?" The swordfish monster powerhouse was enraged. He wouldn't stare blankly on as his clansmen were cut open and eaten. With a sweep of his powerful tail, he exploded forwards, leaving behind a series of afterimages in the water. As he arrived within range of the 1,000-craft house, the magic sword released a bolt of lightning that fell down. This caused his body to tremble, but he didn't care about it at all, using his monster energy to expel the lightning. Good. Let this human junior see just how fierce my sea monster powerhouses are. To dare to become enemies with my sea monster race will be the greatest regret of his life. The sea monsters loudly shouted out. The swordfish monster powerhouse sneered. He opened his mouth, wanting to take away several of his clansmen. However, things wouldn't be so simple. This thunder magic sword seemed quite good, so he might as well take it away. Hum-a-hum waves rose up, rolling up from all directions. The thunder magic sword trembled. Chi Nu shook his head. "I just want to eat something, but I can't even calm down." He flicked his sleeves and a 100-foot-tall bamboo appeared from thin air. It fell straight into the water. Its roots, trunk, branches, bamboo leaves, every inch of it leapt with a rich purple lightning. Crackle-a-crackle, the surrounding 1,000 feet of sea surface was instantly covered with lightning. The swordfish monster powerhouse's monster energy suddenly collapsed. Its entire body shivered and its fish eyes popped open. Its body slowly flipped over, following in the footsteps of several juniors. Whoosh, on the surface of the sea, there was a great splash. Chi Nu's eyebrows arched up. He had a look of praise on his face. This is truly worthy of being the depths of the sea. Even a fish can grow so large. I fear it's enough for an entire village of several hundred people to eat a delicious meal. Hihi, I wonder just how many years it took for it to grow so large. If its meat is too old and chewed on like old tree roots, then it wouldn't be interesting at all. He hesitated for a moment. Then, he clapped his hands. Let's stew it over a large fire. If we cook it for a bit longer and add in more spices and peppers, the flavor will definitely be great. The swordfish monster powerhouse had a deep cultivation. Although it had been knocked unconscious by the thunder, it was still able to maintain its consciousness. As it heard these words, its eyes rolled up in anger. How shameful! How shameful! The face it had built up over several hundred years had been completely lost today. Before it could catch its breath, the swordfish monster powerhouse fainted. Chapter 108. Genius 1 second. Remember if you want to go. Sure, Net provides you with wonderful novels to read. The sea demons were dumbfounded. The sea region had always been their world. When had they ever met such an arrogant human? More importantly, this fellow was not only strong, but he also had many tricks up his sleeves. For example, he had never seen or heard of this bamboo before, but it could actually discharge electricity. The swordfish demon Arju could be considered quite a character, yet he was knocked unconscious by the lightning. One could imagine how powerful it was. Many pairs of eyes looked over, and a few electric eel demons shook their heads in fright, their faces sullen. The purple lightning was too fierce. Even though they were born to play with lightning, they still couldn't stand it. In the depths of the sea, the giant turtle floated like a small mountain. A faint demonic light spread out, forming a curtain that separated the seawater. The white-robed, white-haired man frowned. A screen of light appeared in front of him, recording everything that had happened on the surface of the sea. On the other side, the black-armored man was like a coiling dragon or a crouching tiger. His tall and sturdy body was like an iron tower. Just a glance was enough to make one feel terrified. He sat there without saying a word, his whole body surrounded by a baleful aura. "This junior is very strong," the black-armored man said slowly. His voice was as steady as a mountain, and every word he spoke seemed to carry the weight of 10,000 catties. The white-clothed, white-haired man cupped his hands together. "Uncle Hai, are you not confident either?" The black-armored man wasn't angered. He thought for several breaths of time and said, "Killing this person isn't difficult. But, wanting to instantly kill him and leave the princess unharmed is extremely difficult." The sea monsters on the surface didn't know the black-armored man's evaluation, otherwise they would have cried out in alarm. Just how proud was this whale sovereign that he would give such a high evaluation to a junior? The white-haired, white-clothed man bitterly smiled. "Are we just going to allow him to continue being so impudent? Where would the face of my sea demon race go?" The whale sovereign looked up, a sharp light flashing in his eyes. His body stiffened and his heartbeat nearly stopped. "Prince Whitemark, you are destined to inherit the throne and become the future ruler of the sea region. So how could you be so short-sighted? What was face? As long as my sea race kills this person in the end, plucks out his soul and scatters it, no one in the world will laugh at my race. Prince, please remember, in this world, the process is always the process, only the result is the most important." The whale sovereign closed his eyes, his stone-like face indifferent. "The princess being captured is the fault of the whale monster race. The reason I personally came here is to erase this mistake. This junior will die." High Deep White respectfully bowed. Even though he was a sea monster royal prince and was reprimanded by the whale sovereign, he didn't feel annoyed at all. Rather, he was secretly happy. He turned and sat down, calming his mind. Since the whale sovereign had said that he wanted to kill Chinyu, all he needed to do was wait. Of course, it was impossible for Chinyu to really rip open the bellies of several swordfish monsters and eat their meat. The reason he appeared so tough was because he was pressuring the sea folk. Love go small say Netk in the current situation, this was the only way for him to ensure a moment of stability. If he showed even the slightest intention of retreating, did he really think that the sea demon tribe was a bunch of pushovers? After putting away the magic sword and sky thunder bamboo, he entered his room and sat down cross-legged. Naturally, he wasn't cultivating, he only closed his eyes to meditate. Princess Lushy was right next to her. With a wave of his hand, he could grab her and end her life in the next moment. That was the worst possible outcome. Although Chinyu had said that regardless of whether he wanted to or not, he had already formed enmity with the sea monster races, hatred was divided into different levels. Capturing the princess was one thing, but killing the princess was another matter altogether. He hoped that he could safely drag things out until the Netherworld ship arrived. As long as he boarded the ship and entered the Netherworld sea region, he would be safe. Everyone knew that the sea monsters of the Netherworld sea region weren't controlled by the sea monster royal family. Moreover, they hated the sea monsters of the outside world to the extreme. This was a land that the sea monster races couldn't control. Time passed day by day. The sea monsters glared at him, but none of them dared to casually approach the thousand-craft house. The shadow in their hearts caused by the sky thunder bamboo was enough to cover them, and they wouldn't be able to walk out for many years. Occasionally, there would be some foolish ones that weren't afraid of death. As they saw the unlucky swordfish monsters that were still pissing themselves, they shivered and no longer dared to have any impulsive thoughts. The 6th day. Qin Yu sat down cross-legged. His expression was calm and his breath was long and light. No one could sense that his heart was tense. Not long after he left the 3 mountain islands, a creepy feeling rose from the depths of his heart. It was like some peerless, vicious beast had locked onto him. As long as he revealed the slightest flaw, those fierce fangs would tear apart his blood vessels and cleanly eat him up. This feeling was strange. No matter how Qin Yu sensed it, he couldn't find the source. But the more he sensed it, the heavier the dread in his heart became. The sea monster races must have sent a terrifying master here, hiding in the shadows, waiting for a chance to attack. Up until today, everything had been calm. This was because they didn't have the confidence to ensure Princess Lush's safety before killing him. Then, the chance they were waiting for was likely, the Netherworld ship. When the Netherworld ship arrived, countless cultivators would surge forth. This would inevitably affect his senses and give the sea monster powerhouses a chance. Moreover, it couldn't be forgotten that there was another unknown factor hidden beside Qin Yu, Princess Lushi. Although this princess had remained quiet after being captured by Qin Yu, as a sea monster royal family member, Qin Yu didn't believe that she didn't have any methods to deal with this. If so, then when the Netherworld ship arrived would be the time when Qin Yu would face the greatest danger. His thoughts raced. Since he realized this, he couldn't stand idly by and wait for death. A moment later, a plan gradually formed in his mind. After carefully thinking it over and determining that there was nothing wrong with it, Qin Yu calmed down a little. Now, all he had to do was wait for the Netherworld ship to arrive. 2 days later, at some point, the temperature between the heavens and earth suddenly fell by a great deal. A cold yin aura spread through the world. Qin Yu's eyes flashed open. He grabbed Princess Lushi and stepped out of the 1000-craft house. He looked up into the skies above. The sun was bright, but the sunlight had turned pale white. It was icy cold, as if there was no warmth at all when it fell on his body. Waves suddenly rose up on the calm sea surface. They grew from small to large, becoming a raging tsunami. Around the 1000-craft house, countless sea monsters revealed looks of disgust and disgust. They couldn't hide their fear as they turned to look deep into the sea. At some unknown time, a massive fog had appeared there. The deep grey color was cold and bleak, causing one's heart to subconsciously shiver. Hualala, there was the sound of seawater breaking apart. Like this, a large ship sailed out from the fog. It had a mottled hull, a broken ram, and a towering mast with damaged sails hanging from it. At first glance, it seemed like such a dilapidated ship. A slightly larger wave would be able to smash it into countless pieces. But it walked through the raging waves as if it were walking on flat ground. The massive hull floated above the waves, as if it were on a different plane. No matter how the waves crashed against it, it didn't shake at all. That yin chill that caused the temperature between the heavens and earth to fall came from this ship, as if it came from the Netherworld and was stained with the aura of the dead. Netherworld ship. There were loud shouts from the 3 mountain islands. Countless cultivators widened their eyes, their faces filled with ecstasy and excitement. The crowd began to gather and stir restlessly, but no one moved. This was because it was impossible to board the Netherworld ship before it stopped. If they recklessly approached, they might even be injured by the yin-cold aura of the ship. Everyone's eyes widened as they waited for the Netherworld ship to stop. There was only one exception. Qin Yu lowered his head and looked at Princess Lushi in his hands. Whether or not this matter would succeed would depend on how much weight the princess had in the hearts of the sea monster races. Princess Lush's heart shrank as a foreboding feeling rose in her heart. But before she could speak, a surge of magic power broke into her body. Her eyes widened in disbelief and she fainted before she could even utter a single sound. "Brat, what do you dare? If you harm the princess in the slightest, I will skin you alive. You bastard, you still haven't let go." Even though the Netherworld ship had arrived, the sea monster races still didn't let go of Qin Yu's surveillance. His every move and action was watched by countless eyes. What he did to Princess Lushi immediately caused the eyes of countless sea monsters to turn bloodshot. Qin Yu had no expression. He said in a low voice, "Fellow Taoists of the sea monster race, today I will be the first to step onto the Netherworld ship. He didn't hide anything. With the support of magic power, his voice echoed through the air. On the 3 mountain islands, countless cultivators were rubbing their fists in anticipation. Then, they were immediately enraged. You are the first one, but what about us? In particular, some tyrannically strong individuals who were filled with confidence had gloomy complexions that seemed as if they could drip water. The Netherworld ship was extremely difficult to board. One needed to fight for a position, and if they didn't stay for a certain amount of time, it would cause serious bloodshed. With so many negative conditions, correspondingly, there had to be some benefits as compensation. These benefits were prepared for the first cultivator to step onto the Netherworld ship. The yin-cold strength that hadn't dissipated from the ship would condense into a block of black ice. To the variant sea monsters of the Netherworld sea region, this was a great temptation. With this, as long as one's luck wasn't too bad, they could subdue a powerful variant sea monster. If they could use this as a mount or as a fighter, it could be said to be like adding wings to a tiger. Many people gathered their strength in order to rush in first place. But before they even started, Qin Yu had already occupied the spot. What was the meaning of this? Surname Qin, just what was the meaning of this? The enraged cultivators glared at the thousand-craft house, wishing they could use their eyes to tear Qin Yu to pieces. The sea monster races were stunned for a moment before they flew into a rage. What was the meaning of this? Did he think they were his slaves? That he could order them around? This human cultivator really deserved to be skinned alive. With tens of thousands of cold and callous eyes on him, if one's mental fortitude was slightly weaker they wouldn't be able to withstand it. But, Qin Yu's complexion remained calm, without the slightest change. Before he spoke, he had already expected this situation. What was there to be afraid of with looks? If looks could kill, he would have long since been invincible under the heavens. A magic power surged in his hands and a cruel aura spread outwards, covering Princess Lushy. No one doubted that with a single thought, the most dazzling pearl in the sea could be turned into minced meat. The sea monsters were enraged. They trembled. They had seen shameless people before, but they had never seen someone so shameless. This was simply breaking the bottom line of their monster lives. Whoosh! The giant turtle broke through the water. High Deep White's complexion darkened. Fellow Daoist Qin, don't go too far. Qin Yu lightly said, I don't want to say the same words a second time. Either the sea monster races help me and be the first to step onto the Netherworld ship, or I will kill the princess now and accompany her on the road to the Yellow Springs. The Netherworld ship will soon stop. You don't have much time to consider. He didn't speak any further. Slaughter energy tumbled around him, making it clear that he wasn't speaking nonsense. High Deep White's chest heaved up and down. He never imagined that Qin Yu would force the situation into a hopeless situation with a single move. Moreover, he had completely ruined the plan he had discussed with the Whale Sovereign. If he agreed and Qin Yu boarded the Netherworld ship, it would be even more difficult to rescue Lushy. But if he refused, High Deep White wouldn't be wrong. This surname Qin really would kill someone. Even if he was pretending, he didn't dare to gamble. The Netherworld ship began to slow down. Soon, it would stop. If he hesitated any longer, it would be too late. Chapter 109. Genius in a Second. Remember Love Go? This is the web that provides you with wonderful novels to read. Suddenly, several cultivators flew out from the 3 mountain islands. Each one was at the late Golden Core realm. Their powerful auras pierced through the skies like spears. Everyone from the sea monster race. The Netherworld ship is the only chance for us human cultivators to enter the Netherworld sea region. Your race has never interfered before, so do you plan on making an exception today? The old man in the lead asked. Golden light appeared around him and a figure circled around him. He was a hollow nascent soul realm powerhouse. On that day, this person had been the one who had advised Qin Yu to leave the 3 mountain islands. High Deep White took a deep breath, his eyes cold. Do you mean that my sea monster royal family will lose their lives because of this? The old man frowned. I have no such intentions. But that surname Qin cultivator is only bluffing. You are all intelligent, so how could you possibly fall for his trap? High Deep White sneered. Can you guarantee it? Or can you guarantee it? If something happens to my royal family's princess, will you bear the consequences? The complexions of the several people changed. Even if they had a 99% chance that Qin Yu wouldn't dare to kill them and perish together with them, but a 10% risk was more than enough. If they were truly related to this matter, then none of them would be able to survive the anger of the sea monster race. The hollow nascent soul old man had an ugly complexion. It looks like the sea monster race is preparing to intervene. High Deep White had no expression. I hope that everyone can understand and not make things difficult for me. Whoosh, whoosh, the seawater shattered and countless sea monsters appeared. They viciously glared at the several people, their killing intent undisguised. The anger that had been bottled up in their hearts for the past several days made them wish that they could immediately begin a slaughter. The hollow nascent soul old man roared, although the sea monster race is strong, the human cultivators of my 3 mountain islands will not agree to this. Bang ere bang, the auras of powerhouses erupted from the 3 mountain islands, representing the unyielding attitude of the Golden Core powerhouses. It was going to be a large-scale battle between the human cultivators and the sea demon cultivators. Anger flashed in High Deep White's eyes. Although he was a royal prince and was highly trusted by his royal father, it was because of this that he had to be even more careful. His brothers had never given up on coveting his position. If today's matter wasn't handled properly, then the delicate and fragile balance between the human cultivators and the sea demon tribes would be broken. The series of severe consequences that would occur would be unbearable even for him. As if sensing the sea demon's hesitation, the human cultivators' momentum increased. Golden Core powerhouses constantly flew out of the 3 mountain islands, their momentum surging. Qin Yu narrowed his eyes. Beads of cold sweat dripped down his back. Deep in his heart, the feeling of being locked onto by a vicious beast had reached the extreme. Love go small say net. It seemed that in the next moment, a terrifying power would come and crush him into powder. Even so, he still stood up straight and maintained a calm expression. Suddenly, the feeling of terror dissipated. Qin Yu relaxed a little. As he looked at the several golden cores, there was a trace of pity in his eyes. Since he was fine, it was the others' turn to be unlucky. Bang, the water surface split open, and the black-armored burly man strode over. Without saying a word, he punched out. The hollow nascent soul realm old man's eyes popped open, his face full of fear. Without any time to dodge, he exploded in the air. Broken bones and rotting flesh flew through the air, dyeing the water red before being washed away in the blink of an eye. The whale sovereign was expressionless. His saber-like eyes swept around. Now, who else has any objections? Beside the hollow nascent soul old man, several golden cores paled and their legs shivered. Just now, if the range of the bombardment had been just a little bit larger, they would have all died together in the Yellow Springs. On the 3 mountain islands, the golden core sect that had risen up turned and left, not afraid of losing any face at all. Nascent soul, this was absolutely a nascent soul. In front of such a level of strength, you still wanted face. It would already be good if you could preserve your life. Whoosh, the last wave was torn apart and the Netherworld ship came to a stop. But at this time, no one dared to take a single step forwards. The whale sovereign turned around. His black armor rubbed against each other, causing light cracking sounds to ring out. His eyes were as sharp as arrows shooting out from the heavens. Qin Yu's face was a bit paler, but his body was still straight as before. He grabbed onto Princess Lush's hand, not trembling in the least. A deep light flashed in the depths of his eyes. The whale sovereign slowly said, "The sea monster races agree to your request. After we enter the Netherworld Sea region, we will allow the princess to leave. Otherwise, I swear that no matter where you flee to, I will find you and kill you." No one doubted the oath of a nascent soul powerhouse. Qin Yu was no exception. "Senior, rest assured that I do not wish to end my life with the sea monster races." He stared at the whale sovereign, motionless. The whale sovereign turned around. "This matter is settled. I will leave first." Whoosh, a monstrous light flashed and he broke through the skies. The 3 mountain islands were thrown into chaos. But no matter how restless they were, no one dared to disobey the will of the whale sovereign. High Deep White's complexion was ugly. "Fellow Daoist Qin, please, Qin Yu put away the 1000-craft house. Light flashed around him. He grabbed onto Princess Lushy and flew towards the Netherworld ship. The cultivators and sea monsters all had incomparably complex expressions. Ever since the Netherworld ship appeared, this was the first time such a situation had occurred. Despicable villain. Shameless to the extreme, jealousy filled their hearts and they cursed endlessly. But they couldn't stop Qin Yu's figure at all. He landed on the Netherworld ship. A yin-cold aura rushed into his body from the deck. All the hairs on his back stood up, but it immediately vanished from sight. It was like a mark had been left on a cultivator's body. Before Qin Yu could think too much about it, the yin-cold aura that hadn't yet dispersed from the Netherworld ship began to rapidly gather, condensing into a thumb-sized bead in front of him. The bead was pure black and translucent, as if it were made from some sort of glass or jade. It clearly reflected a person's face. A fluctuation suddenly spread out from the storage ring, extremely weak. If Qin Yu hadn't been on full alert, he wouldn't have been able to sense it. Surprise flashed in his eyes before he composed himself. Qin Yu reached out and took the black bead in his hand. It was icy cold to the touch. On the 3 mountain islands, some cultivators who were determined to obtain it saw this and their eyes turned red. Deep White simply waved his hand and led the sea monsters away. Whoosh, whoosh, with the sound of breaking air, countless cultivators shot into the skies, rushing towards the Netherworld ship. Although the benefits of being the first to board the ship were gone, the fact that there was a limited number of people on board didn't change. Even if they boarded, they might not be able to stay behind. But it was better to board first than to fight with others below the ship. Bang air bang, violent fluctuations of strength erupted. A fierce battle had already begun. Moreover, it was rapidly spreading through the tide of cultivators at an astonishing speed. Qin Yu stood on the deck, clearly seeing all of this. His complexion was calm, without the slightest ripple. Yes, he had boarded the Netherworld ship without any effort, but he had also paid a tremendous price. For instance, that black-armored sea monster nascent soul powerhouse with an unfathomably deep aura. Although this person seemed carefree and relaxed, Qin Yu didn't doubt that he was enraged to the extreme in his heart. If there was a chance, this sea monster nascent soul would definitely tear out his tendons and grind his bones to ashes. This was how the world was. There were gains and losses. A massive number of cultivators boarded the ship. Soon, the deck became crowded, but there wasn't a single person within 30 feet of Qin Yu. It wasn't that everyone was afraid of him, but that no one wanted to approach him lest they provoke trouble. In his hands was the sea monster royal princess. If something were to happen to her, who would be able to bear the consequences? Qin Yu was happy to have some peace and quiet. He sat down cross-legged. Of course, he had to hold on to the princess tightly. She was his protective talisman. The slaughter continued. On 3 mountain islands, the white-haired sword cultivator stepped forwards. His aura was thick and cold, sword intent crisscrossing his body. As long as anyone approached within 50 feet of him, they would be attacked by his sword intent. Wherever he passed, blood would splash out and severed limbs would fly everywhere. Countless cultivators cried out in pain and fear as they drew back. Lone Sword Island's White Demon's Word. What a terrifying sword Dao cultivation. He hasn't even drawn his sword, but his sword intent is already crisscrossing. I fear he has already reached the heart sword boundary. With his late Golden Core realm cultivation and the terrifying attacks of a sword cultivator, there are few beneath the nascent soul realm that are his match. White Demon's Word stepped on the void, his eyes looking at Qin Yu with undisguised killing intent. He coldly sneered and the surrounding cultivators all retreated in panic. It looks like White Demon's Word is very interested in the first place reward. That surname Qin cultivator borrowed the strength of the sea monster races to board the ship first, but he has also made many enemies for himself. After entering the Netherworld Sea region, if he doesn't release the princess, the sea monsters will definitely kill him. But if he releases the princess, that will be enough for him to drink. There is a 90% chance that this surname Qin cultivator won't be able to return. Cultivators glanced at each other, quietly expressing their opinions. Qin Yu suddenly opened his eyes. He looked at a pale-faced cultivator and lightly said, If fellow Daoist can come back alive, I am sure we will meet again. The pale-faced cultivator's complexion changed. He revealed an awkward expression and turned to leave. Everyone else hurriedly shut their mouths, cursing their ears. They were so far away and their voices were so soft, yet they could still hear him. The air was filled with the scent of blood and the surface of the sea was dyed red. As time passed, the sounds of slaughter gradually faded away. In 2 hours, at least several hundred cultivators had died where they stood. Of course, most of them were at the Foundation establishment realm. As long as Golden Core Masters didn't look for trouble, boarding the ship was simple. Qin Yu was still the focus of everyone's gazes. From time to time, people would glance at him, most of them filled with hostility. Thus, he didn't notice that there were several gazes that seemed off. Qi Quan clenched his teeth. That bastard's life is so tough. Even though I framed him, he still managed to survive. These sea monsters are really useless. Han Shonai frowned. Fellow Daoist Qi, be careful with your words. Qi Quan took a deep breath and nodded. Han Shanye's complexion relaxed a little. Fellow Daoist Qi, there is no need to worry. Although this plan wasn't able to kill him, I already have a plan in mind. After entering the Netherworld Sea region, this surname Qin cultivator will die without a doubt. Qi Quan's eyes brightened. Elder Han, are you speaking the truth? Han Shonai whispered several words into Qi Quan's ear. Qi Quan revealed a happy expression. He looked up at Qin Yu, a fierce smile on his face. If everything went smoothly, then even if this person who killed senior apprentice Sister Xiong had 3 heads and 6 arms, he would still be torn to pieces by the sea monster race. Whoosh, the Netherworld ship began to move without warning. It tore through the waves and sailed into the fog. The cultivators on board were stunned for a moment before being overjoyed. No one thought that the Netherworld ship would stop for such a short period of time. From start to finish, it had only been a little over 2 hours. Outside the ship, the cultivators that didn't have a chance to board were left panic-stricken. Many of them were injured and had been preparing to rest and recuperate before attacking, but who knew things would turn out like this? In a hurry, nearly 100 cultivators shot up into the skies, all of them attacking the cultivators they had chosen in order to seize a spot in the final moments. The cultivators that were attacked resisted with all their strength, not hoping to injure or kill their opponents. As long as they could last for a moment, these people would naturally retreat. Ah! There was a miserable cry from outside the ship. A cultivator wasn't paying attention and was suddenly covered by a mass of fog. It was like he had fallen into acid. His flesh and blood began to rapidly corrode, revealing his organs and bones. He struggled to escape, but even though he flew out of the range of the fog, the corrosion was still like maggots in his bones. Finally, he fell into the sea, splashing blood everywhere. The cultivators chasing the Netherworld ship had no choice but to stop in fear. They looked on with unwillingness as the ship entered the range of the fog. Several breaths of time later, a sea breeze blew past and the fog rapidly dissipated. The calm sea surface returned to its original state, with no trace of the Netherworld ship to be seen. My wife had a cesarean section in the afternoon. At noon, I hurried back to my hotel to write. I didn't have any intention of acting pitiful. After all, I liked this profession and it had given me sufficient rewards. I only hoped that every reader could understand the helplessness an author would feel at times and that they would do their best to acknowledge their work. Chapter 110. Genius 1 second. Remember if you want to go. Sure, Net provides you with wonderful novels to read. The sound of the waves disappeared as the Netherworld ship sailed through the mist. Or perhaps, it was this strange mist that was carrying it forward. It was completely silent. Qin Yu keenly sensed that more and more people were looking at him. The awe and fear in their eyes had greatly diminished, replaced by a burning heat. He wasn't unfamiliar with this sort of gaze. After thinking for a moment, he locked on to Princess Lushy. It was rumored that the women of the sea monster royal family were all born with a spirit-receiving body. As they cultivated, they would accumulate a massive amount of heaven and earth spiritual strength within their bodies. They couldn't use this spiritual energy themselves, but they could transfer it to their husbands after they got married and help their cultivation greatly increase. Now, it seemed that the rumor was true. Qin Yu's eyes flashed and he composed himself. Even if there were people who coveted Princess Lushy, no one dared to do anything in front of everyone. Otherwise, once the news was leaked, what awaited him would be an extremely tragic end. Lying on the deck, Princess Lushy revealed her exquisite body. Her long eyelashes fluttered for a moment before she fell silent. After an unknown period of time, just as Qin Yu thought that someone couldn't hold themselves back any longer, the Netherworld ship trembled and the sound of crashing waves came from within. They had arrived at the Netherworld sea region. As expected, the mist quickly dispersed, and an unfamiliar region of the sea appeared before everyone's eyes. The sky was dark and overcast, giving off the oppressive feeling of a gloomy rainy day. The reflection of the sea surface was almost black. The raging waves rolled and roared incessantly, and the wind howled in the air. Whoosh, whoosh, without warning, the moment the Netherworld ship came to a stop, the cultivators on board burst out, including Qin Yu. At this moment, regardless of their cultivation level, they all used all their strength and burst forth with their fastest speed. The Netherworld ship connected the Netherworld sea region to the outside world. Every time it opened, it needed to collect a certain amount of sacrifices. The sacrifices were the cultivators who boarded the ship. Even though the offerings were chosen randomly, those who were left behind had a much higher chance of being chosen. Ah! With panicked screams, several cultivators were wrapped up in a blood-red light. They were the Netherworld ship's choices. Within the blood-red light, they rapidly melted into flesh and blood that finally fused into the hull of the ship, becoming a part of it. Under normal circumstances, once the Netherworld ship made its choice, it wouldn't target anyone else. However, there were always unexpected occurrences. Qin Yu's complexion darkened. He instinctively loathed the feeling of his soul being locked onto. Love go small say net come, a blood-red light appeared, covering him and Princess Lushy. He didn't know why, but his intuition told him that he was a fish in a pond that had been caught in the crossfire. But thinking about these things was meaningless at this time. Shui Guang clearly wouldn't care about his thoughts, and it was impossible for him to abandon Princess Lushy. Amidst countless gloating eyes, Qin Yu roared out loud. His aura rose like an invisible hand, forcefully breaking apart the blood-red light. The Netherworld ship shivered. At this moment, Qin Yu's hair stood on end. He felt as if death had locked onto him. But in the next moment, this feeling vanished, as if it had never appeared. Fear appeared on the faces of countless cultivators. There had been people who had rejected the Netherworld ship's sacrifice long ago. Each one of them was an absolute powerhouse, and their strength was terrifying to the extreme. It seemed that besides what Qin Yu had revealed, he was also hiding his strength. Sinister as expected. Many of the cultivators cursed in their hearts, but they were secretly glad that they did not act rashly. Whoosh, whoosh, the cultivators on the ship dispersed, some in groups of 3 to 5, but most chose to travel alone. The Netherworld sea region was incomparably dangerous and the death rate was extremely high. Most of these people died from the hands of those who were hiding in the shadows. Although it seemed safe to travel with others, that wasn't necessarily true. Qin Yu lifted Princess Lushy and howled away. But at this time, a figure suddenly blocked his path. White hair and sword. It was White Demon Sword. His eyes were wild and his expression was icy cold. Fellow Daoist Qin, I hope that we do not meet again. A chill circulated in his voice. With the cry of a sword, this person rapidly flew away. Qin Yu was expressionless. With several flashes of his figure, he vanished from sight. A moment later, far away from the Netherworld ship, Qin Yu was about to stop when he suddenly frowned. Countless blood threads erupted from Princess Lushy's hand, drilling into their bodies like living creatures. At some unknown time, she had opened her eyes. Her expression was cold and harsh, but there seemed to be a hint of relief in her eyes. Qin Yu's complexion darkened. Your Highness, I believe that you should give me a reasonable explanation for this matter. Princess Lushy clenched her teeth in hatred, but she didn't dare to say anything. The 1,000 threads unbound not. You should know that even if we cannot truly live and die together, it is simple for us to rise and fall together. If you dare to have any improper thoughts towards me, I will immediately commit suicide and you will be severely wounded at the very least. Black lines covered Qin Yu's face. This sea monster royal woman seemed to think that he was far too tempting. He coldly said, "Don't worry, I have no intentions towards the princess." Princess Lushy was startled. She was immediately enraged. "What do you mean you have no intentions towards me? Do you think I am ugly? That damned human cultivator." Women were always unreasonable. As for the specific reason, one could refer to stories about beasts and beasts. Qin Yu let go and took a step back. "I will keep my promise and allow the princess to leave. But, I must remind the princess not to be caught by others." Princess Lushy coldly sneered. "Are you afraid of being implicated? Shouldn't she be pleasantly surprised that she had been released?" Indeed, it was impossible to guess the thoughts of women. Qin Yu was disinclined to speak with her. He turned and walked away. Princess Lushy stomped her feet in anger. "You despicable human cultivator, wait for me to go back and gather some masters. We will capture you and bring you back to the royal palace so that I can take revenge on you." Whoosh! Princess Lushy fell into the sea. Several beams of monstrous light flashed and she returned to her true form. She was actually a petite single-horned flood dragon. Her jade scales shimmered in the black seawater. With a sweep of her tail, the flood dragon dove deep into the sea, rapidly departing. After Qin Yu flew several hundred miles away, he had already set aside the matter of Princess Lushy. At this time, what blocked his path was a lobster monster. In truth, this was a giant lobster that had been magnified 100 times over. Its entire body was steaming with monstrous energy. Its scales were black and its eyes flashed with a blood-red light. It was clear that its mind wasn't too bright. Seeing Qin Yu, the lobster monster howled and broke through the water. Its thick pincers reached out, its blood-red eyes filled with excitement. It simply didn't say a single word before attacking. It was simple and crude. Indeed, the sea monsters of the Netherworld Sea region were all dangerous individuals. Qin Yu flicked his sleeves and the lobster monster was sent flying away. It exploded with a loud bang. Fierce fluctuations spread out from the storage bag. But this time, it was different from before. With a look of surprise, Qin Yu flicked his sleeves. With a flash of light, 2 items appeared. One was the soul-burying flag that had been destroyed by the soul-burying arrow, and the other was the black short sword, the 100 nether sword. Whoosh! The 100 nether sword left its sheath on its own. It stabbed into the lobster monster's flesh and blood. A trace of black energy flowed into the sword and the 100 nether sword cried out in excitement. As its master, Qin Yu could feel its desire. After experiencing so many slaughters, the 100 nether sword had never responded. Could it be that the sea monsters of the Netherworld Sea region were different and could increase the strength of the 100 nether sword? This thought flashed through Qin Yu's mind. He waved his hand and took back the 100 nether sword. He suppressed his thoughts and looked at the soul-burying flag first. He boarded the Netherworld ship. As the cold yin energy condensed into a bead, the soul-burying flag emitted a weak fluctuation. He turned his hand and took out the black bead. He probed it with his mind, but there was no response from the soul-burying flag. Qin Yu thought for a moment and then placed the bead on the soul-burying flag. After several breaths of time, something occurred that left him gratified. The surface of the bead began to melt away, slowly fusing into the soul-burying flag. Perhaps there was a chance that this destroyed treasure could be restored. But, he didn't know whether or not Black Sky Demon was still inside. A moment later, the entire bead fused into the soul-burying flag. Although he didn't sense any changes, Qin Yu believed that the insides were changing. He put away the soul-burying flag and grasped the 100 nether sword. After a moment of thought, his aura began to spread out. Since the Netherworld Sea region's sea monsters might contain the strength that the 100 nether sword needed to increase its strength, he naturally had to verify it. If it was true, reality proved that the sea monsters of the Netherworld Sea region had extremely sharp senses. Not long after Qin Yu released his aura, a fish monster rushed out. This fish monster's body was flat and its mouth was at its abdomen. Its mouth was filled with fierce and strange fangs. The monster energy around its body fluctuated. It was clearly a level stronger than the lobster monsters. The fish monster opened its mouth, but before it could even howl, a black light shot out. A layer of monster strength appeared around the fish monster's body. In front of this black light, the fish monster was as fragile as a bubble, instantly bursting apart. Puff, with the sound of a sharp blade piercing through flesh and blood, the 100 nether sword pierced through the fish monster's eye, directly piercing through its brain. This variation sea monster that was known for its potent vitality didn't even make a sound before it died. Qin Yu's eyes brightened. When it came to killing the fish monster, it was the 100 nether sword that had acted on its own. As he carefully observed it, the scales on the fish monster's body began to dim. It was as if something within its body was being extracted and plundered. It was really useful. Whoosh, the sea surface broke apart and a third sea monster rushed out. It carried a giant spiral shell on its back. It was a sea snail with astonishing defensive capabilities. However, beneath the 100 nether sword, its formidable defensive power wasn't able to display any effect at all. The sword followed the cracks in the spiral shell and stabbed into its body. Hum, 3 sea monsters died. But the 100 nether sword seemed to have recovered some of its memories and began to hum with excitement. If it weren't for Qin Yu calling it back, it would have continued to kill until the end of time. There was nothing he could do about it. He was hungry. If anyone were thrown into that barren land and buried for over 1,000 years, they would also end up like this. Qin Yu grasped the unwilling 100 nether sword. His lips curved up as he stroked the blade. Don't worry, since you've come to this place, I'll naturally let you eat your fill. But these small shrimps are boring. Let's go eat a feast first. As if sensing its master's thoughts, the 100 nether sword hummed and settled down. Qin Yu lifted his hand. A jade archive appeared in his palm. This was a sea map of the Netherworld Sea region that had been drawn up by the cultivators that had passed through it over the years. It wasn't comprehensive, but there were several important danger zones that were clearly marked. Originally, this sort of marking was meant to remind cultivators to stay as far away as possible. But now, whoosh, with a flash of light, Qin Yu howled far away. Several hundred miles soon passed. Although the boundless sea region seemed unchanging, by comparing the currents to the black shadow in the distance and comparing it to the sea map in his hand, he was able to approximate his position and direction. He wouldn't go to the black shadow in the distance for now. He would first find a place to have the 100 nether sword eat its fill. An hour later, after cutting down 17 sea monsters, Qin Yu came to a stop. In front of him, the sea surface was covered with whirlpools. The seawater roared as it rushed deep into the seabed. This place was called the 9 Nether Winding Paths. The seabed was covered with countless holes that extended in all directions. It was incomparably complex, and there were many powerful sea monsters of the Netherworld Sea region gathered here. If a cultivator entered, they would most likely die. Qin Yu had no intention of entering. With a flick of his sleeves, he summoned the thunder magic sword and thrust it into the sea. Chapter 111. Genius 1 second. Remember if you want to go. Sure, Net provides you with wonderful novels to read. Purple lightning spread out. Although the power of the lightning had already weakened by the time it reached the bottom of the sea, it was still a great provocation to the sea monsters that lived there. It's already a miracle that we didn't cause trouble for outsiders like you, but you actually dared to come here and provoke us. You're courting death. Don't say anything else. Kill him. Whoosh, whoosh, the surface of the water suddenly burst open, and 2 strong sea demons jumped out of the water. They seemed to be close relatives, and both were some kind of pointy-headed fish. Its body was dozens of feet long, and its scales were thick and dense. Clearly, its defense was astonishing. Its tail, gills, and limbs were neither fish nor fowl. No matter how one looked at it, it looked like a hybrid between a human and a fish. Indeed, the high-level sea monsters of the Netherworld Sea region were all strange mutated species. It was no wonder that they weren't recognized by the sea monster races and viewed each other with hostility. However, although it was a little strange, the aura of a Jindan could not be faked. The 2 fish demons were still very powerful. The 100 nether sword trembled, almost shedding tears of excitement. Master is a good person, bringing me to eat such a delicious meal. No, I'm so happy that I'm going to faint. Although the eyes of the two golden core fish monsters were filled with a blood-red light, it was clear that they had a bit of intelligence. As their eyes fell on Qin Yu, they simultaneously revealed a look of vigilance. The monster race's perception of auras was far above that of human cultivators. Although Qin Yu hadn't done anything and had restrained his aura, they still felt threatened. This was especially so when facing the two of them right now. He wasn't the slightest bit afraid, and his calm demeanor caused the fish to feel apprehensive. However, they had already come to their door, and they had also jumped out. If they turned around and left now, it would be too embarrassing. How could they continue to stay in this place? The two fish monsters were a bit regretful. As they were hesitating, the 100 nether sword made their choice for them. Whoosh, the scabbard was unsheathed and slashed down, putting aside the power. Just this aura alone was definitely full marks. But this time, the 100 nether sword had suffered. Although there were many golden core realm fish monsters in the sea region, they were still absolutely powerhouses. How could it be so easy for you to cut it up like vegetables? As the demonic light erupted, the 100 nether sword was trapped within. It trembled and found it hard to break free. Bang! A column of water shot out. The 100 nether sword was bent and sent flying back. The two fish monsters revealed complacent expressions. With the two of us joining forces, it would be easy to deal with you. Although this cultivator hadn't attacked yet, his treasure had already been destroyed, so it didn't seem too difficult to deal with him. Hehe, then I'll get rid of him for dinner. But before the two of them could even sneer, the 100 nether sword flew back at an even faster speed. The blade of the sword was in perfect condition. There wasn't even a mark on it. It didn't look like it was damaged at all. Bang! The 100 nether sword slashed down. His aura was ferocious, as if he was roaring with his hands on his hips. I'll fight whoever stops me from eating. The corners of Qin Yu's lips twitched. You're going to eat me and yet you don't allow me to resist. This overbearing, and shameless temper. I like it. However, if the 100 nether sword were to act on its own, it was unknown just how long it would take to wear down these two fish monsters. It was very likely that the fish demon sensed that something was amiss and fled. Qin Yu's feet stepped forwards. The air seemed to explode. Like a fierce tiger descending a mountain, he brazenly attacked. Bang! Air bang! With a loud explosion, the two fish monsters were sent flying backwards. They cried out miserably and spat out blood. The 100 nether sword took advantage of this opening. Two black lights flashed and the fish monster's pitiful cries came to an abrupt end. The 100 nether sword trembled in the air. A mass of black light covered it and the sword blade cried out as it swallowed in great gulps. The narration was as follows: woo woo woo, this is too blissful. I eat. I eat. I eat. I eat. I eat. I eat. As the 100 nether sword gorged itself, its face filled with intoxication as it absorbed the food, the sea monsters in the 9 nether winding path were strangely enraged. Although boss fish and second brother fish were just minor characters, for better or worse they were still monsters from the 9 nether boundary. If they were slaughtered so easily and cleanly, they would lose face. Revenge was out of the question, but this person and his sword could not be let go. Whoosh, the seawater parted and the giant crab broke through the surface. Its body was covered in an iron-grey carapace and it waved its pincers. It opened its mouth and roared, its momentum fierce. The sea monsters sneered upon seeing this. Since the crab monster had attacked, the fate of this man and his sword was basically decided. Who didn't know that while the old crab monster wasn't the strongest, its defense and endurance were the most terrifying? But what happened next left the sea monster's jaws hanging open. After a moment of shock, they couldn't help but curse out loud. Qin Yu grabbed the 100 nether sword and turned to leave. Bang! Blood-red flames ignited. Like a meteor, he cut through the horizon and rapidly flew far away. This fellow, he didn't even fight and instead ran away. What a coward, he had no guts. The crab monster was a bit resentful, but he was even more smug. He coughed and looked around. Did you see that? That ruthless fellow that cut down boss fish and second brother fish just ran away in fright when facing this old crab monster. What is dignity? What is momentum? What is subduing the enemy without a fight? Do you understand now? The crab monster waved its pincers in high spirits. Then, it turned and dove back into the sea. Qin Yu's face was gloomy. He had already stimulated the blood escape art to the limit. The 100 nether sword could feel the chill in its master's heart and obediently remained motionless. Love go little say neck just now, when the crab monster broke through the water, Qin Yu felt his heart skip a beat, as if a great calamity was about to befall him. This feeling was inexplicable, but it was also real and intense. It was like a blade had been placed on his body, ready to cut him down at any moment. In that instant, Qin Yu thought of Princess Lushy and the 1,000-thread everknot she used. This woman, she actually hadn't broken the connection. Qin Yu had an impulse to curse out loud. If something were to happen to Princess Lushy, then disregarding the anger of the sea monster races, he would immediately be severely wounded and on the verge of death. In a place like the Netherworld Sea region, to be reduced to such a state, how was that any different from dying? Qin Yu clenched his teeth. The blood-red flames around him burned even more fiercely and he sped up even more. Somewhere in the Netherworld Sea region, giant waves tumbled about. Deep rumbling sounds came from the bottom of the water. A battle was underway. Princess Luscious' original form was a flood dragon and she was being besieged by 4 variation sea monsters. Although a flood dragon's body naturally possessed the ability to control seawater, she was far too young and her strength was lacking. Beneath the siege of 4 powerful sea monsters, she could only bitterly persist. In the periphery, several black-robed cultivators sneered. The spirit medicines that the Holy Lord bestowed upon you are truly fierce. They can even temporarily control variation sea monsters. If it weren't for them, wanting to capture that little girl wouldn't have been easy. This voice was familiar. It was the demonic path cultivator Han Shonai. He shook his head, a bit helpless. What a pity, a royal woman must have a perfect body in order to be used as a sacrifice, otherwise, Chi Quan flattered, Elder Han, once you capture the sea monster royal, you will definitely be able to help the Saint Furnace complete its awakening. At that time, the Saint Sun will reward you handsomely and your cultivation will rise greatly. Han Shonai laughed. After this, I will make some arrangements. I will have the sea monster races blame the death of the princess on that surnamed Qin cultivator. At that time, even if he has 3 heads and 6 arms, he will still die in the sea region. Fellow Daoist Qi will have avenged Fairy Xiong. Qi Quan cupped his hands together. Thank you for Elder Han's brilliant plan. Han Shonai smiled in satisfaction. The Holy Lord had arranged this mission and sent 2 Saint Sons. This was because he valued the furnace as well as a test for the Saint Sun. He was a follower of the firmament Saint Sun. If he could help the Saint Sun win, then what could the present rewards be compared to his future prospects? This was the most important thing. A cold light flashed in Han Shanya's eyes. We've already delayed long enough. The little girl doesn't have much monster strength left. Control the 4 sea monsters and capture her no matter the cost. If this were a slaughter then it would have been over long ago. But capturing someone alive was a technical task. Yes, Elder Han. A demonic path cultivator took out a magical shell and blew into it. Sound waves spread out and the 4 controlled sea monsters immediately went berserk. Princess Lushy, who was struggling to support herself, was instantly surrounded by danger. Countless wounds appeared on her body, and the smell of flood dragon blood caused the 4 sea monsters to release their instinctive brutality. Their attacks became even more ferocious. A demonic path cultivator took out a bowl-shaped magic tool and absorbed the flood dragon blood that fused into the seawater. This was to prevent the smell of blood from spreading out and attracting other sea monsters. This robbery had clearly been premeditated. Not only could they capture a sea monster royal and use her as a top sacrifice, but they could also shift the blame onto Qin Yu and force him to his death. More and more blood flowed out of Princess Lushy. Her body began to turn cold and weak. For the first time, fear appeared in her flood dragon eyes. In order to maintain the dignity of the royal family, no matter how afraid she could maintain her calm and composure in front of others. But in terms of the flood dragon race's age, she was still a little girl in her teens. When death arrived, she would still feel fear. King Father, Queen Mother, Big Brother, where are you? Lushy is about to die. Hurry and save me. Tears flowed out, condensing into round pearls that fell into the dark seabed, as if foretelling her doomed fate. Inexplicably, the princess thought of Qin Yu. This was all because of that despicable human cultivator, otherwise how could she have fallen to such a state? If I die, King Father and the others will definitely take revenge for me, and you can forget about living either. No, that's not right, the 1,000-thread ever knot is still here. If I die, even if he doesn't die, he will still lose 7 or 8 layers of skin. At that time, he will definitely be eaten up by the variation sea monsters. As she thought this, Princess Lushy didn't feel any guilt at all. Rather, she felt a bit gratified. That Qin bastard deserved what he got. Suddenly, a fluctuation spread outwards. Flood dragons had an innately sharp perception towards water currents. Princess Lushy looked up with teary eyes. She saw a blood-red beam of light piercing through the seawater, rushing towards her at an astonishing speed. Her eyes widened. That was, bang, a wild strength swept out. The 4 raging sea monsters were sent flying away. The demonic cultivators waiting on the periphery had incomparably ugly complexions just as they were about to achieve their goal. Where did this bastard come from? He actually dared to meddle in the matters of the demonic path. Was he tired of living? Han Shanya's eyes were icy cold. He was startled for a moment before he sneered again and again. It was this brat. Good, this was far too good. Qi Quan clenched his teeth. Elder Han, please attack and kill him. Han Shonai coldly waved his hand and the 4 demonic cultivators rushed out. Of course they had to kill him. Otherwise, if news of them surrounding and killing a sea monster royal spread out, then even if they didn't have any evidence, they would still stir up trouble. The Holy Lord had repeatedly warned them that no matter what they did in private, they couldn't tear apart any pretense of cordiality with the sea monster races. However, with this Qin fellow's sudden appearance, their plans would have to change. The human cultivators had gone mad and Princess Lushy had decided to perish together with them in order to protect herself. This wasn't a bad idea. It was easier for the sea monster races to accept. Moreover, it was simpler and more feasible than the original plan. Qi Quan diabolically grinned. He snatched the conch and blew into it with all his strength, controlling the 4 sea monsters to rush towards Qin Yu. Roar, roar, the 4 variant sea monsters roared out. Qin Yu's expression was ice cold. He stepped forwards on his own initiative, drawing out the 100 nether sword and pouring magic power into it. The 100 nether sword excitedly cried out. A faint light began to shine on the black sword blade. The sea monster in front of him had countless tentacles. Just as it was about to wrap around Qin Yu, a black light flashed and its body froze. Puff, a massive amount of black liquid sprayed out, causing the entire black water to instantly turn pitch black. Qin Yu's hands didn't stop. The 100 nether sword thrust out, sinking into a large mouth that was biting at him. The sword blade pierced through the jaw and straight through the brain. He turned around, avoiding the sweeping claws. The 100 nether sword flew out of his hand, and there was a faint puff. The last sea monster forced its way to Qin Yu's side, but what welcomed it was Qin Yu's fist. The strength of the demon body was comparable to a hollow nascent soul realm cultivation. With the 2 superimposed together, the sea monster's hard head exploded like a ripe watermelon. And at this time, the 4 demonic cultivators had just arrived. As they looked at the black water in front of them, they hesitated. They didn't fear Qin Yu, but were worried that they would be accidentally injured by the 4 rampaging sea monsters. Chapter 112. Genius 1 second. Remember if you want to go. Sure, Net provides you with wonderful novels to read. Qi Quan activated his magic power to blow the conch. He stared at the blackened seawater, his eyes filled with violence and excitement. Kill, kill, kill. Tear him apart. At this moment, a light catcher sound came from his hand. Qi Quan's face stiffened, and he looked down in astonishment. When he saw a crack on the conch, his eyes went wide. Bang, the conch exploded, and countless fragments flew out, piercing Qi Quan's head and face. His 2 eyeballs were extremely unlucky, and they exploded on the spot. Ah! He screamed and rolled around in the sea. The few devil cultivators who had rushed out were startled. When they saw Quan Chi's miserable state, their faces paled. Whoosh, the seawater split apart and Qin Yu rapidly rushed out. Before the demonic cultivator could respond, he was sent flying away. The sound of bones breaking made one's scalp tingle. Without a single cough, he fell to the ground like a corpse. With a flick of his sleeve, a massive wave of seawater surged out like a sledgehammer, enveloping the other two devil cultivators. The two of them screamed as they were crushed. The last demonic cultivator turned to flee, but a black light flashed in front of him. He clutched his neck and spasmed a few times. As he spat out a large mouthful of blood, his body softly fell to the ground. Han Shanye's eyelids jumped up. He suddenly realized that he had greatly underestimated Qin Yu's strength. In just a few seconds, he had killed 4 mutant sea monsters, as well as 4 of his subordinates. One had to know that they were all golden core cultivators. Han Shanyi didn't care about Quan Sheng, who was rolling about in pain. He turned around and fled. It was unknown what magic treasure he used, but his speed was astonishing. In the blink of an eye, he was far away. Qin Yu's eyes flashed. His fingers moved and a talisman broke apart, turning into a beam of light that shot out. His gaze fell onto Quan Chi. As if sensing danger, Quan Chi took out the copper mirror and injected his magic power into it. He screamed, "I'm not afraid of you. I'm not afraid of you." The copper mirror shone brightly and shot out a beam of light. All the seawater that it passed through was evaporated into nothingness. Incomparably valiant. Unfortunately, the direction of the beam of light was still a good distance away from Qin Yu. With a flick of his sleeve, the water current swept Qi Quan away and ended his life. Then, he raised his hand and sucked the copper mirror into his hand. Sure enough, this bronze mirror was the one from the ancient cultivator's cave dwelling. This item should have been in Xiong Ruyu's hands, but after he killed her he couldn't find it. Who would have thought that it would appear in the hands of this demonic cultivator? Feeling the resistance from the copper mirror as well as the faint hostility, Qin Yu had a thoughtful look on his face. His thoughts raced, and in several breaths of time he roughly understood what was happening. Sure enough, there was no such thing as love or hate without reason in this world. The reason why these devil cultivators had come looking for him was because of Xiong Ruyu. Thinking about it this way, the hostility from the sea demon race was most likely related to these demonic cultivators. The black seawater gradually scattered, revealing Princess Lush's figure. She had returned to her human form, her face pale and her aura weak to the extreme. At this time, his eyes fell on Qin Yu. His lips moved but he didn't say anything. Qin Yu frowned. He said in a low voice, "Your Highness, I have already allowed you to leave, so why haven't you undone the 1,000-thread unending knot? If you were half a step late today, not only would you die, this Qin would also die." Princess Lush's eyes widened. The guilt and gratefulness in her heart instantly vanished. She clenched her teeth in hatred. Sure enough, this surname Qin is a disgusting bastard. He only saved me because he didn't want to be implicated. She took a deep breath and coldly said, "I am injured. Protect me for several days. Don't worry, once I return I will explain everything clearly. The sea demon race will not make things difficult for you again and will even give you some compensation." Qin Yu thought for a moment and nodded. His complexion was still ugly. It had to be known that there was a limit to how long he could stay in the Netherworld Sea region. He still had many things he needed to do, so where did he have the time to waste? But leaving behind Princess Lushi clearly wasn't an option. This woman would definitely use the 1,000-thread unending knot as an excuse. In addition to the potential threat of the sea demon race, Princess Lush's teeth itched. "If it weren't for you, would I have ended up in this situation? Bastard." But the princess had clearly forgotten that it was she who had been deceived by others and provoked Qin Yu first. Of course, this wasn't something the princess would think of. Even if she did, she would subconsciously ignore it. Qin Yu didn't bother with any nonsense. He grabbed Princess Lushi and rapidly flew away. Princess Lushi clenched her jaws. "Endure, endure, I will endure." After flying out 1,000 miles and dealing with several sea monsters along the way, Qin Yu dug out a cave dwelling on a reef at the seabed. Thankfully, The terrain of the Netherworld Sea region was complex. There were trenches that were hundreds of thousands of feet deep and immeasurably terrifying, and there were also towering mountains that were less than 100 meters from the sea. Otherwise, just the seawater alone would have crushed a person to death, so how could he have even thought of digging out a cave dwelling? Qin Yu tossed down some pills and returned to his room. Love go small say net. Chu Princess Lushy hesitated again and again. In the end, she took the pill and carefully examined it. Then, she clenched her teeth and swallowed it. Soon, her eyes brightened and the worry on her face scattered. She quickly closed her eyes and began to heal. At this time, Qin Yu was holding the 100 nether sword, carefully sensing its changes. After this demonic treasure swallowed 6 golden core variant sea monsters, besides the blade becoming a deeper color, there wasn't any other change to its surface. Qin Yu carefully probed it. Its aura was only slightly stronger than before. But after killing 3 variant sea monsters, he could feel just how powerful it was. He stroked the scabbard, feeling the rough bumps and bumps. He thought for a long time, a thoughtful expression on his face. It seemed that although the 100 nether sword had recognized him as its master, it hadn't truly opened up to him. But that didn't matter. Since it had already recognized him as its master, there would be plenty of time in the future. One day, he would find out just what sort of treasure the 100 nether sword was. He placed it in his storage ring and took out another object. It was the copper mirror he had just obtained. Including this object, all of the harvests from the ancient cultivator's cave dwelling had fallen into Qin Yu's hands. He hadn't painstakingly schemed against anyone, but the people who schemed against him had already died. It wasn't too big nor too small, it could be considered a taunt. Returning to the main topic, the copper mirror clearly rejected him. This was different from when a magic tool's master died and its relationship with a magic tool was immediately dissolved. Qin Yu wasn't startled or angry. Instead, he smiled. This was because this meant that the copper mirror was no longer a dead magic tool. Rather, it had its own simple judgment of likes and dislikes. In other words, it had its own consciousness. Spirit treasure, Qin Yu carefully probed it. After a long time, he was overjoyed. This was because he discovered that this time, he might have obtained a harvest that surpassed his expectations. The copper mirror was a spirit treasure. However, it seemed to have suffered heavy losses a long time ago, causing its consciousness to be damaged and the vast majority of its strength to be sealed away. What remained might only be 1/10 of its peak strength, or even less. 1/10 or even less of its strength was able to display the might he had seen before. If it were restored to its peak, then perhaps even a nascent soul would have to retreat. Qin Yu's smile widened. He tried to refine it, but he wasn't worried. This was a spirit treasure, so how could it be so easy to subdue? He would raise it first. Taking out several pills, Qin Yu sat down cross-legged to refine them. Cultivation was like rowing a boat against the current. If he didn't advance, he would fall behind. The reason he had his current strength was because of the little blue lamp. But, no one could erase Qin Yu's own hard work. 5 days later, Princess Lushy walked out of her room. Qin Yu responded and directly said, "Can we go now?" Princess Lushy lifted her snow-white neck and coldly nodded. Qin Yu turned and walked away, his voice echoing out from afar. "Unravel the 1,000-thread unending knot." Before his voice fell, he was already far away. Princess Lushy finally couldn't maintain the cold arrogance on her face. She stomped her feet in anger. "What a good surname, Qin. You really think I'm a burden? You're afraid I'll implicate you, but I'm the one who's afraid you'll implicate me." She angrily slapped her forehead. A mass of blood-red light appeared in front of her, with countless threads tangled together. Perhaps this was what the 1,000 threads unbroken was like. With a ruthless slap, the blood-red light shattered. Princess Lushy let out a sigh of relief. She stamped her feet and rushed out of the cave dwelling. In the distance, Qin Yu could feel an invisible connection within his body sever. He knew that the 1,000 threads unbroken had been undone and he relaxed a little. He really didn't want to be entangled with the sea monster races any longer. If everyone went their own way and didn't interfere with each other, then that would be for the best. Now that the troubles were over, It was time to get to work. Whoosh, Qin Yu rapidly flew away. An hour later. The 9 nether winding path. Repeating the same method from before, he summoned the thunder magic sword and thrust it into the sea. Purple lightning spread out. The crab monster was in the limelight. In particular, several sea monsters that were usually flirting with each other had brought it autumn spinach, making it feel even more comfortable inside and out. After the glory passed, it lazily lay down in its cave, sleeping. It didn't know what it was dreaming about, but it was so beautiful that it kept running up its nose. Purple lightning swept over. The crab monster quivered and was immediately enraged. Don't you know the prestige of this old crab? Where did this fool come from? Do you want to die? Sensing it, holy shit, it was actually that human cultivator from a few days ago. Good brat, when you saw this old crab's glory you turned tail and ran away in fear, and now you still dare to come back. Hee, this old crab won't give you a chance to run away. Brat, just wait for your death. Magic power surged around Qin Yu's body. He flew in the air, the 100 nether sword hanging at his side. As if it could feel the summons of a delicious meal, it was excited. Suddenly, seawater violently erupted, condensing into a giant column of water that came crashing down. The crab monster was hidden within. As the column of water rushed up, its 2 pincers slashed out. Prepare to die. Bang, the column of water shattered. The crab monster was startled. It thought that this brat had some skills. In the next moment, a boundless strength swept out. With a light cracking sound, the crab monster's pincers began to crack. It opened its mouth, but before it could even scream in pain, a black light howled out, drilling into its mouth. The crab monster's massive body froze in place. With a loud bang, the 100 nether sword flew out. Qin Yu's lips twitched. He could clearly see that before the crab monster's eyes dimmed, there was a deep bitterness in them. It was clear that the crab monster found it hard to accept how it died. Bang, the crab monster smashed into the sea, stirring up massive waves. The sea monsters in the 9 nether winding path were stunned, unable to wrap their heads around what had just happened. What was the old crab doing? Why had it been defeated so quickly? Because of the column of water, they weren't able to see what had happened. But it was clear that the brat outside wasn't as simple as they imagined. He was absolutely a ruthless character. The sea monsters revealed looks of dread. Their eyes swiveled around, but none of them made a sound. The golden core variant sea monsters had already regained some of their sanity. Although their desire to kill was intense, none of them were willing to seek death. Suddenly, from deep within the 9 nether winding path, a divine sense fluctuation spread out. The eyes of the hesitant sea monsters brightened. Whoosh, the shark monster rushed out. It bit down on the crab monster's corpse, tearing it apart and swallowing it whole. Blood gushed out in all directions. Countless sea monsters gulped, but they were a step too late. They could only cry out in pity in their hearts. In the blink of an eye, the crab monster's corpse was cleanly eaten up. The monster energy around the shark monster had clearly become much more tyrannical. Without delay, it flicked its tail and howled out. Whoosh, the shark monster's 70 to 80 foot long body was exposed to the air. It opened its mouth and spat out a mouthful of black water. Chapter 113. Genius 1 second. Remember if you want to go. Speak Net, to provide you with wonderful novels to read. This black water was the poison that the shark monster had accumulated in its body after eating countless sea monsters for many years. It was a life-saving trump card, but it didn't feel any pain spitting it out. If it killed this cultivator and then ate him, perhaps its strength would rise to another level. What did losing a little venom count for? Many eager sea monsters curled their lips as they saw this. They cursed the old shark in their hearts for using such a powerful move. What did they have to do with it? What a pity for this boy, otherwise if he ate him, the taste would be amazing. As the sea monsters gulped, Qin Yu allowed the venom to fall onto his body. From start to finish, he didn't move at all. Countless sea monsters were left dumbfounded. Brat, where did the nimbleness of killing that old crab just now go? Although we all know that you will definitely die under the old shark's hands, this is far too simple. The sea monsters that were a step too late and didn't have the chance to attack felt their intestines turn green with regret. Who would have thought that things would be so simple? The shark monster was startled for a moment before reacting. It was fully confident in its venom. Let alone a human cultivator, even a sea monster with the strongest poison resistance would die without a doubt. It had to hurry. Otherwise, if the venom corroded away, there wouldn't even be a scrap of flesh left. What a pity. The shark monster rushed forwards, opening its mouth to swallow the corpse. It certainly had its own methods of dealing with its venom so that it wouldn't cause any harm to itself. Bang! A fist drilled out and heavily smashed into the shark monster's mouth, sending it spinning away. Its mouth was completely torn open, and it let out a blood-curdling woo-woo wail without being able to make a sound. Whoosh! The 100 nether sword seized this chance to attack, easily drawing out another drop of blood. It could be called the best killer. An invisible strength gushed out from the void, wrapping around the shark monster's corpse and pulling it to his side. Qin Yu waved his hand and the shark monster's corpse vanished, placed in his storage ring. He had no use for the corpse, but the shark monster's teeth were indeed treasures. In the past, the strange fish had used 108 teeth to refine the storm flow magic tool that had forced back the 7 slaughter demon sect master, Heavenstar Demon. There was simply no one else that could match its might. It wasn't easy for him to run into another qualified one, so he certainly couldn't miss out on it. As for why the shark monster's venom had no effect on him, he could only blame his bad luck. Although the Netherworld Sea region didn't distinguish between day and night, the little blue lamp was able to accurately sense the rotation of day and night. So now was the time for the Foot of Sea Blue Light. And under the protection of the Foot of Sea Blue Light, Qin Yu possessed the world's most potent poison immunity. When he was wrapped in black venom, all he needed to do was take out the little blue lamp and all of the poison would be extracted and condensed into his right index finger. The shark demon was dead. Love go small say neck dead again. How did he die? The sea demons were dumbfounded. When Old Crab died, he didn't see it clearly. But this time, it was right in front of his eyes. The poison had already wrapped around this human cultivator, but he was still fine. Did the old shark's venom expire and deteriorate? Alright, this joke was indeed too cold. But who could tell them what the F***CK was going on? Big fish, second fish, old crab, and old shark, 4 sea demons of the 9 underworlds had fallen at the hands of this human cultivator. This wasn't anything at all. If they were able to cultivate to the golden core level, which one of them hadn't eaten a cultivator or two? But the key point was that this matter was far too mysterious. Besides that black sword who had added the final blow, the other 4 had died in an inexplicable manner. The sea demons weren't stupid. Panic began to appear in their eyes. This cultivator was too strange. A deep roar echoed out from deep within the 9 underworlds' winding path. It was cold and cruel, and the sea demons all revealed looks of fear. Whoosh, whoosh, 6 variant sea monsters broke through the water. Without a single word, they used all sorts of supernatural abilities. Water columns, venom, strong winds, and so on were all normal, but what the hell was this spitting fire? Come on, you are sea monsters. You are sea monsters. Bang! The blood escape art erupted. Qin Yu dodged the attacks and approached the fire-spitting sea monster, sending it to its death with a single punch. Abnormalities were often strange, and strange things weren't easy to deal with. It was best to eliminate them first. This told them that there were no advantages to being strange or flashy. Being honest and low-key was the way of the king. Qin Yu superimposed his strength with the blood escape art as well as the 100 nether sword that could deal additional damage to the variant sea monsters. Although these 6 sea monsters were tyrannical, their fate had already been decided. Sea monsters fell into the sea one after another. Another variant sea monster that met the requirements of Stormflow was placed into Qin Yu's storage ring. A great harvest. The 100 nether sword cried out in excitement, nearly fainting. As if sensing its urgency, another group of sea monsters drilled out from the 9 underworlds' winding path. This time, there were 10. Qin Yu revealed a dignified expression. But he still chose to take the initiative. He rushed out with the blood escape art, his demon body overbearingly swept out, and the 100 nether sword flew up and down, slaughtering everything in its path. Deep within the 9 underworlds' winding path, in the nearly black seawater, a giant head appeared. Its single eye shined with a sharp light, as if it could pierce through the seawater and cover Qin Yu and the 100 nether sword. Its eyes were cloudy and uncertain, filled with hesitation. Bang! The last sea monster was cut down. The 100 nether sword tore through its flesh and blood and flew out. The sword body surged with black light, swaying back and forth as if it were drunk. Qin Yu flicked his sleeves and took it back. Then, he turned and left without hesitation. Using the blood escape art with all his might, he turned into a small dot on the horizon and vanished from sight. Deep within the 9 underworlds' winding path, the giant head paused for a moment before emitting a deep roar of annoyance. But, faintly, it seemed to relax a bit. After flying far away, Qin Yu came to a stop. He looked back at the 9 underworlds' winding path, his complexion dark and obscure. When he was cutting down the sea monsters just now, he had felt an extremely terrifying threat beneath that part of the sea. Qin Yu didn't know what it was, but since the 100 nether sword had swallowed enough sea monsters, he might as well leave to avoid any complications. Since the other party didn't chase after him, it should be because it didn't want to come into conflict with him. This result wasn't too bad. Whoosh! Qin Yu rapidly flew far away. In the netherworld sea region, there was a mass of clouds. It was unknown why it had condensed, but it was a bone-chilling cold that didn't disperse all year round. It covered a massive area of the sea. Inside, yin and yang were reversed, the 5 elements reversed, and ghosts filled the air like the yellow springs of hell. The dangers here were even higher than in the sea. Every time the netherworld sea region opened, there would be cultivators that entered and then stayed there forever. The scope of this fog was called the netherworld realm. It was rumored that the reason the netherworld sea existed was because of the netherworld realm. Everything that the demonic path had done in secret was here. Sure, the light converged, revealing Qin Yu's figure. As he hurried along, he had consumed pills to restore himself. The 100 nether sword had fallen into a deep slumber, but this was clearly a good thing. Once it awoke, its strength would rise by leaps and bounds. Qin Yu looked up. In front of him was a mass of black clouds that seemed to condense in the darkness of the night. As if it had been frozen, it slowly surged about. This was the netherworld realm. Standing outside the black clouds, the temperature in the air had fallen by a great deal. His breath instantly condensed into countless tiny icicles. However, the surrounding sea surface wasn't affected by the cold at all. Waves still tumbled about, but the flow was a bit slower, as if it had become much thicker. Looking around and not sensing anything wrong, Qin Yu's figure flickered and he flew into the netherworld realm. For a land covered in black clouds to be called the netherworld realm, it naturally had its differences. As he flew into the clouds, it was like he had entered a completely different world. As he probed with his divine sense, it was hard to distinguish between left and right, front and back. The seawater beneath his feet had turned a light red color. It was like diluted blood. Standing within was like standing in a sea of blood. Woo-woo! Wind blew against his face, the icy cold biting into his bones. This was the sound of the wind, but it was also the cries of departed souls. The sharp syllables were like countless needles, attacking the soul from every opening. If one's soul was slightly weaker, they would suffer endless pain under this attack. They might even lose their will and be controlled by the departed souls. Qin Yu frowned for a moment before composing himself. He swept his eyes around and was just about to leave when he suddenly stopped. 2 shadows leapt up from underground, hurtling towards him. Before they approached, a yin-cold aura rushed towards him, leaving his heart cold. Departed souls. From the outline of the 2 shadows, they were undoubtedly humanoid. Qin Yu didn't have time to consider why the departed souls in the netherworld sea region would be humanoid. He flicked his sleeves and summoned the thunder magic sword. Peeper, peeper, a purple lightning spread out. The 2 departed souls smashed into the thunder. With a loud scream, they turned into smoke. The power of thunder was of the highest yang attribute. It was the natural nemesis of all yin and cold evil beings. Since Qin Yu dared to step into the netherworld realm, he was naturally prepared. As if sensing the aura of the thunder magic sword, Qin Yu hurried along the way. None of the departed souls dared to attack him again. Even so, he could still occasionally feel the yin-cold aura of the departed souls. It was clear that although they were in awe, they hadn't given up. Qin Yu hurried along, carefully searching for traces of the demonic path. Although he seemed calm, he was actually on high alert. The Netherworld realm was infamous. He didn't believe that he could scare them away with just the Netherworld magic sword. 2 hours later, Qin Yu suddenly stopped. His icy cold eyes swept around. The Netherworld realm was extremely dark, but he could clearly see the faint fluctuations of the seawater in the distance. In addition to the faint traces of infernal energy, humph. To take the initiative, Qin Yu grabbed the thunder magic sword and thrust it into the sea. Magic power poured in and purple lightning erupted. The surrounding 1,000 feet of sea region instantly turned into a sea of thunder. Roar, roar with pained roars, sea monsters broke through the water. Their rotten bodies were covered in wounds, even revealing pitch-black bones. Sea corpse monsters. There were no living beings in the Netherworld realm. Sea monsters that entered by mistake would have their bodies taken over by the departed souls after they died, turning into these incomparably strong monsters that didn't fear death. They were departed soul puppets and were also servants of high-level departed souls. If so many sea corpse monsters appeared here, then there must be high-level departed souls here. Qin Yu had a dignified expression. He pulled out the thunder magic sword and slashed down. The lightning turned into a saber that cut down on the nearest sea corpse monster. Its massive rotten body was soaked in corpse energy and was as hard as iron, but at this time it was easily cut in half like butter. The thunder saber didn't stop. It continued to cut down, cutting apart the corpses of 5 sea monsters before vanishing in the air. Magic power surged, his black robes fluttering in the wind. With the thunder magic sword in hand, Qin Yu was like a thunder god descending to the world, slaughtering to his heart's content. Besides their own stench, the terrifying sea corpse monsters couldn't even touch a corner of his clothes. Every sea corpse monster needed several years to slowly form. To a high-level departed soul, they were their most important wealth. Not only could they use them to fight enemies, but they could also protect themselves from being swallowed by others of their kind. This speed of loss clearly surpassed the expectations of the high-level departed soul. An angry roar sounded out. Chapter 114. Genius 1 second. Remember if you want to go. This is the web that provides you with wonderful novels to read. Qin Yu stiffened. A large black hand appeared out of thin air and ruthlessly grasped at him. Bang! Purple lightning erupted. Qin Yu staggered away, barely managing to avoid the attack. He looked up with a pale face and then turned to flee. Shua, a black figure, appeared on the sea surface. It was over 10 feet tall and seemed solid. There was no other color in its black eyes. They were like 2 bottomless black holes, capable of swallowing a person's soul. It stared at Qin Yu as if it were locking onto a delicious prey. Its scarlet tongue licked its lips and it opened its mouth to silently howl. A terrifying sound wave wildly vibrated at a high frequency. It was like countless spinning knives, tearing apart everything. Qin Yu cried out miserably as he fell into the sea. The sea corpse monsters swarmed over and fished him out of the sea. Although they were drooling over him, they didn't dare to move at all. Looking at the delicious flesh and blood in front of it and smelling the alluring scent, the high-level specter's eyes revealed naked greed. It couldn't wait any longer. It wanted to suck out his brain and swallow his soul. Then, this powerful mortal body that was filled with strength would become its own. It opened its great mouth and a scarlet tongue drilled out like lightning. Shua Qin Yu's eyes flashed open, cold and sharp. In the next moment, the sky thunder bamboo arrived. Blinding purple lightning rose up from the sea, burning everything to ashes. The sea corpse monsters cried out miserably. The spectre hiding within them turned into nothingness. The high-level spectre wanted to flee, but after taking several steps, its body became smaller and smaller. After several breaths of time, the lightning converged. Qin Yu reached out a hand and a translucent bead fell into his palm. There seemed to be tumbling clouds within it. Probing it, he could see an astonishing amount of pure soul strength contained within. Qin Yu had a strange expression. He never thought that after the high-level spectre was purified by thunder, it would produce something like this. This bead could be directly refined and absorbed to enhance one's soul strength. It wasn't an exaggeration to call it a rare treasure. Should he take advantage of this chance to collect a few more? Once he left this place, he could refine them all and the intensity of his soul would surely rise. But while dreams were plentiful, reality was far too cruel. Qin Yu had underestimated the sensitivity of the high-level spectre towards danger in the netherworld realm. When he killed a high-level spectre, he would be stained with its aura. Often, before Qin Yu could approach, the high-level spectre would avoid him. Qin Yu thought about it for a moment and figured out what was going on. He was a bit disappointed. However, in this way, the incomparably dangerous nether realm had become a smooth road for him, and it could be considered an unexpected gain. Suppressing these thoughts, he focused all his attention on searching for traces of the demonic path cultivators. The truth was that at this time, Qin Yu was well aware that the netherworld realm was a separate space, and its interior was far larger than it appeared from the outside. In addition to the disorder of yin and yang and the 5 elements, it was very likely that after walking for a long time, one would end up walking in circles. 1 day. 2 days. Qin Yu revealed a happy expression. He lifted his palm and a talisman appeared, sparkling with light. When Han Shonai was running for his life, in his panic, he didn't notice that a talisman mark had fallen onto his body. Unfortunately, Qin Yu's control over talismans wasn't strong enough. In addition, the distance was far, so it was difficult for him to accurately lock onto the location. But at this moment, the sensory talisman in his hand lit up, indicating that the other party was nearby. Qin Yu carefully probed. According to the brightness of the sensing talismans, he soon found the correct direction. The Tao of talismans was truly marvelous beyond word. Sure, Qin Yu raced forwards. In the depths of the netherworld realm, there was a small island. It wasn't even a mile wide and was dark red all over, as if countless drops of blood had gathered and solidified. Slaughter energy lingered about it, shocking one's soul. This island was quite famous. It was called Blood Red Island, and it wandered through the netherworld realm. Today, on this island, black demonic energy tumbled endlessly. The runes of the array formation on the ground surged with a dark red light. From time to time, specters would fly onto the island, rushing in like moths to a flame. At the core of this array formation, a giant furnace stood tall. Blood-red veins appeared on its surface, like the meridians of a human. They greedily wriggled about, sucking in all the specters that rushed in. The specters woke up at the last moment. They could feel the terrifying aura coming from the furnace. They struggled and screamed, but they couldn't change their final fate. The sea around the island froze, forming a thin layer of black ice. As long as someone stepped onto it, they would suffer a deadly poison attack. This was the furnace's strength spreading out. At the critical moment of its awakening, it instinctively protected itself. Every sea monster's aura withered as they were imprisoned. Their faces were deathly pale and fear surged in their eyes. It was as if they had suffered a great fright. Outside the furnace array formation, 2 groups of cultivators were clearly separated. From time to time, their gazes met, cold and angry. But looking at their auras, they were undoubtedly demonic path cultivators. Han Shonai was among them, speaking in a low voice. In front of him was an arrogant demonic cultivator. He was ridiculously young, but his aura was tyrannical. He didn't speak, only frowning from time to time. A cold chill surged in the air, as if invisible blades were cutting at them. The demonic cultivators on the other side were clearly at a disadvantage. Whether it was morale, numbers, or strength, they were all suppressed. On the surface, the strongest was a 7th-level golden core cultivator, but his face was deathly pale. It was clear he had suffered heavy wounds. Beside him, a tall and sturdy figure was sitting cross-legged, revealing his broad and powerful back. It was impossible to see his face. One could only judge from his clothes and his steady and powerful heartbeat that he was a young man. The other demonic cultivators closely guarded the 2 of them. From time to time, they would look up with nervous expressions. It seemed that these 2 demonic cultivators didn't get along well with each other. The arrogant demonic cultivator looked up, his eyes sharp and bright like an eagle looking down on the earth. Shan Wugu, Northgate demon is in critical condition because he tried to save you. Shouldn't you be looking for something to treat him? Northgate demon hurriedly said, my injuries are fine, there is no need for Saint Sun Deep Blue to worry about me, he said in a low voice, anxiously, Saint Sun, don't fall for their trap. Shan Wugu lifted a hand, his voice calm and steady. Northgate, even if there is only a slight chance, I will still do everything in my power to save you. He raised his voice and said, Deep Blue, do you have any advice for me? Deep Blue said without expression, leave this island and head 100 miles north. There is something that can save Northgate demon. Hu Shan Wugu stood up. Wind stirred up, revealing half his face, shrouded in shadows. Northgate demon shouted out, Saint Sun, please reconsider. Shan Wugu smiled. Don't worry, I will return soon. Shua demonic light flashed. He rapidly flew far away, leaving the island in the blink of an eye. The demonic cultivators under his command all had red eyes, their faces full of admiration and gratitude. As they looked at the demonic cultivators across from them, there was even more hate in their eyes. Deep Blue's expression didn't change. A faint mocking light flashed in his eyes. Shan Wugu was indeed Shan Wugu, he was still skilled at winning over the hearts of others. But in this world, only the living could obtain the gratitude of others. As long as you die, these people will join me without hesitation. No one will shed a single tear for you. Deep Blue slowly said, men, add fuel. 2 demonic cultivators grabbed a sea monster. Ignoring its cries of fear, they tossed it into the range of the array formation. The sea monster's body melted like wax. It melted into meat paste that was injected into the array formation and absorbed by the furnace. The entire process only lasted for several breaths of time. But to the sea monsters, this was the cruelest torture in the world. They shivered, their eyes filled with hatred and resentment. Deep Blue was expressionless. The hatred of the weak was meaningless to him. Moreover, the more they acted this way, the better the effects would be. This time, the Saint Lord hadn't hesitated to consume his cultivation to open up a channel and send them into the Netherworld Sea. This was to borrow the strength of the dead souls here and use the sea folk as a sacrifice to awaken the slumbering Saint Furnace. Up until now, things had proceeded smoothly. In another 10 days, the Saint Furnace should awaken. At that time, that would be a great merit. Deep Blue suddenly frowned. He thought of something that dampened his mood. Han Shonai was extremely useless and had actually killed several of his subordinates. Humph, since he couldn't free himself, he might as well let this person go for now. The most urgent matter right now was to eliminate Shan Wugu. In the demonic path, a single Saint Sun was enough. Black clouds floated above his head and he stepped on a sea of blood. As Qin Yu walked forwards, his expression was grim and the jade slip in his hand shined with light. He wasn't too far away. Suddenly, Qin Yu's pupils shrank. He looked down at his feet. At some unknown time, a thin layer of ice had appeared on the sea of blood. It was as black as ink. Faint traces of icy coldness rose up from the black ice like needles, drilling into his body. This icy coldness contained an extremely terrifying destructive strength. It caused his blood to rapidly solidify and spread at an astonishing speed. Poison. Qin Yu frowned for a moment before composing himself. If it were any other cultivator, they would be distressed by this black ice poison. They might even lose their life because of it. But to Qin Yu, starting from a certain day, all poisons in this world had become meaningless to him. With a turn of his hand, a foot of blue light bloomed. The poison that drilled into his body was expelled by an invisible strength. It gathered in his limbs and bones, condensing into a black line that flowed into his right index finger. His fingertip became increasingly warm and smooth, as if it were made of jade. It shimmered with a faint halo of light. Qin Yu looked up. As he looked at the black clouds and the specters that were constantly flying in, his eyes brightened. Without a doubt, the 5-element spiritual objects that he had been searching for were right in front of him. But the more this was the case, the more he had to be careful. The demonic path must have made a massive amount of preparations for this secret mission. If he went any further, He would enter a tiger's den. Although Qin Yu was confident in his own strength, that didn't mean he would act recklessly. If he could achieve his goal with the least amount of effort, that would be for the best. How should he attack? His thoughts raced. Qin Yu's complexion changed. He took several steps to the side, avoiding the attack of demonic energy. He lifted his hand and punched out. In the time it took for a spark to fly off a flint, two fists collided. A terrifying strength collided. Finger bones groaned and a shaking strength swept out. Qin Yu coughed and drew back. The attacker didn't think his reaction would be so sharp. He let out a surprised gasp and a cautious look appeared in his eyes. The black ice on the sea surface was attacked by the two people's killing intent. Large tracts of ice splashed out in all directions. Sure, Qin Yu deflected the shaking strength and stopped. His body was bent like a taut bow, ready to erupt with a fatal attack in the next moment. He looked up, his icy cold eyes looking at the other side. But at this time, he frowned. His eyes widened and his body stiffened. In a battle between masters, a single moment of weakness could change the outcome. This should have been the best chance to attack, but the other side also seemed shocked. The two of them looked at each other. It was only when the sound of breaking air reached them that they regained their composure. There was no time to speak. They could only glance at each other and suppress their tumbling thoughts. Shan Wugu turned and shouted, "There is no need to worry. This is a good friend of mine from long ago." Deep Blue's complexion darkened. He swept his eyes over Qin Yu and coldly said, "Shan Wugu, you and I have always acted in secret, so how did your friend find this place? You must give me an explanation for this." Shan Wugu lightly said, "Meeting here is naturally a coincidence. What explanation does Saint Sun Deep Blue want?" Chapter 115. Genius 1 second. Remember if you want to go. This is the web that provides you with wonderful novels to read. Deep Blue coldly sneered. Coincidence? Shan Wugu, do you think I will believe such an explanation? He roared out, "Shan Wugu, how dare you? This matter is the order of the Saint Lord and involves a great secret of the demonic path, yet you dare to privately leak it out. If a mistake occurs because of this, then even 10,000 deaths cannot atone for your crimes." His eyes fell on Qin Yu, thick light swirling around him. What a good Shan Wugu, he had really underestimated his methods. He actually had the guts to play tricks on the Saint Furnace and seek outside help. Only a single person had come. Soldiers valued quality over quantity, so they were naturally used to deal with him. Thinking of this, Deep Blue's killing intent soared. Northgate Demon and the others were anxious. The Saint Sun had always acted in a safe and dependable manner, so how could he have made such a mistake and been caught red-handed by Saint Sun Deep Blue? This was bad. Shan Wugu was expressionless. There is no need for Saint Sun Deep Blue to worry. Since he is my friend, I will vouch for him. After rushing out of the island and arriving here, Han Shonai saw the face across from him. His complexion paled and his pupils subconsciously shrank in fear. His first thought was, why was he here? Those that could cultivate to the Golden Core realm naturally weren't idiots. His thoughts raced as he thought, this person had followed him here. Han Shonai felt a bitter taste in his mouth. He absolutely could not let Saint Sun Deep Blue know of this matter, otherwise he would surely suffer a miserable fate. As he heard Shan Wugu vouch for him, his eyes brightened. He took a deep breath and pointed a finger at Qin Yu. He angrily screamed, "Saint Sun, this subordinate recognizes this person. He is the one who rescued the sea monster royal princess and killed 5 powerhouses of my demonic path." Deep Blue's eyes flashed. "Elder Han, are you speaking the truth?" Han Shonai roared out, "This subordinate dares to guarantee it with his life." Saint Sun Deep Blue's eyes were like sabers. "Shan Wugu, how do you explain this?" Shan Wugu frowned. He had heard that Han Shanya's group had encountered powerful enemies and suffered disastrous casualties, but he never imagined that this was Qin Yu's doing. If so, things had become troublesome. Deep Blue lifted his hand. Demonic energy tumbled in his palm, condensing into a demon face that roared at Qin Yu. His lips curved up. "Shan Wugu, I already suspected you to be a spy of the righteous path, but I never had any evidence. Now, I finally had a handle on him. This person is your friend. Can you explain where his righteous aura comes from? Shan Wugu fell silent. Deep Blue stepped forward, roiling demonic chi erupting from his body. His cold gaze swept over them. You people, do you still want to listen to the name of the righteous path spy? Han Shonai sneered and waved his hand. The demonic cultivators behind him spread out, forming an encirclement. Love Go Small Say Netk, he was filled with excitement. If he could use this chance to eliminate Shan Wugu, then that would be a great merit to him. Northgate Demon and the others were enraged. Although they didn't believe this, they didn't know how to refute the current situation. Saint Sun Deep Blue's ability to discern demons was quite famous within the demonic path. Qin Yu's aura of righteousness couldn't be faked. Moreover, he had killed 5 devil cultivators. Under the bloody evidence, any form of rebuttal seemed powerless. Shan Wugu had already tacitly agreed. The hearts of his subordinates wavered. This was the perfect time to strike. Deep Blue's eyes flashed with killing intent. If he could eliminate Shan Wugu today, then even if he returned to the Total Faction headquarters, he wouldn't fear any investigation. Suddenly, a cold sneer echoed in the air. Compared to Deep Blue's wild and untamed demeanor, it was more of a cruel and ruthless killing intent. The surrounding space fell silent. Qin Yu's eyes were cold. Open your eyes wide and take a good look at just who I am. He took a step forwards. Bang! A wild aura broke out from his body. Infernal energy tumbled and the smell of blood filled the air. The demon body revolved, causing his blood vitality to seethe. At this time, he was like a demon king that had emerged from hell. There wasn't even the slightest bit of the righteous aura from before. After being impacted by this infernal energy, the surrounding demonic cultivators cried out in alarm and drew backwards, fear in their eyes. This infernal energy was condensed from Qin Yu's endless slaughter. In addition, most of those that died under his hands were Golden Core level powerhouses. The strength of this infernal energy wasn't something that ordinary cultivators could resist. Northgate Demon and the others were filled with awe. Such a terrifying infernal energy, it was unknown just how many lives had been slaughtered in order to achieve this. A righteous path cultivator? Righteous path, your grandma's legs. This was absolutely a hero of my demonic path. Shan Wugu looked deeply at him. He lightly said, Saint Sun Deep Blue, is there something else? Deep Blue's complexion was ugly. He coldly looked at him. Han Shanye's heart shook. He hurriedly said, Saint Sun, I swear that I am not lying. This surname Qin really did kill 5 of our masters. Qin Yu was expressionless. That's right, I killed them. He suddenly roared out loud, gnashing his teeth. You idiots, if it weren't for me interfering, that sea monster royal daughter would have already committed suicide. Do you really think you can suppress her and use her as a sacrifice? The Saint Lord ordered you to come here because he wants you to be careful. Once you force the sea monster royal daughter to die, the sea monster race will surely be enraged. At that time, even the Netherworld Sea region will not be able to withstand the anger of the sea monster race. If because of this, the Saint Lord's orders will be affected, it doesn't matter if you want to seek death, but it is impossible for you to drag us along with you. Han Shonai was shocked and angry. Suppressed by Qin Yu's aura, he didn't know what to say. Deep Blue cursed him inwardly for being trash. He coldly said, I don't care who you are, but it is a fact that you killed my demonic path cultivators. Shan Wugu, this person is your friend, so you should bear all responsibility. I believe that before we investigate this matter, it is not suitable for you to continue guarding the Saint Furnace. Shan Wugu's complexion darkened. Northgate Demon and the others were even more enraged. Qin Yu's eyes flashed. He casually lifted his hand and twirled his fingers. Shan Wugu's eyes were cloudy and uncertain. After a long time, he took a deep breath and said, I will take out evidence as soon as possible to prove fellow Daoist Qin's innocence. Let's go. Qin Yu's eyes lit up with a smile. Northgate Demon and the others were unwilling. They clenched their teeth and followed. Whoosh, whoosh, the group quickly left. Han Shonai had an anxious expression. Saint Sun, how can we let this person go so easily? Deep Blue shouted out, shut up. You recklessly attacked the sea monster royal daughter. Luckily you were interrupted, otherwise both you and I would have been in deep trouble." He looked in the direction that Shan Wugu and the others left in, a dignified expression on his face. That cultivator surnamed Qin wasn't someone to be trifled with. If they really did tear apart all pretense of cordiality, they might not be able to take advantage of him. As long as he could expel Shan Wugu and unseal the Saint Furnace, all the credit would be his. That was enough. However, just in case, he had to make preparations to avoid any accidents. "Men, continue to add fuel. Within 10 days, we must unseal the Saint Furnace." For a time, the panicked screams of the sea monsters on the blood-red island echoed through the skies. After leaving the island, Shan Wugu flew for some time. Then, he stopped and flicked his sleeves, shooting out a beam of black light. The black light rapidly expanded, turning into a large ship. It was black all over and its surface was no different from wood. But, if one looked carefully, they would discover that this ship wasn't real, but was condensed from demonic energy. Shan Wugu led the group to land on the deck. He lightly said, "Northgate, let's rest here for now." Northgate Demon hesitated. Shan Wugu smiled. "Don't worry, things will soon take a turn for the better." He looked at Qin Yu and cupped his hands together. "Fellow Daoist Qin, please." Pushing open the cabin, Shan Wugu flicked his sleeves. The ship's spells activated, isolating them from the outside world. The two glanced at each other and then hugged each other, slapping each other on the back. But in the next moment, they simultaneously pushed each other away, their faces full of disgust. "Get the hell away from me, you damned freak. Don't ruin my reputation." The two of them laughed. After laughing for a long time, their stomachs ached and their eyes reddened. Qin Yu took a deep breath. He clenched his teeth and roared, "Potato, you bastard. You're actually still alive. I was sad for nothing. How do you plan on settling this matter?" As Shan Wugu heard this, he revealed a look of reminiscence. After a moment of silence, he gently sighed. "In truth, I never thought I would actually survive." Shan Wugu was the Lang Tu who had been harmed by Shu Jian and thrown into the 100,000-foot abyss. The mysteries of the world were truly hard to predict. The brothers that had been separated in the past were reunited today. Qin Yu knew that Lang Tu must have experienced many things. He patted Lang Tu's shoulder and softly said, "How about we brothers have a chat?" "All right." There was a round table and 2 chairs. Qin Yu and Lang Tu sat across from each other. There was wine in front of them but no food. "I was poisoned by Shu Jian and knocked down a cliff. I thought I would die, but I never imagined that there would be a surging river below. Haha, the river was too cold and it flowed too fast. I fell into the river and broke many of my bones, but I managed to preserve my little life. Perhaps it was because I drank too much of the river water, but I vomited and vomited, so the poison in my body eased a little and I didn't die in the icy cold water. When I woke up, it was a demonic path cultivator who saved me." As Lang Tu spoke to hear, his face twitched. His voice darkened and he drank a mouthful of wine. "Of course, he didn't save me out of kindness. It was just that he was missing a suitable medicine man." Lang Tu paused for several breaths of time and then grinned. "In short, there were many things that happened, but I don't want to experience them again. You know that I survived, and I lived a very good life. My cultivation rose by leaps and bounds. After that, I coincidentally joined the demonic path. You know that my talent isn't good, so I had no choice but to walk the stupid path of body transformation. But, I never thought that the demonic path would have a cultivation method that was especially suitable for me. It was because of this that I was chosen by the demonic path Holy Lord and became the so-called demonic path Saint Sun. But, as you can see, my title of Saint Sun is quite exaggerated. If I'm not mistaken, I'm basically just a role to accompany the Crown Prince in his studies." There were many things that Lang Tu didn't want to remember, and there were also some things that he didn't want to say. Qin Yu could understand this, but he always felt that there was a barrier between the two of them. It was impossible for them to return to the way they were in the past. Perhaps this was the power of time. But as he thought of the little blue lamp, some of his emotions faded away. He laughed at himself. Didn't he also have some secrets that he couldn't speak of? People changed. Potato, that is all in the past. Being able to live is already a stroke of good fortune. Lang Tu nodded and laughed. I have no complaints. Compared to death, everything I experienced isn't anything at all. His eyes brightened. What about you, Taro? Just how much time has passed and you've reached your current cultivation? If you say that you didn't have any lucky chances, I don't believe you. Qin Yu smiled. He recounted the events of these past years. Although he carefully embellished his story, he couldn't help but cover up some traces. Lang Tu laughed. I was originally feeling a bit guilty for deceiving my best friend in the world, but now I feel much better. He waved his hand and said, no need to explain, no need to explain. It's fine as long as we understand each other. Qin Yu bitterly smiled and nodded. Chapter 116. Genius 1 second. Remember if you want to go. Sure, Net provides you with wonderful novels to read. The two of them fell silent at the same time. Perhaps they both felt some changes in each other. Love go small say Net. After a long time, Lang Tu smiled and broke the silence. He said in a relaxed tone, Taro, in order to avoid trouble, don't call me Lang Tu anymore. My current name is Shan Wugu. On his simple and honest face, there was a faint indifference. Lang Tu, after that day, he died. Shan Wugu, did he fall off the cliff and not even his bones remained? With such a name, one could imagine the resentment in his heart. Qin Yu calmly nodded. Good. However, I've already killed and poisoned Shu Jian and the others. Shan Wugu punched him. So it was you. The demonic path had wantonly invaded the Southern Empire and the Eastern Mountain sect had been razed to the ground. He had secretly investigated and found out that Shu Jian had died an inexplicable death, but he didn't know that Qin Yu had taken revenge for him. Shan Wugu smiled, feeling a bit moved in his heart. He chatted with Qin Yu for a bit longer before getting down to business. Qin Yu, why are you reminding me to withdraw? Just what is your plan? Qin Yu smiled. Luckily you're smart enough to see through my warning. I really don't want you to protect the Saint Furnace anymore, because the reason I rushed to the sea region was because of it. His eyes were earnest. Potato, I'll only call you by your nickname. That should be fine. Let me ask you, what is your mission for entering the sea region? Shan Wugu hesitated for a moment. He said, unseal the Saint Furnace. Qin Yu's eyes flashed. Do we need to use 5-element spiritual objects here? Shan Wugu's eyebrows arched up, as if he were extremely surprised. Qin Yu clapped his hands. That's great. Potato and the 5 elemental spiritual objects are my targets. Shan Wugu frowned. He was obviously in a difficult position. Qin Yu waved his hand. Listen to me. He pondered for a moment, and after confirming that there weren't too many flaws in the plan he came up with in a hurry, he began to explain in a low voice. Shan Wugu's eyes slowly brightened. Finally, after some hesitation, he nodded and said, all right, I believe you. Then let's make a bet. Qin Yu hesitated. Potato, my only worry is that this matter will implicate you. Shan Wugu's heart warmed. Don't worry. Something happened to the Saint Furnace and it is inevitable that it will be punished. But, I've already escaped and in addition to the repairs I made afterwards, it shouldn't be fatal. Moreover, compared to the expected benefits, these risks were nothing. If I'm lucky, my role as the Crown Prince's study companion might be able to reach a higher level. As he spoke, he winked. Moreover, I feel that your gains this time might far exceed your expectations. Love go small say Neck. Qin Yu's eyes brightened. Are you saying? Shan Wugu blinked his eyes. Guess. Seeing Qin Yu's annoyed expression, he laughed out loud. Qin Yu, oh Qin Yu, your luck is truly good. The Saint Lord spent countless methods to gather the power of the 5 elements, but now it seems that there is a high chance that it will belong to you. Qin Yu was overjoyed. The 5-element spiritual objects were actually complete, 5-element spiritual object. This wasn't recorded in the Jade Slip. It only mentioned that the demonic path's secret actions were related to the 5-element sacred objects. He originally thought that obtaining 2 of these spiritual objects was already a great stroke of luck, But this far exceeded his expectations. It was simply breaking through the heaven. One person wanted the Saint Furnace and the other wanted the 5-element spiritual objects. This could be called a happy ending. The two of them were prepared to pull out a tooth from a tiger's mouth, so they began to conspire. The original plan had been changed beyond recognition. In the end, both sides were satisfied with the result. After careful deliberation, 4 hours had passed. Qi knew, the Saint Furnace has formidable defenses. Even if you break through the surrounding array formations, it isn't something that a golden core cultivator can deal with. Are you really confident you can handle it? Shan Wugu frowned. Qin Yu smiled. Just act according to the plan. I have my own methods. Shan Wugu stood up. All right, I will immediately make arrangements. You can go into seclusion here. His expression was firm and resolute. He strode out, clearly erasing all unnecessary thoughts from his mind. Since he had decided to go all out, he would do it with everything he had. Qin Yu lifted his hand. Several array discs fell down, sealing in the cabin's aura. It wasn't that he didn't trust Shan Wugu, but that this involved the 5-element spiritual objects. He had to be careful. With a flick of his sleeve, there was a flash of light, and the corpse of the shark demon appeared on the ground. With his current cultivation, he didn't need to dismember the mad demon anymore. He used his mind to control the magic treasure and pulled out all its teeth. Counting them, there were 312 of them. Time was of the essence, so there was no need to say anything else. Begin. As for the Saint Furnace protection that Shan Wugu spoke of, Qin Yu indeed didn't have the strength to break through it. But this didn't stop him from having enough confidence in himself. Storm flow. The demonic path refining method that Yu Qi had left him in the past was extremely crude and effective. Unfortunately, it was a one-time transaction and the consumption of materials was terrifying. The average person simply couldn't afford it. Love go small say net even putting aside the materials, besides Qin Yu, who had the golden title of a demon body cultivator, who could release so much blood essence at once. Storm flow was not something that just anyone could afford to play. 10 hours later, 93 shark demon teeth were refined. Qin Yu's face was pale. He stopped for the time being and swallowed a pill to restore himself. Shan Wugu returned to the deck and ordered that no one was to disturb Qin Yu. Then, he picked out several trusted aides and hurried away. The demonic cultivators under him looked at the Saint Sun's back, all of them dispirited. Although they didn't know what use the Saint Furnace had, it was an indisputable fact that the Saint Lord valued it. Now that Shan Wugu had been expelled by Deep Blue and all the credit had been taken away, his status in the total faction headquarters would become even more awkward in the future. With a sigh, the demonic cultivators scattered. No one noticed that in the eyes of one of them, there was a hint of pride hidden beneath the worry and anxiety. He looked up in the direction that Shan Wugu and the others left in, a thoughtful expression on his face. A moment later, with an angry roar, there was a loud bang and a figure was sent flying away. Demonic light wildly surged around his body. It was clear that he had a treasure protecting him. Even so, blood gushed out from his nose and mouth and a stabbing pain came from his chest. It was unknown just how many bones had been broken. With a scream, this person turned and fled, diving into the black clouds. Shan Wugu was enraged. Capture him at all cost. Whoosh, whoosh, the demonic cultivator shot into the skies. Shadethorn Demon paled, his face filled with fear. He never thought that even with a demonic treasure to hide, he would still be discovered. Thinking about it, Shan Wugu's guard had been raised because of the leak last time. He had been too careless. The pain in his chest became increasingly heavy. Every breath he took brought with it a burning smell of blood and the circulation of demonic energy in his body stagnated. Behind him, there was an endless aura. It was clear that someone was chasing him. If this continued, it wouldn't be long before he was overtaken. Suddenly, Shadethorn Demon's complexion changed and he came to a stop. In front of him, a figure stepped out of the fog. Shadethorn Demon recognized him. He was an early Golden Core demonic cultivator that Shan Wugu had subdued not too long ago, Wordwind Demon. That's right, this person's strength was sloppy and ordinary. His only advantage was his speed. Not too long ago, Shadethorn Demon had secretly mocked this person for being a useless decoration. He never imagined that he would be blocked today. Shadethorn Demon took a deep breath. He suppressed the tumbling blood in his body and lifted a hand to attack. Wait! Whirlwind Demon waved his hands again and again. His thin and old face was filled with panic. Fellow Daoist Shu, I have come to save you. Shu Yuan was Shadethorn Demon's alias. His eyes flashed. Whirlwind Demon, what is the meaning of this? Whirlwind Demon smiled. Shan Wugu's defeat has already been decided. I have thoughts of joining Saint Sun Deep Blue, so I ask fellow Daoist Shu to recommend me. Shadethorn Demon relaxed a little. Whirlwind Demon hadn't been a subordinate of Shan Wugu for too long. In the current situation, it was normal for him to have thoughts of betrayal. Although Shadethorn Demon despised Whirlwind Demon's actions in his heart, he still revealed a friendly smile. Saint Sun Deep Blue is desperate for talent. As long as you can bring me away from here, I will definitely recommend you. Whirlwind Demon was overjoyed. Good, I will bring you away now. He flicked his sleeves and demonic energy wrapped around Shadethorn Demon. The two of them were like shadows, quietly fusing into the black clouds and rapidly flying away. Shadethorn Demon turned his head, his face cold. Shan Wugu, I fear you never imagined that the person you sent to kill me would actually save me. Although he had suffered heavy injuries this time, the information he had obtained was extremely important. After reporting this to Saint Sun Deep Blue, he would surely be rewarded. Thinking of this, a smile lit up his pale face. His eyes fell on Whirlwind Demon's back, filled with mockery. Who would dare to use someone who had betrayed their master? Perhaps it wouldn't be long before Saint Sun Deep Blue found some excuse to use him as cannon fodder. However, Shadethorn Demon didn't discover that Whirlwind Demon's back was facing him. His old and thin face was no longer filled with flattery, replaced with indifference. In the clouds, Shan Wugu, Northgate Demon, and several of his trusted subordinates stood high in the air. Northgate, isn't it a bit too excessive for me to do this? Northgate Demon cupped his hands together. Saint Sun, there is no need to think too much. This is something Whirlwind Demon did voluntarily. You promised to take revenge for him, so I'm sure he is extremely happy in his heart. Shan Wugu took a deep breath. Whirlwind Demon left behind a child. When I return, I will bring him to the Total Faction headquarters. I will compensate him for all of Whirlwind Demon's merits. Saint Sun is benevolent. The demonic cultivators bowed. This easily caused Shan Wugu's subordinates to acknowledge him even more. His expression was solemn. Although he still had a simple and honest face, he no longer had the heart of the past. Let's go. This is only the first step. We still have many things to do. Whoosh, whoosh, the group rapidly flew away. Netherworld Realm, Blood Red Island. With Shadethorn Demon leading the way, the two soon arrived. Whirlwind Demon was being watched over. He landed at the edge of the island, his expression nervous and his wretched face full of smiles. Deep Blue swept his eyes over him and frowned. He saved you. Shadethorn Demon respectfully said, yes. If it weren't for this person, I fear I wouldn't have been able to return. Deep Blue sneered. What a good Shadethorn Demon, to think you would be so stupid. You were used by others to bring back a spy and you still don't know anything. He shouted out loud, men, capture him. Whirlwind Demon's complexion rapidly paled. He screamed out, Saint Sun, forgive me, forgive me. He turned and begged for help, fellow Daoist Shu, save me, save me. Shadethorn Demon lowered his head, not saying a word. Deep Blue lowered his head, his sharp eyes staring at Whirlwind Demon. Speak, just what sort of trick does Shan Wugu have up his sleeve? Whirlwind Demon kowtowed again and again. Saint Sun, please forgive me. I only didn't want to accompany Shan Wugu to his death, so I saved fellow Daoist Shu and asked him to introduce me to you. Saint Sun, please understand that everything I say is the truth and I don't dare to lie to you. His thighs trembled and a pungent smell wafted out. The surrounding demonic cultivators widened their eyes and then their faces filled with contempt. The world was vast and there were truly all sorts of strange things. Some people used peeing themselves in fear, but a solemn golden core cultivator had actually peed himself in fear. Chapter 117. Genius 1 second. Remember if you want to go. Sure, Net provides you with wonderful novels to read. Kang Yun's eyes were filled with disgust. He waved his hand and ordered his subordinates to bring Wordwind Demon away. With such a personality, how could he be a spy? It seemed that Kang Yun had worried too much. Thank you, Saint. Thank you. Amidst the series of grateful shouts, Wordwind Demon appeared humble and shameless. His hunched back was like withered grass that couldn't bear even the slightest weight. Holy Sun, it seems like the news that the Shadowthorn Demon brought back should be correct. Since Shan Wugu is showing signs of a backlash, should we make preparations early? Han Shonai respectfully asked. Kang Yun's eyes were cold. Yin Thorn Devil, tell me. Dense beads of sweat dripped down Shadethorn Demon's forehead. He fell to his knees. Saint Sun, I can guarantee that Shan Wugu has no idea how much I eavesdropped on him. Taking 10,000 steps back, even if he knows that his scheme has been exposed, he can only act now because the Saint Furnace's seal is about to be unsealed and he has no time to change his plans. Deep Blue's lips curved up in a smile. If we can kill Shan Wugu this time, that will be your greatest merit. The Shady Thorn Demon was elated, but then he was a little worried. Based on his understanding of the Holy Sun, if this matter went smoothly, he would definitely be rewarded handsomely. But what if, he secretly prayed. Shan Wugu, you have to come. And at this time, the Shan Wugu that Shadethorn Demon was praying to had already led Northgate Demon and several other trusted subordinates away from the Netherworld realm. Winds billowed above the Netherworld sea. The demonic cultivators stood high in the skies. Shan Wugu had a solemn expression. He said in a low voice, everyone, you can still withdraw now. Otherwise, once you take this step forward, you will be tied together with me. We will live and die together. Northgate Demon fell to his knees. I am willing to follow the Saint Sun and sacrifice my life for you. We pledge our lives to follow the Holy Sun. All of them knelt in unison. Shan Wugu laughed. Good. Then let us give it our all. He took out a jade bottle and gave one to each of them. Take it. In the shortest time possible, do your best to control as many sea demons as possible. Northgate Demon had a calm expression. It was clear he already knew of this. As for the other demonic cultivators, they revealed looks of shock. The medicine to control the sea demons was obtained through hard work by the headquarters. There wasn't much of it, and almost all of it was given to them to bring to the sea for use. Now, Shan Wugu had casually taken out so many treasures, several times the amount of the total headquarters. The shock he caused could be imagined. In an instant, everyone's eyes lit up. It seemed like Saint Sun Shan Wugu wasn't without foundation in the main altar. In other words, his hidden background was far beyond everyone's imagination. Following such a person would naturally lead to a bright future. The demonic cultivators bowed respectfully, then turned around and charged into the sea. With the controlling elixir in hand, they were only afraid that the sea demons they encountered would not be strong enough. They had nothing to fear. Shan Wugu remained expressionless. To control the sea monster medicine, this was another long story. The corners of his mouth twitched as he thought of the years he spent as a herbman. Then, his face turned cold. Back then, after he survived, he swore in his heart that his fate would never be controlled by others again. If Shan Wugu wanted to become a true powerhouse of this world, then the Saint Furnace was the turning point to change his destiny. 2 days later, the 312 shark demon teeth were all refined, indicating that the first set of Stormflow magic treasures had been refined. With a thought, the 312 shark demon teeth revolved around his body. Because he had refined his blood essence, he could freely control them. Even with the powerful demon body, Qin Yu still felt a deep weariness. As one's cultivation level increased, the Stormflow magic treasure seemed to become more difficult to refine. Of course, its power also increased proportionally. However, it had to be pointed out that not all materials could be used to refine a Stormflow magic treasure. Qin Yu had killed 20 golden core realm variation sea monsters and found 2 that met the requirements. This could be considered a stroke of luck. But, Good luck in itself was something that others couldn't help but feel envious of. He swallowed the pill, closed his eyes, and began to refine. Qin Yu fully restored himself. After a day and night, his weakened blood vitality was restored and his magic power even increased. Sure, he opened his eyes. With a flick of his sleeves, a second sea monster corpse appeared. In order to be safe, Qin Yu didn't mind preparing 2 Stormflow magic treasures. What was different was that this sea monster corpse met the refining requirements. It was a selection of 197 bones. Another 3 days passed. Qin Yu pushed open the door. Shan Wugu was standing outside, as if he had been waiting for a long time. How is it? The two of them spoke at the same time. The tacit understanding they had developed over the years allowed them to sense each other's confidence. When do we do it? Qin Yu smiled. Speak. The faster, the better. Qin Yu narrowed his eyes. Then let's do it today. The demonic Qi ship quietly sailed forward. The hull of the ship shone with a faint black light, expelling the dead souls from the nether realm, not daring to approach. Love Go Small Say Neck. The Blood Source Island drifted with the current deep in the underworld territory. As the demonic Qi ship sailed straight, it apparently had a way to locate Kang Yun's team. Qin Yu glanced at the honest-looking Shan Wugu. It seemed that he had made arrangements a long time ago. Although he was gratified, he also felt a bit lost. Suddenly, the demonic energy ship came to a stop. Shan Wugu turned around. Qin Yu, Blood Source Island is in front of us. This ship can only go so far. His complexion darkened. The Saint Furnace will protect itself and spread its terrifying poison strength. You must be careful. Qin Yu smiled. Don't worry. Just wait for my signal. Sure, he stepped out of the demonic energy ship and disappeared in the blink of an eye. At this moment, the deck was filled with trusted subordinates. The ordinary subordinates were left outside the nether realm and did not participate in this matter. At this moment, many of them wanted to say something but were hesitating. The reason was simple. They didn't trust Qin Yu. Just how powerful was the Saint Furnace's defenses? With Deep Blue and the other powerhouses of the demonic path guarding it, wanting to steal it by himself was nothing more than a pipe dream. No one thought that after spending so much time and effort to prepare, the most critical link would be Qin Yu himself. If it weren't for Shan Wugu having sufficient prestige, they would have already spoken out against him. Shan Wugu had a faint expression. I know what you're thinking, but since Qin Yu is taking action, he must be confident in himself. Northgate Demon sighed inwardly. He didn't know why the Saint Sun was so confident in Qin Yu. Didn't he know that the success or failure of this matter would affect his future and even his life? Alas, now that things have come to this, I can only take it one step at a time. Time passed bit by bit. The black cloud was incomparably quiet. Not a single sound came from it. Northgate Demon's restless heart became increasingly heavy. Beads of sweat began to form on the foreheads of the surrounding demonic cultivators. Qin Yu failed? Or did he flee because he knew he was no match for him? Or did he betray them? Northgate Demon hesitated. Saint Sun? Wait. Shan Wugu said. A thin layer of black ice extended out from the blood-red sea. Even without touching it, one could feel the terrifying aura contained within. Qin Yu stood outside the black ice, his expression calm as if he were waiting for something. Suddenly, a smile lifted the corners of his lips. He turned his palm and a foot of sea blue light quietly bloomed. Lifting a foot, he stepped onto the black ice and stood still, allowing the black aura to invade his feet. This black energy was the cold ice poison that originated from the Saint Furnace. Once it was tainted with the aura of life, it would become like the netherworld ghost flames that would never rest until one's flesh, blood, and soul were completely erased, not leaving a single trace in the world. But to Qin Yu, this so-called Saint Furnace poison was only an appetizer. A deep blue halo illuminated his palm. The black energy continuously invaded his limbs and bones, but in the next moment it was expelled and gathered together. It was like a black meridian had appeared in his body, all the way to his right index finger. Between his fingers, a faint halo of light circulated, as if it were made of beautiful jade. The black ice beneath his feet began to melt, as if a massive amount of strength was being drawn out. Qin Yu smiled. It seemed that after today, the poison finger would return. Presumably, its might would leave the one who received it satisfied. A moment later, Qin Yu stepped forwards and the ice behind him quietly shattered. Time quietly passed. Qin Yu maintained a steady pace as he walked forwards. If someone were to stand high in the air and look down, they would discover that the black ice was rapidly shrinking. Suddenly, Qin Yu's complexion changed. Wherever he stepped, a powerful suction force spread out and a massive amount of black energy gathered towards him. Catcher, the black ice began to spread out from beneath his feet. In a breath of time, Qin Yu was completely sealed in ice. The terrifying poison invaded him like a tsunami. If it were anyone else, even a hollow nascent soul realm master, they would instantly die. Even a nascent soul cultivator would have to rely on their cultivation to break free from the imprisonment of the poison and escape. It was clear that the Saint Furnace that Shan Wugu spoke of had sensed Qin Yu's existence and had decided to kill this little insect that had stolen its poison. Atop the blood-red sea, an ice sculpture stood silently. Billowing black energy wildly poured into it like rivers flowing into the sea. 1 breath, 2 breaths, 3 breaths. The ice sculpture remained the same. The figure within didn't seem to have any intention of falling over. There seemed to be a cold and angry snort in the air. The black energy retreated like a tide and the black ice on the sea instantly vanished. Qin Yu opened his eyes, a sharp light flashing within them. He had a thoughtful look on his face. It seemed that the demonic path Saint Furnace was very close to awakening. But, it was clearly restricted by some sort of seal so it couldn't directly attack. In order to avoid any accidents, he couldn't allow the demonic path Saint Furnace to unseal itself. He lifted a hand and took out a black robe. Then, he stepped forwards and exploded forwards. Netherworld Realm, Blood-Red Island. Deep Blue had an excited expression. He never thought that among the sea monsters his subordinates had captured, there would be a special bloodline hidden within them. Although he felt a bit regretful that this powerful bloodline would be destroyed like this, the Saint Furnace's awakening ahead of time was still a pleasant surprise. After today, his status as the Saint Sun would be as solid as a rock. Deep Blue was in high spirits. He looked up at the black clouds outside the island. Shan Wugu, in the end, I have won this battle. Although Deep Blue appeared confident in front of everyone, as if everything was under his control, he was well aware just how difficult his opponent was to deal with. Shan Wugu hadn't been in the total faction headquarters for long and he had obtained the support of the elders. In a short period of time, he had formed a force that couldn't be underestimated. For Shan Wugu to be able to participate in the unsealing of the Saint Furnace in the sea region was a dangerous signal. This meant that he had obtained the qualifications to directly confront Deep Blue and compete on the same stage, even if it was only on the surface. But in the end, he had the last laugh. Just like before, he had strangled the threat at the source. Suddenly, cries of alarm sounded out from outside Blood-Red Island. Deep Blue's heart shrank. He asked, "What happened?" The demonic cultivator guard flew in a panic. He screamed, "Saint Sun!" The Saint Furnace's ice suddenly disappeared. Deep Blue's pupils shrank, but his expression didn't change. The Saint Furnace is about to awaken, so withdrawing its strength is normal. What are you panicking about? Han Shonai could sense the gloominess in Deep Blue's expression. He quietly said, "Saint Sun, since the Saint Furnace has withdrawn its strength, we should strengthen our defenses to avoid any unexpected problems." Deep Blue nodded without expression. Han Shonai waved his hand and demonic cultivators shot into the skies. Billowing demonic energy erupted, instantly forming a great array formation. This array formation was called the Protection of the Heavenly Demon. It gathered the strength of all demonic cultivators and summoned an invisible heavenly demon to descend. Anyone that intruded would suffer the attacks of the heavenly demon. Their divine sense would be thrown into chaos and they would die, their flesh and blood becoming food for the heavenly demon. Whoosh! The black clouds outside the island were like willow catkins in the wind. They were suddenly scattered apart and a black-robed figure stepped forwards. Chapter 118. Genius 1 second. Remember if you want to go. Sure, Net provides you with wonderful novels to read. Kang Yun squinted. He didn't think that only one person would appear in front of him. He dared to charge into his camp alone. What audacity! As long as this person stepped into the range of the sky demon protection, he had 100 ways to kill him. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps, Black Robe suddenly stopped. Love go small say neck Deep Blue stuffily coughed. This person had stopped just outside the heavenly demon protection by a hair's breadth. This clearly wasn't a coincidence. This person's soul force must be extremely powerful to be able to sense the fluctuations of the heavenly demon protection. But so what if he noticed it? The unsealing of the Saint Furnace was imminent. In just a moment, there would be no need for him to attack and the black-robed man would be forced to retreat. Kang Yun was arrogant and conceited, but he wasn't stupid. If he had a perfect method, why would he need more twists and turns? Thinking about this, he sneered. Did Kang Yun think that Kang Yun would just rush out? Ridiculous. The black-robed man was silent, as if he was helpless in the current situation. The disdain in Deep Blue's eyes deepened and the corners of his lips curled up in a cold smile. At this moment, Deep Blue saw Black Robe raise his hand and wave it forward lightly. However, he did not see that the other hand hidden under the black robe slightly crushed the talisman. On the demonic energy ship, Shan Wugu's eyes brightened. He lifted his palm and the talisman in it began to shine. This was the signal to attack. Shan Wugu took a deep breath and gripped the talisman. He said, "Release the sea monsters." Northgate Demon and the others attacked at the same time. They took out their conches and blew into them. A violent roar sounded out and the cabin door was ruthlessly torn apart, scattering into black demonic energy. Whoosh, whoosh, ferocious figures leapt out, their blood-red eyes filled with the desire to destroy as they madly rushed forward. The black clouds suddenly surged, and a low rumbling sound resembling that of a tsunami quickly approached from afar. Saint Child Deep Blue's heart shrank as he suddenly had a bad premonition. Then, on the blood-colored island, countless demonic cultivators widened their eyes at the same time, their faces filled with shock. Hundreds of sea demons formed a flood that madly charged towards Blood-Red Island. The ruthlessness and destruction in their eyes caused the faces of demonic cultivators to pale. Defend. Saint Sun Deep Blue only had time to let out a roar before the heavenly demon protection formed by the demonic cultivators was smashed to pieces by the sea monsters. The summoned heavenly demons didn't even have time to unleash their ability to disrupt one's mind before their energy source was cut off. It wasn't that the protection of the heavenly demon wasn't strong enough. It was just that when faced with hundreds of brainless sea demons, there was no room for him to use it at all. However, since he was already here, how could he not gain anything? Ah! With miserable screams, several demonic cultivators fell to the ground. Their bodies rapidly withered, and in just a few breaths of time, they were like desiccated corpses, all of their flesh and blood sucked away. Deep Blue's anger soared to the heavens. His eyes locked onto Qin Yu, but there was a trace of hesitation in them. Summoning hundreds of sea demons, what kind of strength was that? No, to summon hundreds of sea demons alone, one must at least be at the nascent soul stage. With such strength, there was no need to go through so much trouble to deal with them. The black-robed man had companions, and not just one. Only this could explain the origins of the several hundred sea monsters. Shan Wugu. In the Nether Realm, the one who dared to oppose him was definitely him. Looking at these sea monsters again, they looked exactly like the sea monsters that had been controlled by controlling medicines. Although Saint Sun Deep Blue didn't know where Shan Wugu had obtained so many controlling medicines, this didn't stop Saint Sun Deep Blue's killing intent from rising. Shan Wugu, you dare to collude with outsiders and have designs on the Saint Furnace? You deserve to die 10,000 times over. With a loud roar, Deep Blue lifted a hand and a blood ring appeared in the air. Blood-red light rose up, condensing into a ghostly face that hurtled towards Qin Yu. First he would kill this person and then suppress Shan Wugu. The Saint Furnace was about to be unsealed and he could not allow anyone to destroy it. The black-robed man turned around and looked at Deep Blue. His eyes were icy cold, causing the hairs on his back to stand on end and a chill to rise in his heart. Whoosh! A spear appeared, tearing through the air. It was tyrannical and cruel, as if everything in the world would be pierced through and crushed. What a powerful cultivation! Deep Blue's eyebrows arched up, fighting spirit rising in his heart. In order to become the demonic path Saint Sun, he had defeated countless opponents, all of whom were extremely strong. Beneath the nascent soul realm, who in this vast world could be his match? Although this black-robed man was strong, he was destined to become another soul under his hands. The blood ring trembled and blood-red light gushed out, becoming even more intense. The ghostly face strangely cackled and emitted flames, as if it were a demon that had emerged from the depths of hell. These flames carried with them the power of filth. As long as a magic tool was tainted, its power would be greatly reduced. It could even directly affect the owner of the magic tool and cause the power of filth to pour into their soul. The long spear tyrannically shot forwards. Deep Blue's eyes were cold and cruel. He wanted to see the black-robed man's expression in the next moment. With such a precious treasure destroyed, even if his soul was strong enough to resist the invasion of filth, he would still feel incomparably pained. Without the long spear magic tool, this person's strength would surely be greatly reduced. At that time, it would be time for him to begin his slaughter. Beneath the black-robed man's eyes were incomparably tranquil, calm without any ripples. Calm because of his solemn self-confidence. As he looked at the flaming ghostly face, the corners of his lips curled up. Without warning, the heaven-lifting spear thrust forwards, ruthlessly arriving. The spear body trembled. The moment it stabbed into the flaming ghostly face, a wild aura swept out in all directions. Deep Blue's eyes widened. What kind of rhythm was this? Before he could regain his composure, the long spear exploded. The spear fragments mixed with the horrifying strength of the magic tool's explosion swept out like lava from underground. The flaming ghostly face was instantly turned into a sieve. Its strange laughter turned into pained howls. Although it wasn't a true entity, it was still heavily wounded by the explosion of the long spear. It fled backwards in panic. Several demonic path cultivators that were fighting with the sea monsters screamed miserably as they were turned into gourds of blood. They fell to the ground and soon lost all signs of life. Deep Blue stuffily coughed. His complexion paled and blood flowed down from the corners of his lips. The blood ring was terrifyingly powerful and also contained many miraculous mysteries. This was an object that he had refined with his blood, and it would rise and fall together with him. Now that the blood ring had been wounded by the explosion of the long spear, he immediately received severe internal injuries. If he was weaker in a frontal battle, then he could forget about it. But his opponent had used such a method that didn't follow common sense. This left Deep Blue incomparably depressed and burning with rage. He slapped his chest and spat out a mouthful of blood. The blood didn't fall to the ground but instead exploded outwards, fusing into the blood ring. After obtaining the support of its master's blood essence, the magic tool refined by blood was stimulated to the limit. The blood ring dimmed and the ghostly face fiercely roared. It attacked with anger and injuries, its speed rising to the limit. It opened its mouth to reveal black fangs that were as sharp as thorns. Self-destructing magic treasures were indeed terrifying, but could it be that you could take out another treasure of this level? Since you dared to damage my magic tool, this Saint Sun will have you die without a grave. At this time, a round shield suddenly appeared. As magic power poured into it, it rapidly grew in size. The ghostly face was brimming with confidence. Just as it was about to enjoy the delicious flesh and blood, it crashed into the round shield without any preparations at all. The sound was deep and heavy, and there was a hint of bitterness in it. Just listening to it made one's scalp tingle with numbness. Deep Blue's entire face twisted, as if he had really crashed into the shield. His mouth and eyes were crooked and blood flowed out without end. He was in an extremely distressed state. Deep Blue swore that he had never been so disgraced as he was today. The shocked gazes of his subordinates made him wish he could tear apart everyone who saw this. But then, he didn't have time to be ruthless. He was hit twice by the round shield. A terrifying explosion rang out, and the ghost face was sent tumbling back, howling miserably. There was also a hint of fear in his eyes. The cultivator across from it was far too terrifying. Deep Blue spat out several mouthfuls of blood. He tottered, his chest filled with shock and indignation. He was shocked because the black-robed man had been so bold and heroic as to blow up 2 powerful magic tools in a row. It had to be known that their quality was extremely precious even to a golden core. The losses from 2 self-detonations were astonishing. He was indignant because the other party didn't play his cards according to common sense. Just by relying on his wealth, he had suffered a great loss. The black-robed man didn't give him time to think. His figure flashed and he soared deep into Blood-Red Island, where a great furnace stood. He wanted to steal the Saint Furnace. Deep Blue's heart shook. He knew that the Saint Furnace had a spell left behind by the Saint Monarch and it was impossible for this person to succeed. But if he touched the Saint Monarch's spell, that would mean his failure and he would surely disappoint the Saint Monarch. He absolutely could not be allowed to touch the Saint Furnace. Deep Blue's eyes flashed with hesitation. He clenched his teeth and pointed a finger. There was a buzzing sound above his head. The blood ring trembled. Runes appeared on its surface and the phantom of a python shot out. Die! He roared and countless rays of blood-red light were drawn out. The python phantom instantly condensed, hissing as it swept out its tail. It was hundreds of feet long and its massive body was covered in thick scales. Its triangular eyes were filled with a cold killing intent. This python was the spirit of the blood ring. After it was killed, it had been sealed within with a secret demonic path technique. Although it wasn't a true spirit treasure, it still had its own marvelous aspects. For many years, Deep Blue had carefully refined it. Every time he killed an enemy, the blood essence and soul would be swallowed up by the python and accumulated within its body. In these years, the blood python had gradually shown signs of transforming into a blood flood dragon. Once it finished its transformation, its strength would rise and it would be able to contend with a nascent soul cultivator. But now, as it was summoned ahead of time, all of this had become a bubble. All of his years of painstaking effort had been wasted. Deep Blue's hatred could be imagined. Killing intent swirled in his heart. The blood python howled out, its speed astonishing. It left a trail of blood in the air as it blocked in front of the Saint Furnace. On the demonic energy ship, Qin Yu finally sent out a signal. Several hundred sea monsters swarmed out. Immediately, deep within the black clouds, there was a terrifying rumbling sound. The battle had begun. Everyone relaxed a little, because at least Qin Yu was still standing on their side. But in the blink of an eye, that turned into worry. With just him alone, even if he had the help of several hundred sea monsters, how could he possibly break through the Saint Furnace's poison, much less slaughter his way into Blood-Red Island? Shan Wugu was silent for a moment. He lifted a hand and pointed forwards. His fingertips fell into the air and faint ripples spread out. Soon, the ripples dispersed and the scene became clear. What appeared before them was the situation on Blood-Red Island. From the angle of view and field of view, this should be the eyes of a cultivator. What they saw was also what he saw. Its Wordwind demon. Before he left, he swallowed down a demonic insect from the High Command. Shan Wugu said in a low voice. The complexions of Northgate Demon and the others changed. They subconsciously revealed looks of fear. It was clear they were terrified of demonic insects. But as they thought about how Wordwind Demon was prepared to die, they understood. At this time, the scene in the air was that of Deep Blue summoning the blood ring, condensing it into a ghostly face to kill Qin Yu. A demonic cultivator cried out in alarm, blood refining ring. The others all had ugly complexions. Deep Blue was tyrannically strong. In the High Command, besides the several nascent Soul Supreme Elders, he was basically an invincible existence. The blood refining ring could be called illustrious. In these past years, countless people had tried to challenge his position, but all of them had died beneath the blood refining ring. Their flesh and blood, their souls, were swallowed up. Qin Yu was strong, but when placed together with Deep Blue, no one thought highly of him. But in the next moment, the demonic cultivator's eyes widened as if they had seen a ghost. Their throats gurgled, unable to speak. Chapter 119. Genius in 1 second. Remember love go away. This is the web that provides you with wonderful novels to read. The scene that happened in the blink of an eye was deeply imprinted in their minds, never to be erased again. The spear had exploded, the ghostly face had been blown away, and Deep Blue had been injured. It was the first time they had seen someone strike Kang Yun head-on in just a short time. But the price was far too great. Although they weren't present, it wasn't hard to judge just how powerful the spear was. This was absolutely a top-grade Golden Core realm magic tool. To be able to detonate it without hesitation, disregarding everything else, just this level of skill was praiseworthy. Praise flashed in their eyes. This was because detonating a magic tool could only last for a moment. Although Deep Blue had been injured, he hadn't been wounded to the core. He would soon counterattack, and it would surely be even more terrifying. How could Qin Yu resist? And indeed, in the scene that Whirlwind Demon saw, Deep Blue had attacked. With the support of his blood essence, the power of the blood refining ring rose by 30%. As the demonic cultivators watched the ghostly face rush out, they sucked in a breath of cold air. How could Qin Yu block such a terrifying strike? Banger, that sound was naturally made up in their minds. Then, they saw the round shield appear in front of them, the ghostly face crash into it, and Deep Blue's distressed appearance. Before the fear on their faces faded, it turned to shock and disbelief, making their expressions strange. But this didn't stop them from feeling sore in Saint Sun Deep Blue's heart. This definitely wasn't a good feeling. In the scene, the round shield launched 2 consecutive strikes. They watched helplessly as this amazing defensive magic tool was destroyed once more. The demonic cultivators fell silent. They unconsciously glanced at Shan Wugu, thinking, Saint Sun, just what sort of background did your friend have? Shan Wugu was expressionless. He lightly said, I said that Qin Yu can be trusted. He was calm and indifferent, as if everything was within his grasp. But no one knew that beneath his sleeves, his palms were trembling. And at this time, the situation changed once more. Qin Yu followed the plan and hurtled towards the Saint Furnace. Deep Blue had summoned a blood python from the blood refining ring. That's the spirit of the blood refining ring. It is rumored that this spirit was created by Deep Blue's grandfather, the nascent soul elder Wei of the main altar. He personally killed the monster beast bloodthirsty python and sealed its soul within. The body of this blood python is so big, and I can see the bulge on its head. It is obvious that it is not far from becoming a flood dragon. However, since it was summoned today, its path to becoming a flood dragon has been severed. Even so, this blood python's strength is definitely beyond the false nascent soul realm. Moreover, it's connected to Deep Blue's mind. When the two of them join hands, their strength is more than doubled. Shan Wugu gripped his fists. Qin Yu, you absolutely could not fail. This time, he was going all out. He absolutely could not lose. Suddenly, Northgate Demon cried out in alarm. This is bad, Qin Yu has been ambushed. Shan Wugu fiercely looked up. He could see that Qin Yu had a dazed expression on his face, as if he had indeed been plotted against. Love go small say netk, but out of familiarity, he felt that something was not quite right. It did not seem like he had been plotted against. Instead, it felt like he was distracted. Even the calm and steady Shan Wugu nearly cried at this moment. Big brother, in this critical moment of life and death, is it really okay for you to be distracted? That's right, Qin Yu's mind was wandering at this moment. This was because he could clearly see the demonic path Saint Furnace that Shan Wugu spoke of. This was clearly the furnace in the Eastern Mountain sect's underground pill disposal department that was used to incinerate waste pills. Countless images flashed through Qin Yu's mind. Then, a thought appeared in his mind. Perhaps the root cause of the Eastern Mountain sect's destruction was this furnace. Deep Blue instantly grasped that Qin Yu had fallen into a trance. Although he didn't know why this was happening, he clearly wouldn't open his mouth to warn him. While you're distracted, I'll take your life. The blood python roared. Boundless blood energy erupted. Its figure was like a bolt of crimson lightning as it hurtled towards Qin Yu. Before it arrived, its cruel aura was like a mountain that covered Qin Yu. With the blood python's speed, he simply didn't have time to respond. Deep Blue diabolically grinned. Die, you hateful black-robed fellow. In truth, Qin Yu indeed didn't have time to respond. But his expression was calm, as if he didn't know what fate awaited him. He lifted his hand. Light flashed and 197 bones appeared, each one emitting a sharp aura that seemed as if it could cut apart the world. Whoosh, whoosh, the 197 bones buzzed together. In the blink of an eye, they gathered into a raging current. From afar, it looked like a white bone arrow piercing through the skies. The blood python was indeed powerful. With Qin Yu's cultivation, he would need to expend some effort to kill it. But in the face of the extremely brutal storm flow magical weapon, it only had time to let out a cry before it was smashed into pieces. The blood ring trembled. Countless cracks appeared on its surface before it disintegrated. Puff, Deep Blue spat out a mouthful of blood. His complexion paled. His blood-refining treasure had been destroyed and he had been severely wounded. Without any time to be shocked or feel heartache, he hurriedly dodged. Even so, he was still swept up by the aura of storm flow. His chest instantly ruptured and blood flowed all over his body. As he tumbled backwards, Deep Blue's ears buzzed. He opened his eyes wide and stubbornly stared at Qin Yu's figure. Storm flow. This was definitely storm flow. He had actually grasped a terrifying refining technique that had been lost to the demonic path for a long time. Just who was this black-robed person? Deep Blue had a distressed expression. What use was there in thinking about this? He was about to die. He never thought that death would arrive so quickly. But as the saint son of the demonic path, even in death I should have my own dignity. If you want me to lower my head, that is impossible. Deep Blue arrogantly looked up. He closed his eyes, waiting for the slaughter to arrive. Rumble rumble, this sound came from the 197 bones of storm flow tearing apart the furnace's array formation. Beneath a strength that surpassed the limits of what it could withstand, it was easily destroyed. Suddenly, a curtain of black fell over the surface of the demonic path's Saint Furnace. It was like flowing water, thick and viscous. As it shook, a giant vortex appeared. The demonic visage emerged from within. Its eyes were shut tight as it faced Qin Yu. Then, it opened its mouth and roared. Rumble rumble, great waves rose up in the depths of his consciousness. Qin Yu stuffily coughed and his face paled. It was like countless needles were stabbing into his mind. The 197 bones bore the brunt of the attack. They trembled and collapsed one after another, turning into powder in the blink of an eye. Deep Blue's eyes widened and he immediately revealed a happy expression. This was the Saint Lord's demonic visage. This old man was truly far-sighted and had left behind an avatar here. With the strength of this avatar, it was more than enough to cut down this black-robed person. And indeed, the terrifying storm flow demonic treasure was directly crushed in front of the Saint Lord demonic visage. On the demonic energy ship, Shan Wugu and the others fell silent. The strength that Qin Yu revealed had far surpassed their imaginations. In a frontal confrontation, he had completely crushed Shan Wugu, and with the storm flow demonic treasure, he even had the strength to contend with a nascent soul. But no one imagined that the Saint Lord would leave behind an avatar on the Saint Furnace. The Saint Lord demonic visage, even if it was only condensed from demonic energy, still had 30% of the Saint Lord's strength. It was more than enough to crush an ordinary nascent soul, so how could Qin Yu possibly escape? Who would have thought that after being pleasantly surprised for so long, this would be the result? Once Qin Yu's identity was exposed, Shan Wugu would inevitably be implicated. Which one of them would have a good ending? The demonic cultivators all had distressed expressions. Even Shan Wugu couldn't help but reveal a look of worry and sadness. But with things having come this far, with the Saint Lord demonic visage taking action, no one was able to change anything. Qin Yu's body tensed. Magic power wildly revolved within him, and only then was he just barely able to resist the terrifying suppression coming from the outside world. Even so, even with the powerful demon body, his flesh and bones were constantly groaning. He didn't know what the demonic visage in front of him was, but he could feel an extremely familiar aura coming from it. In Immortal Eclipse Valley, beneath the radiant red wood, in his battle with Pill Crucible, the giant hand that had reached out, this was the demonic path's demon monarch. Qin Yu bitterly smiled. He never thought that this matter would draw out such a super-strong existence. But with things having come this far, there was no way to retreat. He could only continue onwards to the end. With a deep roar, Chinyu flicked his sleeves. 312 shark monster teeth appeared in front of him. A fist smashed into his chest. Blood gushed out and began to burn, adhering to the 312 shark monster teeth. Whoosh, whoosh, the sound of breaking air resounded through the horizon. Chinyu crazily stimulated his cultivation, pouring all of his strength into it. Hum hum, the second set of Stormflow magic tools emitted the strongest humming sound. On the black curtain, the demonic visage seemed to feel a threat. Its eyes trembled and it struggled to open. A blinding black light shot out, so fast that it was impossible to see it. In the blink of an eye, it collided with the 312 shark monster teeth. Bang bang, there was a heaven-shaking explosion. A terrifying strength swept out. Deep Blue's mouth fell open as he was sent flying away like a rag doll. Blood wildly gushed out from every orifice of his head. His already serious injuries became even more severe under this impact. But he seemed to have lost his soul. He stubbornly stared at Chinyu, his bloodshot eyes filled with shock and disbelief. The second set of Stormflow demonic treasures, he actually had a second set. Moreover, it was more than twice as strong as the first set. This black-robed person, just who was he? Deep Blue roared in his heart. The black curtain violently trembled. Suddenly, a faint sigh seemed to resound between the heavens and earth, one that carried with it a touch of anger and unwillingness. Pause, the demonic visage collapsed. The black curtain behind him dissipated like smoke. But at this time, a great feeling of terror arrived without warning. Chinyu's body stiffened like iron, unable to move at all. A wisp of black energy appeared. It rushed towards Chinyu like a living creature. At this time, a strong wind blew past. Whirlwind Demon blocked in front of Chinyu. His skinny face didn't have the slightest bit of humility, but was calm and resolute. Remind Shan Wugu to remember the promise he made to me. Sure, the black energy drilled into Whirlwind Demon's body. He opened his mouth but no sound came out. But it was this sort of silent pain that chilled one's heart. His soul was forcefully pulled out from his body bit by bit, falling into the black flames where it was burned into nothingness. Chinyu's complexion paled and he gasped for breath. He glanced at Whirlwind Demon's lifeless corpse and flicked his sleeves. The Saint Furnace flashed in the air and the massive furnace vanished from sight. His eyes swept over the imprisoned sea monsters not too far away. After a moment of hesitation, he flicked his sleeves and sent out magic power to shatter the imprisonment. Whoosh, using the blood escape art, Chinyu was like a burning crimson meteor as he vanished into the distance. After escaping from death, the sea monsters were extremely excited. Taking advantage of the chaos on this blood-red island, they all turned and fled. The robust woman grabbed the girl in her hand and followed the crowd of people as they fled the island, completely unremarkable. The moment that the girl rushed into the sea, she turned and looked in the direction that Chinyu left, her eyes deep blue. Chapter 120. Genius 1 second. Remember if you want to go. Sure, Net provides you with wonderful novels to read. Deep Blue was still alive. He had a dazed expression on his face, but soon after, he gnashed his teeth in anger. That damned black-robed man didn't even bother to kill him. Love go small say Net, do you think it's impossible to pose a threat to him? Damn it, you will definitely regret this. On Blood-Red Island, the demonic cultivators finally stabilized their footing and gathered together in a sorry state. All of them were injured and their faces were pale. It was not easy for them to survive the attack of hundreds of sea demons. Of course, the most important reason was that the sea monsters that were desperately fighting, although their eyes were still bloodshot, were now a bit more fearful and had taken the initiative to retreat. The controlling potion had lost its effect. Han Shonai scowled. Saint Sun, what do we do? Deep Blue spat out a mouthful of blood and fell backwards. Having the Saint Furnace stolen was a great sin. Even if he didn't die this time, his future would be ruined. The black clouds around Blood-Red Island were torn apart and a giant demonic energy ship appeared. Shan Wugu flew out, his face full of shock. What happened? Where is the Saint Furnace? Deep Blue was enraged. Shan Wugu, you despicable villain, You actually dare to join forces with outsiders to steal the Saint Furnace. The total headquarters will never forgive you. Shan Wugu coldly glanced at him, ignoring his clamoring. He turned and said, "You all stay here and treat him. I'm going to chase after the Saint Furnace." He turned and hurried away. Northgate Demon waved his hand and a demonic cultivator flew out from the demonic ship. Although he was panic-stricken, as he saw his past arrogant opponents end up in such a pitiful state, there was a bit of happiness in his eyes. A few fiendish cultivators looked at shady Spike Demon. His body trembled, and his pale face lost all color. Deep Blue still wanted to say something, but he was pulled back by Han Shonai, who said in a low voice, "Saint Sun, a real man knows when to yield and when to stand tall. The current situation is unfavorable, so we should be patient." After hesitating for a moment, he said, "Moreover, this matter shouldn't have been done by Shan Wugu. If he really had such a strong backer, he wouldn't have been forced into such a situation before counterattacking. In other words, he could have made all of us disappear from the sea." Kang Yun grimaced. He pulled himself together as he knew that Han Shonai was right. With Blackrobe's strength, how could he possibly allow himself to be controlled by Shan Wugu? Several days ago, he had driven Shan Wugu away, but he never imagined that he would actually help him. The responsibility for losing the Saint Furnace could only fall onto his head. The more he thought, the more aggrieved he felt. Kang Yun spurted out more blood and fainted. Shan Wugu rapidly moved forwards. His expression was calm, but he was actually amazed by the strength that Qin Yu had revealed. It could even force back the demonic face of a sage lord. It was enough to put up a fight against a nascent soul cultivator. Even if Qin Yu borrowed the strength of a Stormflow demonic treasure, a magic tool was still a part of a cultivator's overall strength. Unfortunately, while the Stormflow demonic treasure was powerful, it would be destroyed after being used once. Even so, Qin Yu could still be called the strongest golden core Shan Wugu had ever encountered. Suddenly, Shan Wugu looked up, a smile on his face. "If you didn't reveal your aura on your own initiative, I wouldn't have been able to sense it. No wonder even someone as smart as Deep Blue couldn't tell who you were." Beneath the black robe, a light chuckle sounded out. "This time, I risked my life and paid a tremendous price." Shan Wugu curled his lips. "Do you think I don't know you? If it wasn't worth it, would you have done this?" His eyes brightened. "Let's go, it's time to harvest." Soon, the two of them flew out of the Netherworld realm. In a mountain range beneath the sea, they found a simple cave dwelling that had been abandoned. After draining the seawater and sealing up the cave entrance, Qin Yu flicked his sleeves and took out the Saint Furnace. The spacious cave immediately became cramped. As he looked down, he revealed a light expression. Shan Wugu was filled with excitement. He didn't miss Qin Yu's gaze. He asked with surprise, "You recognize the Saint Furnace?" Qin Yu nodded. "Potato, do you remember when I was framed by Shu Jian and entered the Eastern Mountain Sect's pill disposal department? This furnace is located beneath the Eastern Mountain Sect." He paused for a moment and continued to say, "In the past, the Eastern Mountain Sect was massacred by the demonic path and razed to the ground. I only thought it was a coincidence that the demonic path invaded, but now it seems that the reason the Eastern Mountain Sect ended up in such a state is because treasuring a treasure is a crime." Shan Wugu's eyes shook. He never thought that the Saint Furnace would come from the Eastern Mountain Sect. Qin Yu said in a low voice, "Potato, do you know why the demonic path spent so much effort to seize the furnace and why the demon monarch placed such importance on it?" Shan Wugu shook his head. "My status in the total faction headquarters isn't high and I only have the title of Saint Sun. I only know that the demon monarch has a great use for the Saint Furnace, but I don't know the specifics." He looked up and faintly smiled. "You have to keep your word and return the Saint Furnace to me. Otherwise, if the demon monarch is enraged, I will die without a doubt." Qin Yu was silent for a moment. "I won't harm you." Shan Wugu bitterly smiled. "I'm sorry. I've gotten used to it over the years. Don't think too much about it." Qin Yu smiled. "I understand. All right, now that I've obtained what I need, it's your turn." Shan Wugu took a deep breath. "Give me some time." He walked over to the furnace and carefully observed it. Then, he lifted his hand and cut his wrist. Blood flowed out. But it didn't fall to the ground. Rather, it hung in the air and rapidly dispersed. Drops of bright red jade surrounded the furnace in a ring. He spat out short syllables. The blood beads trembled and released a faint halo of light. This light wasn't the color of blood, but pure darkness, as if it could swallow all. Love go little say Nek Shan Wugu's expression was dignified. The syllables he spoke became increasingly rapid and urgent. The blood beads emitted a low hum. His complexion rapidly paled and anxiety appeared in his eyes. After a moment, he clenched his teeth and said, "Qin Yu, the demonic nature of my blood is lacking. Can you lend me a hand?" Qin Yu stepped forwards and tore open his finger. Blood flew out and fell around the Saint Furnace. The demonic nature in the blood was instantly drawn out. In his ears, he seemed to hear a long and drawn-out demonic roar. It was ancient and solemn. Shan Wugu's eyes widened. He had never felt such a pure and potent demonic nature before. Even the Holy Lord's demonic nature was suppressed by absolute strength. In terms of rank, it was inferior to Qin Yu's. In these past years, just what had he experienced? Not only did he possess a powerful cultivation, but he also possessed such a terrifying demonic nature. But soon, Shan Wugu suppressed these thoughts. In this critical moment, he didn't dare to be distracted. His syllables became steady and firm. With the help of Qin Yu's blood, opening the Saint Furnace wouldn't be difficult at all. The Saint Furnace trembled. The runes on its surface slowly lit up. An ancient and rich aura of the years, nearly condensing into essence, was slowly released from the furnace. But what was even more astonishing was the terrifying slaughter intent contained within this aura of time. Although this slaughter intent was weak, it was inconceivably strong. Qin Yu's slaughter intent was so potent that even demonic path cultivators had to revere him. But compared to this furnace, the difference was like the difference between the heavens and earth. He had no idea just what this so-called demonic path Saint Furnace was and what sort of calamity it had experienced in order to condense such a slaughter intent. Shan Wugu's complexion paled, but his eyes became increasingly bright. To others, this slaughter intent was the greatest horror in the world. But in his eyes, it couldn't be more beautiful. If he could refine it, his eyes burned with a burning heat. He lifted a hand and slammed it down, open. The surrounding beads of blood fused into the furnace. The closed furnace door opened. In the next moment, a 5-colored divine light flew out from the furnace door, faster than lightning. "Qin Yu!" Shan Wugu shouted out. Qin Yu flicked his sleeves. Boundless magic power surged out, weaving together into a net in the void that covered the entire space. The 5-colored divine light was trapped within. It anxiously rushed left and right, but it couldn't escape. With a thought, the fleeting flame furnace appeared. The furnace door opened on its own and a powerful suction force covered them. The 5-colored divine light gradually came to a stop, revealing its true form. Gold. A stalk of green grass. It didn't look any different from ordinary grass. Its leaves gently swayed, surging with an endlessly sharp aura. Water. A pitch-black lotus seed. Its entire body didn't have any other colors. Circles of black light rippled in the air. Wood. A verdant willow branch. It was unknown just how long it had been cut down, but it still maintained its vibrant vitality and emitted a blazing blue divine light. Fire. A crystal the size of a child's palm. It was translucent, and if one looked at it, they would feel a stabbing pain as if they were being burned. Earth. A small mushroom. It was like a small umbrella. Its surface was covered with tiny textures. No matter which direction one looked from, these textures wove together to form the phantom of a mountain. Qin Yu smiled. 5-element spirit treasures. These were 5-element spirit treasures. He took a deep breath. His fingers contracted and the net of magic power in the air shrank. The fleeting flame furnace's suction force increased with it, forcing the 5 spiritual objects into it. Bang, the furnace mouth close. Qin Yu recalled the fleeting flame furnace. He lifted a hand and poured in magic power, sealing away the 5-element spiritual objects and placing them in his storage ring. Shan Wugu cupped his hands together. Qin Yu, congratulations. Qin Yu nodded. What do you plan on doing next? Shan Wugu licked his lips. That's what I wanted to say. Qin Yu, the infernal energy within the Saint Furnace is quite beneficial to me. If you help guard me, I'll be done soon. Okay. Shan Wugu sat down cross-legged. He took a deep breath and sucked in the Saint Furnace's infernal energy. His face flushed red as if he were drunk, and he quickly closed his eyes to refine it. A yin-cold infernal energy rose up from his body. From time to time, human faces would form and howl before exploding apart. This repeated over and over again, causing one to feel a chill in their hearts. Qin Yu put away the fleeting flame furnace and carefully looked over it. Although he wasn't sure what law formula Shan Wugu cultivated, it was clear that it was a path to refine the infernal energy for his own use. This sort of cultivation method often progressed at a godly speed and was incredibly powerful. But the drawbacks were equally serious. Not to mention the terrifying might of heavenly tribulation in refining the infernal energy, but after cultivating it to a high level, the infernal energy would have an effect on a cultivator's mind. It was likely to create a zombie that would lose all reason and only know how to kill. After hesitating for a moment, Qin Yu's eyes darkened. He decided that once Shan Wugu woke up, he would have a serious discussion with him. He could step into the demonic path, but he had to change his cultivation law formula. Although he didn't have a top demonic art, he had plenty of top-quality goods. If he really couldn't find one, he would have to find a way to obtain a better one. Fortunately, his brother from the past was still alive. No matter what, Qin Yu couldn't stare on helplessly as he walked into a dead end. Shan Wugu quickly refined the infernal energy within the Saint Furnace. His eyes shined with a brilliant light. It was clear he had obtained a great harvest. Qin Yu's heart sank. In this sort of situation, it would be extremely difficult to persuade him to give up. Qin Yu, the infernal energy within the Saint Furnace is far more effective than I imagined. If I refine it a bit more, I might be able to make a breakthrough in my cultivation, Shan Wugu excitedly said. Sensing Qin Yu's complexion, he asked, what is it? Qin Yu said in a low voice, Potato, I hope that you can give up the cultivation method you are currently cultivating. Shan Wugu frowned. Infernal energy lingered between his eyebrows. After several breaths of silence, he said, Qin Yu, I know what you are worried about, but the only reason I have my current cultivation is because of this cultivation method. It is impossible for me to give up on it. He paused for a moment and then pretended to be relaxed. Don't worry, I have a sense of propriety. I won't let the infernal energy invade my mind. Potato, the demonic path's cultivation methods are as vast as the sea. Why walk the path of refining infernal energy? I can help you. Qin Yu, as a righteous path cultivator, you actually have such a terrifying demonic nature in your body. I have never asked why, so don't interfere in my matters. I am different from you. I am also different from you. Chapter 121. Genius 1 second. Remember if you want to go. Sure, Net provides you with wonderful novels to read. Looking at his firm expression, Qin Yu suddenly realized that the Shan Wugu of today was no longer the Lang Tu of the past. He had his own ideas, his own judgment. Love go small say Net. After a moment of silence, he calmly said, Potato, I only hope that you won't regret it in the future. Shan Wugu squeezed out a smile. Qin Yu took a deep breath. I have already obtained the 5-element spiritual objects. You can take the Saint Furnace with you. I wish you all the best, and I hope that you can truly obtain the status of the demonic path Saint Sun. He clasped his hands together and turned around to leave. Shan Wugu's lips moved, but in the end he didn't urge him to stay. After a brief daze, his eyes brightened once more. His aptitude was ordinary. Apart from being patient, there was nothing special about him. If he wanted to be able to shake the world, the demonic fiend was his only choice. Therefore, no matter what, even if he knew that it was dangerous, he would not give up. Brother, I know you mean well. I'm sorry. Shan Wugu opened his mouth and sucked in a deep breath of infernal energy. After today, He didn't know when he would have the chance to touch the Saint Furnace again. He had to do everything in his power to refine it and take another step in his cultivation. He left the cave and sealed the entrance. Qin Yu frowned. He had already fulfilled his responsibility as a brother. If Shan Wugu couldn't accept this, then that was his own choice. In the end, they were no longer the two youths of the Eastern Mountain sect. With their current cultivation and status, they had to be responsible for their own decisions. Sure, with a flash of light, Qin Yu rapidly flew far away. On the blood-red island, the atmosphere was gloomy. What sort of grievous crime was losing the Saint Furnace? Once the demon monarch's wrath descended, most of the people here would be burnt to ashes. Suddenly, billowing demonic energy rose up from the ground where the Saint Furnace had been, condensing into a demonic array formation. Demonic light soared into the sky, and a figure appeared. His eyes were like soundless thunder, exploding in the hearts of all the demonic cultivators. We pay our respects to the sage. Everyone on the island knelt on the ground, their expressions fearful. Kang Yun paled. He struggled to kneel down, letting his wounds open and sweat dripping down his face. The sage's face was indistinct, and his entire body was floating with demonic light. His body wasn't imposing, but his aura was like a million mountains. Valiant, overbearing, disdainful, it swept through the heavens and the earth, causing others to find it difficult to breathe. With a glance, Kang Yun's chest exploded. Flesh and blood splashed everywhere, revealing his beating heart. Love go small, say neck holy monarch, spare my life. Kang Yun begged pitifully. A demonic light flashed, and the sage disappeared in front of everyone. His ice-cold voice reverberated. I'm very disappointed. Puff air puff. The heads of all the fiendish cultivators on the ground exploded, red and white splattering everywhere. Besides Kang Yun and Han Shonai, all the demon cultivators of his force were dead. Northgate Demon's forehead touched the ground, his body stiff and his face pale. If the Saint Lord hadn't attacked them, that meant he was well aware of what was happening in the sea region. If so, would Shan Wugu's actions also be discovered? If that was the case, then their fates would probably be 100 times more miserable than these people. With the 5-element spiritual objects in hand, his harvests in the sea region had far surpassed his expectations. He didn't want to experience any more twists and turns. All he needed to do was find a place and wait for the Netherworld ship to arrive. But at this time, Qin Yu froze. His heart felt as if it were being grasped by a giant hand. Every beat brought with it a stabbing pain. Cold sweat seeped out of his forehead, quickly drenching his black robe. He did not know what had happened, but his intuition told him that danger was approaching. This feeling, demon monarch. Qin Yu's complexion changed. His first thought was to immediately run away, as far as possible. Although he had managed to force the Demon Lord's demonic face to retreat, he had gained an even clearer understanding of the Demon Lord's terror. If the Demon Lord truly descended, he would have no chance of survival. No. The Demon Monarch must have come for the Saint Furnace. If he discovered what Shan Wugu was doing, then he would undoubtedly die. Blood-red flames ignited and Qin Yu turned and left. With all his might, the underwater mountain range soon appeared before him. With a flick of his sleeve, he opened the entrance and charged in. Shan Wugu had reached a critical juncture in refining the infernal energy. His eyes shot open, bewildered. In his mind, a terrifying aura was like the edge of a blade, threatening to tear apart his soul. The demon monarch was about to arrive. Qin Yu didn't have time to say anything. With a flick of his sleeves, he put away the Saint Furnace and rushed out of the cave. Love go small, say neck bang, the seawater split apart. Qin Yu shot into the skies, howling away like a blood-red meteor. Within the cave, Shan Wugu's complexion was pale and he was sweating profusely. It was clear that the process of refining the infernal energy had been affected. At this time, a self-deprecating smile appeared on his face. If he left, then he left. At the very least, he didn't kill him. At least he could still retain some of their friendship from the past. However, when you urged me to give up on the infernal energy refinement technique, did you already decide to take away the Saint Furnace? Between the sea and the sky, a blood-red beam of light tore through the air. Qin Yu didn't know that he had been misunderstood by Shan Wugu and was crazily fleeing. As time passed, the fear in his heart didn't disappear. Rather, it became increasingly strong. He knew that he had been locked onto by the demon monarch. Suddenly, Qin Yu looked up. At some unknown time, the dim skies above had turned pitch black and stars began to appear in the sky. Silver starlight gathered in the skies. Then, a figure stepped out from this starlight. Without releasing the least bit of aura, Qin Yu froze where he was. Fear gushed out from the depths of his soul. The demon monarch had arrived. "It's you." The voice was a bit surprised. "Little friend, you and I are truly fated." As the light voice fell into Qin Yu's ears, it was no less than a thunderclap. Billowing waves of sound crashed into his soul. He spat out several mouthfuls of blood. His complexion paled and his magic power froze. In the Netherworld Sea region, night fell and the sea of stars condensed. Qin Yu froze in midair, blood gushing out from his nose and mouth. His complexion was deathly pale and he was in an extremely distressed state. At this time, even with his intelligence, all his hopes had turned to dust. Perhaps he might be able to contend with an ordinary nascent soul, but this was the demonic Path Saint Lord, the most formidable existence in the world. How could he possibly contend with him? Who strong winds whipped up between the heavens and earth. A giant bone hand appeared, grasping towards him like an ancient divinity or demon god that crossed through space and time. Qin Yu tried his best to struggle, but all he did was cause the magic power in his body to surge and he spat out several mouthfuls of blood. He could only watch helplessly on as the giant hand fell towards him, helpless like an ant. Just as the bone hand was about to fall, there was a loud roar from the sea. The endless sea began to tumble and tumble. A great wave appeared. It was so high that it gave off a feeling as if the heavens and earth would shatter. Before it even arrived, one could feel the terrifying strength contained within every drop of seawater. Even with the demon body's strength, it would still be crushed to powder the moment it touched it. Qin Yu closed his eyes and sighed inwardly. Up until now, he had experienced far too many life and death situations. He had already expected that death would arrive, but he never thought it would be so close to him. With the 5-element spiritual objects in hand, he would be able to cultivate the 5-element sword diagram. His bright road of cultivation would slowly unfold, but the moment it bloomed, he would instantly fall into darkness. Indeed, fate made fools of people. The affairs of the world were unpredictable. Whoosh, the sound of water rang out in his ears. He could feel the moisture contained within the water as well as the terrifying strength contained within. Suddenly, the imprisonment around him shattered and a cold voice echoed out. "Junior, the favor of saving my clan's princess is written off. Whether or not you can survive will depend on your luck." Qin Yu's eyes shot open. He saw the great wave pass through him and collide with the bone hand. At this moment, because space seemed unable to withstand the impact of such a terrifying strength, it violently twisted. Qin Yu felt a stabbing pain in his eyes. He couldn't help but close them, tears flowing down his cheeks. Then, he felt as if he had become a tiny speck of sand wrapped up in the rushing river, a tiny speck of sand that could be ignored. Wildly tumbling and shaking, the formidable strength nearly flattened him and tore him apart. Countless wounds tore open on his body and blood gushed out from his head. Qin Yu bitterly smiled. He finally understood why that voice had said that whether or not he could survive would depend on his luck. Indeed, just because he didn't die just now didn't mean he wouldn't die in the future. This was a cruel and sorrowful fact. He took a deep breath. A stabbing pain spread out from within his chest. Broken bones pierced into his flesh and every breath he took felt a burning pain. His lungs should have been punctured and every breath he took was filled with the smell of blood. His heart raced. Even if he knew this would accelerate the loss of blood, he couldn't care about anything else. This was because this was the only way he could stimulate the strength of the demon body and obtain a slim chance of survival. Otherwise, if he stayed on this terrifying battlefield, all that awaited him was death. Qin Yu tightly closed his eyes. He was worried that if he opened them, his eyes would be crushed by the wild strength. He stepped forwards. This step landed on the waves. The usually gentle water current was now 100 times harder than steel. With a loud cracking sound, Qin Yu's foot broke apart and he rushed out. Before he collapsed, he had to escape the battlefield. Bang, heaven-shaking explosions rang out without end, each time setting off a heaven-shaking impact. Wild strength swept across the sea surface, stirring up endless amounts of seawater that blocked out the skies. Qin Yu was like an ant, struggling to survive beneath the might of the heavens. His complexion became increasingly pale and the rate at which his wounds bled slowed down. His flesh and blood turned pale, as if all the blood in his body was about to run out. Every drop of seawater contained a terrifying strength. As it fell on his body, it was no less than a hammer striking him. His flesh and blood, his bones, all of them trembled and groaned. Waves of pain ravaged his body, wanting to swallow up Qin Yu's mind. But the firmness on his face never disappeared. Facing the demon monarch, Qin Yu was as weak as a baby. He didn't have the strength to resist. He could only close his eyes and wait for death. But now, there were powerhouses of the sea races helping him, giving him a slim chance of survival. No matter how slim it was, he had to give it his all. Perhaps there would come a day when he would die, but not now. Today, he had to live. Qin Yu roared out like a wild beast from deep in his throat. He used the last of his strength to use the blood escape art. Blood-red light erupted, tearing through the waves. It was unknown how many times the blood-red light was struck, but just as it was about to collapse, the terrifying crushing pressure suddenly vanished. He had broken out. Qin Yu staggered. He had become several times thinner, almost as if he were a bag of bones. This was the terrifying loss of blood from forcefully using the blood escape art. His black robes hung on his body in tatters. His chest heaved up and down, as if he were on the verge of collapse. Qin Yu took out a pill and swallowed it. Then, he bit down on the tip of his tongue and took advantage of this moment to fly far away. Behind him, the battle between the two super powerhouses continued. As time passed, the range of the shockwaves continued to expand. The surrounding sea region for hundreds of miles was like a storm, killing countless sea creatures. Qin Yu aimlessly flew forwards. He no longer had any thoughts of determining which direction to go in. His only thought was to get as far away from here as possible. After flying for an unknown period of time, he spat out a mouthful of blood. His injuries had reached the limit. If he didn't stop now, he really would die. With a flick of his sleeves, the thousand-craft house appeared. Qin Yu landed on it and swallowed down a pill. Then, he used the last of his strength to release the yin-yang twin ants and his consciousness fell into darkness. Chapter 122. Genius 1 second. Remember if you want to go. Sure, Net provides you with wonderful novels to read. The seawater surged and roared. Its terrifying power could crush everything, and its momentum was earth-shattering. But in the center of the storm, it was strangely quiet. Two figures faced each other from afar, both emitting a monstrous aura. The demon lord had a calm expression, his face devoid of anger. He stood with his hands held behind his back, exuding the bearing of a grandmaster. He indifferently said, "This lord has no intention of becoming enemies with the sea race. Why must Sir stop me?" A wild strength caused space to distort. All that could be seen was a thin figure. Recently, many seafolk have gone missing. Her Highness the Princess of my people is investigating and she was nearly killed by a demonic path cultivator. Is this what the demon monarch meant when he said he had no intention of becoming enemies with my seafolk? The demon monarch said, "This matter is the fault of the demonic path cultivators. This monarch will definitely give the sea races an explanation. But this junior took my precious treasure, so I must take it back." The skinny figure shook his head. "He saved my clan's princess." The demon monarch frowned. "It seems that teacher has decided to intervene." He took a step forward and shouted, "Please." Bang! The tranquility at the core of the storm was instantly shattered. A terrifying power surged, causing the heavens and earth to tremble. After a moment, the demon lord's voice rang out. "Mr. truly is powerful. This lord has experienced it. In the future, if there is such a day, I ask that Mr. come to the mainland. This lord will definitely prepare for you." The entire storm suddenly split into two. The demon monarch stepped out, a few tattered pieces of clothing flying through the air. Obviously, he'd suffered a slight loss in the battle with the mysterious expert of the sea demons. But even then, he was still calm and composed, and he fully displayed the demeanor of a peerless expert. Sure, with a flash of demonic energy, the demon monarch disappeared. In the middle of the storm, the waves continued to surge. Vaguely, a huge figure could be seen standing there, towering like a mountain. After an unknown period of time, Qin Yu finally managed to open his eyes. This simple movement left him gasping for breath. Love go small say net. It wasn't that he was so weak that he couldn't even open his eyelids. It was just that his face was covered in a thick layer of scabs, and he couldn't move his arms. It wasn't easy for him to open his eyes. The sky was dark, and the light was extremely dim. Fortunately, it didn't hurt. His eyes were already red from the pressure. His pupils constricted a few times, and after a blur, he could finally see his surroundings clearly. Wang, sensing that its master had woken up, the Ant King flew over to express its closeness and condolences. Its entire body was covered in blood, and its transparent wings were damaged. It was clear that it had experienced a bitter battle. However, the ant swarm was full of vigor and did not become dispirited because of the slaughter. Instead, it became even more ferocious. Qin Yu barely managed to move his lips. "You've worked hard." The originally beautiful thousand-craft house had been mostly destroyed. All that was left over was the foundation that supported him on the sea. Every inch of the room was soaked in blood. Occasionally, one could see some severed limbs of sea monsters. Every inch was blood. Every corner. Every corner. Qin Yu's lips twitched. "Don't worry. Since I'm awake, I won't die. Ant King, continue to guard, I still need some time." After struggling for a long time and sweating profusely from the pain, he finally took out the pill and swallowed it. Although he felt and he felt. And after he. Cold Chen, and someone, and. His sweat. God. And. He closed his eyes. Although he was exhausted to the point of death and his mind ached, he still managed to maintain a clear mind. The smell of blood was the most sensitive signal to these ruthless and savage sea demons. The fragments of the thousand-craft house, which were soaked in blood and floating on the surface of the sea, attracted their endless hostility. The slaughter never stopped. The yin-yang twin ants revealed their terrifying strength after advancing. If it weren't for the fact that the water wasn't suitable for them to fight, the sea monsters wouldn't be able to approach Qin Yu before they were torn to pieces. After swallowing a massive amount of flesh and blood, a line of blood appeared between the black and white parts of the yin-yang twin ants. Their aura became increasingly violent. On the fourth day, Qin Yu opened his eyes. His bones emitted loud crackling sounds. His injuries were still far from being healed, but he still had the strength to protect himself. Today, he could be said to have been thoroughly revived. He took out a great sun mulberry leaf to reward the ant swarm. Qin Yu discovered that there were bloodlines on the yin-yang twin ants. Luckily, they didn't affect his control. The temptation of the great sun mulberry was still irresistible, and he felt a little more at ease. However, he would have to pay more attention to what these bloodlines were in the future. He looked up to determine his position and then took out a sea map of the Netherworld Sea region. But, he had been randomly flying around and had been drifting with the waves for the past several days, so it was hard to determine his position. Thinking about it, Qin Yu stood up. With a thought, the swarm of ants flew to his feet, lifting him up as they rapidly flew into the distance. He couldn't stay in the thousand-craft house fragment any longer. Luckily, although he couldn't ride the yin-yang twin ants, it was still simple for them to carry him. But soon, Qin Yu ordered the ant swarm to stop. He looked into the distance. The distant horizon was also grey, but the color seemed to have deepened. He turned his hand and the wind-listening shell appeared. He poured magic power into it and placed it near his ears. After several breaths of time, his pupils shrank. Hum, the ant swarm flapped their wings and burst away in the opposite direction. In the distance, that deep black color was rapidly spreading over. One could hear muffled rumbling sounds, like the roar of a giant beast. The yin-yang two ants were extremely anxious. It was obvious that they had already sensed a dangerous aura. Qin Yu bitterly smiled. This was a sea storm, and moreover, it was occurring in the most terrifying netherworld sea region. If a golden core cultivator was a bit more cautious in an ordinary sea storm, then they would be fine. But in the netherworld sea region, if a nascent soul cultivator was unlucky, they might also perish here. The Ant King screamed, urging the ant swarm to fly as fast as they could. But this storm was ridiculously fast. In just a moment, it had already caught up. Looking back, he saw that the black seawater had been drawn into the air, forming an earth-shattering wall of water that rumbled as it rushed forward. Tornadoes constantly appeared, sucking in a massive amount of seawater. They spiraled into the skies like vicious dragons wreaking havoc. Black clouds pressed down to the extreme, nearly connecting with the wall of water. Thunder roared and arcs of lightning extended into the sea along the wall of water. Qin Yu's senses far surpassed that of an ordinary person's. He could clearly see that within the wall of water, there were several bloody sea monsters that were violently twitching in the arcs of lightning. Then, they turned into black charcoal that was crushed into powder. His complexion paled. This wasn't fear, but his slow-beating heart began to accelerate. The blood in his body began to flow faster and faster. With a flick of his sleeves, he received the ant swarm into the Imperial Spirit Bag. Blood flames ignited and Qin Yu used the blood escape art without hesitation. Perhaps this would cause the injuries that he had just recovered to erupt once more, making them even more terrifying. But compared to falling into the storm, Qin Yu had no other choice. Strong winds blew against his face. As his speed rose, his line of sight stretched out. But in the boundless sea region where the surrounding environment didn't change at all, everything seemed strangely slow. In this state, Qin Yu could clearly feel every minute change occurring within his mortal body. There was a light cracking sound in his chest. The bones that had just grown back together were squeezed and crushed apart. The rough edges cut through his flesh and blood. The edges cut through his lungs, leaving behind a dark red line of blood. As he gasped for breath, blood began to seep out. The smell of blood lingered in his nose and mouth, and every breath he took brought with it a burning sensation. His wildly beating heart was still strong, but every time it contracted and expanded, it began to slow down. Although it wasn't obvious, it caused the magic power within his body to slow down. The previously healed wounds on his body began to split open once more. Blood flowed out from the corners of his eyes, his eyebrows, his arms, his thighs, wetting his tattered robes. The blood that stuck to his body rapidly turned cold, turning into blood-red shards of ice that were swept away in the next moment. With his severely wounded mortal body, it was impossible for him to continue using the blood escape art for a long period of time. Qin Yu was well aware of this. He only tried his best to last until he escaped the range of the storm. But as time passed, the storm was thrown far behind. Even so, it was still boundless and he couldn't find the edge of it. If he continued like this, his mortal body would collapse before the storm arrived and he would die. Qin Yu sighed inwardly and came to a sudden stop. The blood-red light faded away to reveal a pale face. His slightly recovered mortal body was even thinner than before. Since he couldn't avoid it, there was no need to run. Of course, he wasn't waiting for death, but seeking survival in a hopeless situation. Qin Yu sat down cross-legged. With a thought, light erupted around him and nearly 100 talismans covered him. After doing this, he thought for a moment. He turned his left hand and took out the 100 nether sword and his right hand took out the copper mirror. These two were the strongest magic tools he had. Although one was sleeping and the other hadn't recognized him as its master, in this life or death crisis, Qin Yu couldn't care too much about such things. Either he could help him survive, or they could be buried in the storm together, forever sinking to the bottom of the sea. Rumble rumble, the sound waves shook the heavens and earth. From afar, one could only see black clouds and walls of water connecting together. Water tornadoes soared into the heavens and thunder roared. It was only from up close that one could truly feel just how terrifying the netherworld sea region's storm was. This was a true majesty that came from the heavens and earth. Everything that blocked its path was as small as an ant, leaving behind only destruction and despair. Qin Yu took a deep breath. Like a great stone, he sank to the bottom of the sea. In the next moment, the surrounding seawater began to boil. Every drop of water trembled, releasing endless energy. Hum, all of the talismans around Qin Yu lit up at the same time, resisting the pressure of the seawater. Even so, he stuffily coughed and spat out a mouthful of blood. His entire person wildly tumbled in the boiling seawater. He couldn't distinguish north from south, up from down, left from right. Compared to the storm that had been stirred up by the demon monarch and the sea monsters, this was 3 times more terrifying. Catcher, starting from the periphery, the talismans began to break apart. Bit by bit, they began to disintegrate, becoming faster and faster. Suddenly, the surrounding pressure vanished. Everything in front of him brightened. It was Qin Yu's figure being sucked out of the seawater and sucked into the wall of water. Rumble, 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 rumble. He was like a plank on the crest of a wave, able to be torn to pieces at any moment. Whoosh, a waterspout rose into the air. From the moment it drilled out to the moment it formed, only several breaths of time had passed. Before Qin Yu could respond, he was pulled out of the wall of water. Peeper. The talismans rapidly collapsed. The tearing strength exerted on Qin Yu's body tore open his wounds, revealing the bones underneath. Blood dyed his entire body red, flowing down his arms to his palms and soaking his 2 treasures. He lowered his head, his face fierce and ruthless. If you don't do anything, then you will follow me to eternal damnation. # It had been published. Nearly 400,000 words had been released to the public. He hoped that everyone would be satisfied and that they could give Steamed Bun their genuine support. He bowed in thanks. Chapter 123. Genius in a Second. Remember Love Go? SpeakNet, to provide you with wonderful novels to read. Bang, the copper mirror trembled. Blue divine light gushed out, covering Qin Yu like water. In that instant, all of the talismans had shattered. If he had been even a moment slower, the strength of the waterspout would have been enough to tear him apart. The blue divine light condensed into a bubble, allowing the waterspout to suck it away. As it wildly spun around, the feeling of being trapped within could be imagined. Qin Yu didn't believe that the copper mirror that could resist the waterspout wouldn't have a way to eliminate this terrifying spinning. Perhaps the more likely possibility was that it still held hostility towards Qin Yu. Although it couldn't attack him right now, it still hoped to borrow the power of the waterspout to make him suffer. Qin Yu clenched his teeth. He made up his mind that he would subdue the copper mirror in the future and then let it know just how terrifying a man with a grudge was. As the black clouds tumbled, a bolt of thunder came crashing down. The entire waterspout sparkled with lightning. The blue divine light violently fluctuated. It was clear that the power of thunder had caused great damage to it. More and more marks appeared on the surface of the copper mirror. The blurry surface of the mirror became increasingly dim. It seemed that if it was struck by thunder again, it wouldn't be able to withstand it. Qin Yu roared, "If you don't want to be destroyed here, then stop spinning." The blue divine light paused for a moment. Then, it began to spin in the opposite direction, counteracting the spinning strength of the waterspout. Qin Yu took a deep breath and stood up. His complexion darkened as he looked around. Banger from the black clouds, a bolt of lightning fell down. Qin Yu fiercely attacked. He ruthlessly threw out a bamboo branch that flashed with lightning. Under the attraction of thunder and lightning, the lightning that rushed towards the waterspout changed directions and smashed into the bamboo branch. It was useful. Qin Yu's spirits rose. Although using the sky thunder bamboo like this was an act that deserved to be struck by lightning, in the face of life or death, everything else had to be put aside. Moreover, as long as he was alive, even if the entire sky thunder bamboo was destroyed, as long as the rhizome existed, he could rely on the little blue lamp to grow it back in a short period of time. Something was wrong. Qin Yu frowned. He felt as if he had forgotten something. After being injured and losing blood, even the speed at which his brain worked seemed to slow down. Suddenly, Qin Yu clapped his hands, cursing himself for being an idiot. What was there to be afraid of? The little blue lamp seemed to be very interested in thunder. Although the storm of thunder wasn't heavenly tribulation, it wasn't much weaker than heavenly tribulation. Shua, the little blue lamp appeared. Perhaps it was an illusion, But the moment it appeared in this world, the black clouds above its head seemed to stop moving for a moment. Then, countless thunderbolts exploded at the same time. The lightning spread wantonly, surging with a terrifying aura that made people despair. Bang, bang, hundreds and thousands of lightning bolts descended, bombarding the waterspout. The copper mirror violently trembled. Qin Yu could feel its anger and fear. If it could speak, the copper mirror would definitely be cursing out loud. Bastard, what did you take out? It's fine if you want to die, but why did you drag me into it? Such a dense barrage of lightning wasn't something that the copper mirror could withstand. In an instant, it would turn Qin Yu into charcoal. However, his expression was still calm, and his eyes were surging with great confidence. This was because the little blue lamp had never disappointed him. The descending lightning struck the waterspout almost at the same time. The terrifying lightning spread out, and all the seawater was instantly evaporated. The waterspout had transformed into a lightning tornado. Qin Yu's hair was charred and his black robes were withered. The black sword moved imperceptibly for a moment before falling silent once more. As the copper mirror cursed in fear, the little blue lamp suddenly flashed with light. Its thumb-sized body instantly turned into a black hole, releasing a terrifying swallowing strength. The power of thunder that formed the waterspout was directly sucked out of shape. The thunder was like a raging river, instantly sucked away. At this moment, even the terrifying tsunami of the Netherworld Sea region seemed insignificant compared to the little blue lamp. The little blue lamp wasn't satisfied with just one lightning tornado. It broke free and shot into the skies, shooting into the tumbling black clouds above. No one knew what had happened, but after that, not a single bolt of lightning flashed. Then, the black clouds began to flee. It split into countless pieces in fear and rapidly vanished from sight, revealing the grey skies above the Netherworld Sea region. After the black clouds dispersed, the raging storm seemed to have lost its source of strength. The strong winds gradually weakened and the wall of water fell lower and lower. Finally, it couldn't hold on any longer and crashed down. A blue divine light drilled out from beneath the seawater. Qin Yu frowned, his complexion ugly to the extreme. At this time, there was the sound of breaking air. The copper mirror hurriedly scattered its light, allowing it to fly near. It was the little blue lamp. Compared to before, it hadn't changed at all. Qin Yu revealed a happy expression. He took it in his hand, his taut heart relaxing a little. The little blue lamp was the foundation of his life. He absolutely could not lose it. He looked up and saw that the sea region had gradually calmed down. Qin Yu took a deep breath and suppressed his urge to curse. First, the demon monarch had chased him down and he had desperately escaped the battlefield of two super powerhouses. Then, just as he caught his breath, a storm arrived and he nearly died in the sea. His luck was simply terrible. But what Qin Yu didn't know was that his bad luck hadn't ended just yet. This was because deep in the sea, a giant head was staring at him with a single eye, a cold light flashing in its eyes. The Nine Nether Winding Path was originally one of the safest places in the Netherworld Sea region. But as luck would have it, this storm just happened to pass through that place. The tumor had an extremely keen sense for danger. It had escaped ahead of time and relied on its powerful body to move deep in the sea, avoiding the storm's attack. It was originally prepared to wait for the storm to pass before leaving, but it sensed the aura of that human cultivator. After hesitating again and again, it chased after the storm until it finally found his figure. Then, the tumor saw something that it had never imagined in its life. The storm of thunder was a terrifying strength that could annihilate a nascent soul, but it was actually cleanly swallowed up by a thumb-sized lantern. It didn't know what this lantern was, but its instincts told it that as long as it could obtain this lantern, it could change its destiny. An unstoppable desire overwhelmed its hesitation and fear. The tumor decided to attack. The seawater suddenly caved in, forming a straight and bottomless hole that led straight to the seabed. Qin Yu's heart shrank. Without enough time to dodge, he was caught up in an invisible strength and pulled in. Above his head, the seawater rapidly closed up, like a cage closing. It rapidly sank down at an unimaginable speed. Soon, the faint light in the sea vanished and the surrounding pitch-black darkness disappeared. Qin Yu was enraged. He struggled with all his strength, but he couldn't break free. He could only sink deeper and deeper into the darkness. After an unknown period of time, the imprisoning strength suddenly vanished and the channel leading to the seabed collapsed. What followed was the terrifying pressure contained in the endless seawater. Qin Yu's eyes widened and blood rushed through his veins. His broken bones emitted loud cracking sounds and his organs shrank. Puff, blood drilled out from his pores, instantly dyeing the seawater red. Blue divine light gushed out from the copper mirror, protecting Qin Yu. But in the blink of an eye, it began to tremble as if it would collapse. In the distance, the tumor quietly floated in the seawater. Every rune on its surface swelled up, causing it to expand over 10 times over in order to resist the pressure from the seawater. Although it had attacked, its cautious nature caused it to choose the safest method, to borrow the sea to kill someone. In a severely wounded and weakened state, this human cultivator simply couldn't escape. All it needed to do was wait for him to die and reap its harvest. Bang! There was a muffled sound beneath the sea. Seawater exploded and the human cultivator rapidly floated up beneath the protection of the blue light. The tumor's single eye flashed with ridicule. It simply didn't know what sort of deep sea it was in. All of this was futile. Beneath its head, several thin tentacles gently swayed. The tumor quietly squeezed through the seawater, following far behind. Bang! Air bang! Seawater exploded, pushing the blue divine light towards the surface. But even after a moment, the surroundings were still pitch black and the pressure of the seawater hadn't diminished much. The human cultivator was clearly impatient. The corner of the tumor's lips curled up. It was about time. And indeed, after persisting for a bit longer, the blue divine light rapidly dimmed. A flower of blood bloomed in the sea, dyeing the seawater red. The human cultivator floated in the sea like a piece of dead wood, motionless. The tumor thought for a moment and decided to wait a bit longer. The reason it was able to survive until now was largely due to its innate caution. But at this time, the faint smell of blood flowed along the seawater and reached its side. The tumor's single eye brightened and it opened its mouth to suck in the blood. Then, because of excitement, its body began to violently shiver. There was actually such a wonderful flesh and blood in this world. The strength contained within caused it to instinctively desire and tremble. The state of its mortal body had always been a source of pain in the depths of the tumor's heart. Even though it had today's strength, it spent most of its time hiding deep in the seabed, not easily revealing itself. Even though it was ugly and fierce, it still dreamed of a male god in its heart. Now, the chance for its dream to come true had finally appeared. With such a formidable flesh and blood strength, if it swallowed and absorbed it, it would definitely be able to break through its shackles and transform into a true body. At that time, with its strength, transforming into human form would be as easy as turning its hand. The tumor's single eye shined with an unprecedented heat. It hesitated for 2 breaths of time and finally couldn't suppress the excitement in its heart. Its tentacles swung towards the human cultivator. Along the way, it opened its mouth and absorbed the blood that fused into the seawater. This formidable flesh and blood strength left it excited to the extreme. Mine, mine, all of my flesh and blood is mine. It didn't want to wait for even a single breath of time, because this human cultivator was losing its own blood at every moment. Here he was. A wonderful meal was right in front of him. He was a young human man. Although he was thin to the point of being a bag of bones, one could still see his sharp edges. The tumor suddenly had a thought appear in its mind. Perhaps it could transform into this appearance in the future. Then, this thought completely occupied its mind. But before this, it needed to eat this human man first. Unfortunately, it didn't know his name, otherwise it could borrow his name. Name, perhaps I should seriously think of a name for myself. A name, I also need to have my own name. The tumor was stirred up once more. It opened its mouth wide, as if its entire body was composed of some sort of colloid. It swallowed up a massive amount of seawater and Qin Yu's body. The tumor wasn't worried that it would eat something it shouldn't eat. With its unique body, it could guarantee that it would absorb what it should absorb and discard what it should discard. The tumor didn't have any teeth in its mouth, but the esophagus that led to its abdomen was covered with sharp blades. As the flesh and blood wriggled, they crisscrossed with each other. Although they didn't touch, there was no doubt that they were sharp enough to grind apart anything that entered. As the seawater flowed into the esophagus, Qin Yu's eyes flashed open. He raised his hand and used all the strength in his body to thrust out the 100 nether sword. #### brothers and sisters, please subscribe and support me. I am deeply grateful. Chapter 124. Genius 1 second. Remember if you want to go. Sure, Net provides you with wonderful novels to read. Puff, it easily cut through flesh and blood. The entire sword blade sunk in. With such strength, even Qin Yu's sword-wielding palm drilled in. Love go small say Net. Warm blood drenched Qin Yu's body. Then, as his flesh was cut open, it suddenly tightened. Kacha, in an instant, the bones of his hands and fingers were completely shattered. Qin Yu's face was deathly pale. He held onto the hilt of his sword, not allowing himself to fall into the crazily twisting esophagus. The tumor madly shook as it struggled in its death throes. Pained roars came from outside, and only after an hour did it gradually stop. His taut flesh softened and loosened. The blood that had stopped flowing gushed out like a fountain, drenching his entire body. As it fell into his wounds, it was directly absorbed. It was like his body was on fire. His exposed flesh and blood instantly turned red, like an iron ingot in a furnace. Water vapor rose from his body, and there was a faint red color on the water vapor, like a burning flame. Qin Yu fiercely opened his eyes. His pupils had turned crimson, overbearing and disdainful. They were cold and cruel, without the least bit of emotion. Disregarding the injury on his hand, he grabbed the 100 nether sword and tore open the wound. He used so much force that the broken bone pierced through his skin, revealing a few patches of deathly pale skin. His other hand grabbed the edge of the wound and forcefully tore it open. But strangely, not a single drop of blood flowed out of the wound. Qin Yu remained expressionless. He pulled out the 100 nether sword that had sunk deep into his flesh. It trembled as if it were dissatisfied, but with a cold cough it instantly quietened down. Putting away the 100 nether sword, he pressed his hands against the wound and drilled his entire body into it. Letting out a comfortable sigh, the flesh on the wound wriggled and quickly healed. It was now impossible to tell that there was a cultivator hiding inside. In the depths of the sea, a huge sarcoma was suspended in the middle, and a few tentacles floated powerlessly in the sea. Some sea monsters had already discovered the powerful aura emanating from the corpse of their own kind, causing their eyes to turn red with desire. However, no matter how strong or weak they were, as long as they approached within 1,000 feet of the tumor, their bodies would stiffen, and they would turn around and flee in a frenzy. It was as if there was a heaven-overflowing majesty pervading the air, causing them to be terrified and not dare to offend it. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days, the sarcoma became more and more shriveled and shrunk several times, like a greedy parasite that was gorging itself. Half a month later, with a muffled sound, the thin layer of sarcoma-like skin was torn apart by a hand that stretched out from within. Qin Yu drilled out, his eyes dazed for a long time before they regained focus. Although he couldn't remember exactly what had happened, there were chaotic and blurry fragments in his mind. To plunder flesh and blood and take their essence for their own use, was this the instinct of the demon body? After thinking for a long time, Qin Yu let out a long breath. In the end, he was still alive, and it felt quite good. His injuries had already healed. Every inch of his flesh and blood seemed to have been tempered by the flames of a furnace. He could clearly feel the boundless blood vitality within him. Just the slightest movement of his bones could erupt with a strength that could crush everything. Furthermore, even though he was deep beneath the sea, he didn't feel any pressure at all. It was clear that a heaven-shaking, earth-toppling transformation had occurred to his body. Lowering his head, he looked at the shriveled skin of the tumor. Even the strength contained within it had been completely plundered. It wasn't hard to imagine why such a change had occurred. At this time, the magic power within his body seemed to be frozen, sealed within his Dantian Sea without the slightest fluctuation. Qin Yu faintly felt that this wasn't a bad thing. After sensing it for a moment, he temporarily suppressed this thought. With a thought, All the pores on his body closed and his aura was sealed within so that it couldn't be sensed by the outside world. And this was only on the surface. There seemed to be even more mysteries within his body. It was difficult to sense for a while, but perhaps he would have to slowly experience them in the future. Potato, he had lost the furnace and the demon monarch hadn't caught him yet. He didn't know whether or not he would vent his anger on him. Chin Yu's heart tightened. He stepped forwards like a large fish, tearing through the seawater. Although he had lost all of his magic power, by relying on his powerful mortal body, his speed was still astonishing. Along the way, the sea monsters he encountered would sense his aura from afar and flee in panic. At this time, in the eyes of the sea monsters, Chin Yu was an incomparably powerful being of the same species. This was because after the demon body swallowed up the tumor, it automatically possessed its aura. Everything went smoothly. Half a day later, Chin Yu found a cave at the seabed. The entire cave entrance had been smashed apart and Potato was nowhere to be seen. Focusing his senses, he could sense that there were still traces of terrifying demonic energy that hadn't scattered yet. Only the demon monarch could have done this for half a month. Potato should have been taken away by him. Chin Yu revealed a worried expression. His eyes darkened for a long time before he forcefully suppressed these thoughts. Thinking too much about it was useless. What he needed to do now was to refine the 5-element spiritual objects and cultivate the 5-element sword diagram. At that time, he might be able to fight a nascent soul cultivator. Then, he could think of a way to inquire about Potato. Just as he was about to leave, Chin Yu stiffened. Although he immediately restored himself, he clearly couldn't hide it from those eyes in the dark. What keen senses! A light voice echoed out. A powerful divine sense swept out, overbearing and tyrannical without the least bit of concealment. Instinctively, all of Chin Yu's pores shrank. He severed all connections with the outside world, becoming like a piece of dead wood or stone. The master of the divine sense cried out in surprise. As the seabed waters tumbled, a figure was revealed. It was an unimaginably massive turtle. Its eyes were the size of a grown man and they cast a massive shadow over the sea. A sharp light flashed as it locked onto Chin Yu. Junior, what a powerful aura concealing technique. Even I am unable to investigate it. Chin Yu's thoughts raced. He bowed and said, "Greetings, Senior. I thank Senior for saving my life." This voice belonged to the mysterious sea monster powerhouse that had fought against the demon monarch and saved him. The large turtle lifted a claw. Although it seemed clumsy, its sharp claws shined with a cold light. Chin Yu didn't doubt that this person would only need to gently wave them to tear him to pieces. "Junior, put away your aura concealing technique. I want to see just who you are." The voice was light, but it wasn't a discussion. Chin Yu hesitated for a moment and then nodded. As if sensing his thoughts, the turtle's paws opened. But there seemed to be an invisible barrier between his flesh and blood that concealed the powerful fluctuations of blood energy. The turtle's claw fell between his eyebrows. It was hard and cold to the touch. Chin Yu stiffened. Luckily, after several breaths of time, the large turtle retracted its claw and looked at Chin Yu with pity in its eyes. It originally thought that this junior might be a spy from the demonic path, but it never imagined that he would be such an unlucky fellow. His cultivation had been completely wasted without even the tiniest bit remaining. That's right. Just how terrifying were the shockwaves of his battle with the demon monarch? Even ordinary nascent souls would have to stay far away. Although this junior's cultivation wasn't weak, how could he be any better off in such a situation? He could already be considered lucky to have survived. However, after living for such a long time, it would never let down its guard. The large turtle narrowed its eyes and calmly said, "Junior, why did you appear here? And why did the demon monarch capture you?" Chin Yu respectfully said, reporting to Senior, "This junior joined forces with a friend to steal a treasure of the demonic path. When the demon monarch arrived, I took the demonic treasure and left, but my friend stayed here. Thanks to Senior's rescue, this junior was lucky enough to survive. I came back today to see how my friend is doing." As he spoke, he revealed a sad expression. Something had happened to Shan Wugu, so Chin Yu's expression was naturally flawless. The large turtle thought for a moment. Qin Yu's words weren't too different from what it had heard, so it should be true. Its eyes flashed. The demon monarch made such a big fuss, so I'm also curious. What sort of treasure did he lose? Qin Yu revealed just the right amount of bitterness. He took out the Saint Furnace, his heart perturbed. Luckily, the large turtle seemed to have high standards and wasn't interested in his storage ring. All of its attention was focused on the Saint Furnace. A light flashed in the giant turtle's eyes. Suddenly, the Saint Furnace hummed and the large turtle coughed, a dignified expression on its face. It stared at the Saint Furnace for a long time and then let out a long breath, a look of reluctance on its face. It's fine. This thing has no fate with me. Since you stole it, you can keep it. As it spoke, it looked at Qin Yu with a strange look in its eyes. It was clear that it had noticed something about the Saint Furnace. Qin Yu's heart tightened, but he didn't reveal anything. He obediently put away the Saint Furnace. He certainly wanted to ask, but looking at the old turtle's appearance, it definitely wouldn't tell him. Now, it was best to think about how to leave. As he was thinking about how to leave, he didn't know that the large turtle in front of him was also thinking about how to arrange things for him. To be able to directly confront the demon monarch and even slightly gain the upper hand, even with the advantage of being in the sea region, one could imagine just how powerful the large turtle was. This turtle was naturally no ordinary turtle. In truth, its status within the sea races was astonishingly high. Appearing in the Netherworld Sea region and coincidentally saving Qin Yu wasn't a coincidence. Rather, it had been entrusted by someone else. Although there was a reason for this, no matter how one looked at it, this matter couldn't be considered a beautiful one. If this boy was left alone in a place like the Netherworld Sea region, he wouldn't be able to live past today. He would become the flesh and blood of a mutated sea monster. Thinking about it carefully, it was the sea races who had misunderstood him at the start. Although this boy had caused the sea races to lose some face, he still kept his word and released that little girl Lushy. Afterwards, he even saved her from the hands of the demonic path. Although he had fallen to his current situation because of himself, he couldn't escape the responsibility of the sea races. In addition, even though this boy surnamed Qin had been severely wounded and his cultivation crippled, he still didn't forget about his friends and risked his life to check on them. It could be said that he was one of the few humans that had a sense of camaraderie. Of course, the most important thing was that he had actually managed to make it here alive. This silly boy's luck was heaven-defying. Whatever, he had come up with so many reasons because he wanted to save his life. As expected, old turtles tended to be soft-hearted. If he were in his younger days, he would have swallowed up any human cultivator and treated him as a snack before or after a meal. The large turtle smacked its lips, as if it were reminiscing something. Inexplicably, Qin Yu's forehead was covered in a cold sweat. Senior, the large turtle glared at him with dissatisfaction. It was a bit annoyed that Qin Yu had interrupted its beautiful memories of delicious food. But as it thought about how Qin Yu was a human, it felt a bit awkward. It coughed and said, "Boy, I will consider this as me being kind and saving your life." Qin Yu didn't even have time to say a single word before he was wrapped up by the current and pulled onto the back of the turtle. The large turtle didn't seem to use any strength, but its limbs slowly moved and its massive body pushed through the seawater. Its speed was shockingly fast, causing billowing undercurrents to appear on the seabed. This feeling wasn't that it was paddling forward, but that the seawater was pushing it forward on its own initiative. This simple move had revealed the tyrannical methods of this old turtle. No wonder it had been able to fight the demon monarch in the sea region and hadn't suffered a loss at all. Qin Yu was tightly bound by the seawater. His eyes widened, wanting to cry but no tears came out. Just what was going on? He was perfectly fine, so why would he need anyone to save him? His thoughts raced. After several breaths of time, Qin Yu sighed and closed his eyes. He had to accept his fate. There shouldn't be any danger for the time being. At worst he would just have to find a chance to secretly escape.